social activism can be healing in that it takes people out of isolation, it empowers them, gives them meaning, and regardless of the results, if you don't get too attached to the results, if you just engage in the importance of the work, it can be very liberating for the individual. With one caveat, which is that if I look at my own history of political activism on a number of issues, there's a whole bunch of issues on which I used to be infused with tremendous rage. So, as a Jew, I've been terribly upset for decades about what's happening with the Palestinians and how we've literally traumatized the whole other people as a way of thinking that we can resolve our own trauma. That's really what's happened. But the outrage that I'd have and the hatred I'd have around it, how would that help me convince another fellow Jew of what's going on? So social activism can be a displacement for the personal growth that we're refusing to do. Because you know what? If you want to fight injustice, not hard to find it. All you have to do is go outside, you know? So it's not just social activism, but mindful social activism. Without that mindfulness, without taking responsibility, my rage has got nothing to do with the fact that over 2,000 civilians were massacred in Gaza last year. I could look at that fact, be outraged, but not enraged. And I could be committed to making a difference without hating people for it. Insofar as hatred arises in me, and rage arises in me, and a compulsion to change things, and a frustration when that doesn't work, that's my own stuff. And it'll undermine my activism. And that's been the Achilles heel of so many activist movements and so many activists. Okay?
Post-Hypnotic Press presents When the Body Says No, Exploring the Stress-Disease Connection by Gabor Mate. Narrated by Daniel Mate. It is not to see something first, but to establish solid connections between the previously known and the hitherto unknown that constitutes the essence of scientific discovery. It is this process of tying together which can best promote true understanding and real progress. Hans Selye, M.D., The Stress of Life. A note to the reader. People have always understood intuitively that mind and body are not separable. Modernity has brought with it an unfortunate dissociation, a split between what we know with our whole being and what our thinking mind accepts as truth. Of these two kinds of knowledge, the latter, narrower kind, most often wins out, to our loss. It is a pleasure and a privilege, therefore, to bring in front of the reader the findings of modern science that reaffirm the intuitions of age-old wisdom. That was my primary goal in writing this book. My other purpose was to hold up a mirror to our stress-driven society so that we may recognize how, in myriad unconscious ways, we help generate the illnesses that plague us. This is not a book of prescriptions, but I do hope it will serve its readers as a catalyst for personal transformation. Prescriptions come from the outside. Transformation occurs within. There are many books of simple prescriptions of one sort or another, physical, emotional, spiritual, that appear each year. It was not my intention to write yet one more. Prescriptions assume that something needs to be fixed. Transformation brings forth the healing, the coming to integrity, to wholeness, of what is already there. While advice and prescriptions may be useful, even more valuable to us is insight into ourselves and the workings of our minds and bodies. Insight, when inspired by the quest for truth, can promote transformation. For those seeking a healing message here, That message begins on page 1 with the very first case study. As the great physiologist Walter Cannon suggested, there is a wisdom in our bodies. I hope, when the body says no, will help people align with the inner wisdom we all possess. Some of the case examples in this book are derived from published biographies or autobiographies of well-known persons. The majority are taken from my clinical experience or from taped discussions with people who agreed to be interviewed and quoted regarding their medical and personal histories. For privacy reasons, names, and in some instances other circumstances, have been changed. To avoid making this work prohibitively academic for the lay reader, notes have been used only sparingly. References are provided for each chapter at the end of the book. Italics, unless otherwise noted, are mine. I welcome comments at the contact page of my website, drgabormate.com. Chapter 1. The Bermuda Triangle. Mary was a native woman in her early 40s, slight of stature, gentle and deferential in manner. She had been my patient for 8 years, along with her husband and 3 children. There was a shyness in her smile, a touch of self-deprecation. She laughed easily. When her ever-youthful face brightened, it was impossible not to respond in kind. My heart still warms and constricts with sorrow when I think of Mary. Mary and I had never talked much until the illness that was to take her life gave its first signals. The beginning seemed innocent enough. A sewing needle puncture wound on a fingertip failed over several months to heal. The problem was traced to Raynaud's phenomenon, in which the small arteries supplying the fingers are narrowed, depriving the tissues of oxygen. Gangrene can set in, and unfortunately this was the case for Mary. Despite several hospitalizations and surgical procedures, she was within a year begging for an amputation to rid her of the throbbing ache in her finger. By the time she got her wish, the disease was rampant and powerful narcotics were inadequate in the face of her constant pain. Raynaud's can occur independently or in the wake of other disorders. Smokers are at greater risk, and Mary had been a heavy smoker since her teenage years. I hoped that if she quit, normal blood flow might return to her fingers. After many relapses, she finally succeeded. Unfortunately, the Raynaud's proved to be the harbinger of something far worse. Mary was diagnosed with scleroderma, one of the autoimmune diseases, which include rheumatoid arthritis, ulcerative colitis, systemic lupus erythematosus, SLE, and many other conditions that are not always recognized to be autoimmune in origin, such as diabetes, multiple sclerosis, and possibly even Alzheimer's disease. Common to them all is an attack by one's own immune system against the body, causing damage to joints, connective tissue, or to almost any organ, whether it be the eyes, the nerves, the skin, the intestines, the liver, or the brain. In scleroderma, from the Greek word meaning hardened skin, the immune system's suicidal assault results in a stiffening of the skin, esophagus, heart, and tissues in the lungs and elsewhere. What creates this civil war inside the body? Medical textbooks take an exclusively biological view. In a few isolated cases, toxins are mentioned as causative factors, but for the most part, a genetic predisposition is assumed to be largely responsible. Medical practice reflects this narrowly physical mindset. Neither the specialists nor I, as her family doctor, had ever thought to consider what in Mary's particular experiences might also have contributed to her illness. None of us expressed curiosity about her psychological state before the onset of the disease, or how this influenced its course and final outcome. We simply treated each of her physical symptoms as they presented themselves: medications for inflammation and pain, operations to remove gangrenous tissue and to improve blood supply, physiotherapy to restore mobility. One day, almost on a whim, in response to a whisper of intuition that she needed to be heard, I invited Mary to make an hour-long appointment so that she would have the opportunity to tell me something about herself and her life. When she began to talk, it was a revelation. Beneath her meek and diffident manner was a vast store of repressed emotion. Mary had been abused as a child, abandoned, and shuttled from one foster home to another. She recalled huddling in the attic at the age of 7, cradling her younger sisters in her arms while her drunken foster parents fought and yelled below. "I was so scared all the time," she said. "But as a 7-year-old, I had to protect my sisters, and no one protected me." She had never revealed these traumas before, not even to her husband of 20 years. She had learned not to express her feelings about anything to anyone, including herself. To be self-expressive, vulnerable, and questioning in her childhood would have put her at risk. Her security lay in considering other people's feelings, never her own. She was trapped in the role forced on her as a child, unaware that she herself had the right to be taken care of, to be listened to be thought worthy of attention. Mary described herself as being incapable of saying no, compulsively taking responsibility for the needs of others. Her major concern continued to be her husband and her nearly adult children, even as her illness became more grave. Was the scleroderma her body's way of finally rejecting this all-encompassing dutifulness? Perhaps her body was doing what her mind could not, throwing off the relentless expectation that had been first imposed on the child and now was self-imposed in the adult, placing others above herself. I suggested as much when I wrote about Mary in my very first article as medical columnist for the Globe and Mail in 1993. "When we have been prevented from learning how to say no," I wrote, "our bodies may end up saying it for us." I cited some of the medical literature discussing the negative effects of stress on the immune system. The idea that people's emotional coping style can be a factor in scleroderma or other chronic conditions is anathema to some physicians. A rheumatic diseases specialist at a major Canadian hospital submitted a scathing letter to the editor denouncing both my article and the newspaper for printing it. I was inexperienced, she charged, and had done no research. That a specialist would dismiss the link between body and mind was not astonishing. Dualism, cleaving into two that which is one, colors all our beliefs on health and illness. We attempt to understand the body in isolation from the mind. We want to describe human beings, healthy or otherwise, as though they function in isolation from the environment in which they develop, live, work, play, love, and die. These are the built-in, hidden biases of the medical orthodoxy that most physicians absorb during their training and carry into their practice. Unlike many other disciplines, medicine has yet to assimilate an important lesson of Einstein's theory of relativity, that the position of an observer will influence the phenomenon being observed and affect the results of the observation. The unexamined assumptions of the scientist both determine and limit what he or she will discover, as the pioneering Czech-Canadian stress researcher Hans Selye pointed out. Most people do not fully realize to what extent the spirit of scientific research and the lessons learned from it depend upon the personal viewpoints of the discoverers, he wrote in The Stress of Life. In an age so largely dependent upon science and scientists, this fundamental point deserves special attention. In that honest and self-revealing assessment, Selye, himself a physician, expressed a truth that even now, a quarter-century later, few people grasp. The more specialized doctors become, the more they know about a body part or organ, and the less they tend to understand the human being in whom that part or organ resides. The people I interviewed for this book reported nearly unanimously that neither their specialists nor their family doctors had ever invited them to explore the personal, subjective content of their lives. If anything, they felt that such a dialogue was discouraged in most of their contacts with the medical profession. In talking with my specialist colleagues about these very same patients, I found that even after many years of treating a person, a doctor could remain quite in the dark about the patient's life and experience outside the narrow boundaries of illness. In this volume, I set out to write about the effects of stress on health, particularly of the hidden stresses we all generate from our early programming, a pattern so deep and so subtle that it feels like a part of our real selves. Although I have presented as much of the available scientific evidence as seemed reasonable in a work for the lay public, the heart of the book, for me at least, is formed by the individual histories I have been able to share with the readers. It so happens that those histories will also be seen as the least persuasive to those who regard such evidence as anecdotal. Only an intellectual Luddite would deny the enormous benefits that have accrued to humankind from the scrupulous application of scientific methods. But not all essential information can be confirmed in the laboratory or by statistical analysis. Not all aspects of illness can be reduced to facts verified by double-blind studies and by the strictest scientific techniques. Medicine tells us as much about the meaningful performance of healing, suffering, and dying as chemical analysis tells us about the aesthetic value of pottery, Ivan Illich wrote in Limits to Medicine. We confine ourselves to a narrow realm indeed, if we exclude from accepted knowledge the contributions of human experience and insight. We have lost something. In 1892, the Canadian William Osler, one of the greatest physicians of all time, suspected rheumatoid arthritis, a condition related to scleroderma, to be a stress-related disorder. Today, rheumatology all but ignores that wisdom, despite the supporting scientific evidence accumulated in the 110 years since Osler first published his text. That is where the narrow scientific approach has brought the practice of medicine. In elevating modern science to be the final arbiter of our sufferings, we have been too eager to discard the insights of previous ages. As the American psychologist Ross Buck has pointed out, until the advent of modern medical technology and of scientific pharmacology, physicians traditionally had to rely on placebo effects. They had to inspire in each patient a confidence in his, the patient's, inner ability to heal. To be effective, a doctor had to listen to the patient, to develop a relationship with him, and he had also to trust his own intuitions. Those are the qualities doctors seem to have lost, as we have come to rely almost exclusively on objective measures, technology-based diagnostic methods, and scientific cures. Thus, the rebuke from the rheumatologist was not a surprise. More of a jolt was another letter to the editor a few days later, this time a supportive one, from Noel B. Hirschfield, clinical professor of medicine at the University of Calgary. The new discipline of psychoneuroimmunology has now matured to the point where there is compelling evidence, advanced by scientists from many fields, that an intimate relationship exists between the brain and the immune system. An individual's emotional makeup and the response to continued stress may indeed be causative in the many diseases that medicine treats but whose origin is not yet known. Diseases such as scleroderma and the vast majority of rheumatic disorders, the inflammatory bowel disorders, diabetes, multiple sclerosis, and legions of other conditions which are represented in each medical subspecialty. The surprising revelation in this letter was the existence of a new field of medicine. What is psychoneuroimmunology? As I learned, it is no less than the science of the interactions of mind and body, the indissoluble unity of emotions and physiology in human development and throughout life in health and illness. That dauntingly complicated word means simply that this discipline studies the ways that the psyche, the mind and its content of emotions, profoundly interacts with the body's nervous system, and how both of them, in turn, form an essential link with our immune defenses. Some have called this new field psychoneuroimmunoendocrinology to indicate that the endocrine or hormonal apparatus is also a part of our system of whole-body response. Innovative research is uncovering just how these links function, all the way down to the cellular level. We are discovering the scientific basis of what we have known before and have forgotten, to our great loss. Many doctors over the centuries came to understand that emotions are deeply implicated in the causation of illness or in the restoration of health. They did research, wrote books, and challenged the reigning medical ideology, but repeatedly their ideas, explorations, and insights vanished in a sort of medical Bermuda Triangle. The understanding of the mind-body connection achieved by previous generations of doctors and scientists disappeared without a trace, as if it had never seen daylight. A 1985 editorial in the August New England Journal of Medicine could declare with magisterial self-assurance that it is time to acknowledge that our belief in disease as a direct reflection of mental state is largely folklore. Such dismissals are no longer tenable. Psychoneuroimmunology, the new science Dr. Hirschfield mentioned in his letter to the Globe and Mail, has come into its own, even if its insights have yet to penetrate the world of medical practice. A cursory visit to medical libraries or to online sites is enough to show the advancing tide of research papers, journal articles, and textbooks discussing the new knowledge. Information is filtered down to many people in popular books and magazines. The lay public, ahead of the professionals in many ways, and less shackled to old orthodoxies, finds it less threatening to accept that we cannot be divided up so easily, and that the whole wondrous human organism is more than simply the sum of its parts. Our immune system does not exist in isolation from daily experience. For example, the immune defenses that normally function in healthy young people have been shown to be suppressed in medical students under the pressure of final examinations. Of even greater implication for their future health and well-being, the loneliest students suffered the greatest negative impact on their immune systems. Loneliness has been similarly associated with diminished immune activity in a group of psychiatric inpatients. Even if no further research evidence existed, though there is plenty, one would have to consider the long-term effects of chronic stress. The pressure of examinations is obvious and short-term, but many people unwittingly spend their entire lives as if under the gaze of a powerful and judgmental examiner whom they must please at all costs. Many of us live, if not alone, then in emotionally inadequate relationships that do not recognize or honor our deepest needs. Isolation and stress affect many who may believe their lives are quite satisfactory. How may stress be transmuted into illness? Stress is a complicated cascade of physical and biochemical responses to powerful emotional stimuli. Physiologically, emotions are themselves electrical, chemical, and hormonal discharges of the human nervous system. Emotions influence, and are influenced by, the functioning of our major organs, the integrity of our immune defenses, and the workings of the many circulating biological substances that help govern the body's physical states. When emotions are repressed, as Mary had to do in her childhood search for security, this inhibition disarms the body's defenses against illness. Repression, dissociating emotions from awareness and relegating them to the unconscious realm, disorganizes and confuses our physiological defenses so that in some people these defenses go awry, becoming the destroyers of health rather than its protectors. During the 7 years I was medical coordinator of the palliative care unit at Vancouver Hospital, I saw many patients with chronic illness whose emotional histories resembled Mary's. Similar dynamics and ways of coping were present in the people who came to us for palliation with cancers or degenerative neurological processes like amyotrophic lateral sclerosis, ALS, also known in North America as Lou Gehrig's disease, after the great American baseball player who succumbed to it, and in Britain as motor neuron disease. In my private family practice, I observed these same patterns in people I treated for multiple sclerosis, inflammatory ailments of the bowel such as ulcerative colitis and Crohn's disease, chronic fatigue syndrome, autoimmune disorders, fibromyalgia, migraine, skin disorders, endometriosis, and many other conditions. In important areas of their lives, almost none of my patients with serious disease had ever learned to say no. If some people's personalities and circumstances appeared very different from Mary's on the surface, the underlying emotional repression was an ever-present factor. One of the terminally ill patients under my care was a middle-aged man, chief executive of a company that marketed shark cartilage as a treatment for cancer. By the time he was admitted to our unit, his own recently diagnosed cancer had spread throughout his body. He continued to eat shark cartilage almost to the day of his death, but not because he any longer believed in its value. It smelled foul. The offensive stench was noticeable even some distance away, and I could only imagine what it tasted like. "I hate it," he told me, "but my business partner would be so disappointed if I stopped." I convinced him that he had every right to live his last days without feeling responsible for someone else's disappointment. It is a sensitive matter to raise the possibility that the way people have been conditioned to live their lives may contribute to their illness. The connections between behavior and subsequent disease are obvious in the case of, say, smoking and lung cancer, except perhaps to tobacco industry executives. But such links are harder to prove when it comes to emotions and the emergence of multiple sclerosis or cancer of the breast or arthritis. In addition to being stricken with disease, the patient feels blamed for being the very person she is. "Why are you writing this book?" said a 52-year-old university professor who has been treated for breast cancer. In a voice edged with anger, she told me, "I got cancer because of my genes, not because of anything I did." The view of sickness and death as a personal failure is a particularly unfortunate form of blaming the victim, charged the 1985 editorial in the New England Journal of Medicine. At a time when patients are already burdened by disease, they should not be further burdened by having to accept responsibility for the outcome. We will return to this vexing question of assumed blame. Here I will only remark that blame and failure are not the issue. Such terms only cloud the picture. As we shall see, blaming the sufferer, apart from being morally obtuse, is completely unfounded from a scientific point of view. The New England Journal of Medicine editorial confused blame and responsibility. While all of us dread being blamed, we all would wish to be more responsible. That is, to have the ability to respond with awareness to the circumstances of our lives rather than just reacting. We want to be the authoritative person in our own lives, in charge, able to make the authentic decisions that affect us. There is no true responsibility without awareness. One of the weaknesses of the Western medical approach is that we have made the physician the only authority, with the patient too often a mere recipient of the treatment or cure. People are deprived of the opportunity to become truly responsible. None of us are to be blamed if we succumb to illness and death. Any one of us might succumb at any time. But the more we can learn about ourselves, the less prone we are to become passive victims. Mind and body links have to be seen not only for our understanding of illness, but also for our understanding of health. Dr. Robert Maunder, on the psychiatric faculty of the University of Toronto, has written about the mind-body interface in disease. Trying to identify and to answer the question of stress, he said to me in an interview, is more likely to lead to health than ignoring the question. In healing, every bit of information, every piece of the truth may be crucial. If a link exists between emotions and physiology, not to inform people of it, will deprive them of a powerful tool. And here, we confront the inadequacy of language. Even to speak about links between mind and body is to imply that two discrete entities are somehow connected to each other. Yet in life there is no such separation. There is no body that is not mind, no mind that is not body. The word mind-body has been suggested to convey the real state of things. Not even in the West is mind-body thinking completely new. In one of Plato's dialogues, Socrates quotes a Thracian doctor's criticism of his Greek colleagues. This is the reason why the cure of so many diseases is unknown to the physicians of Hellas. They are ignorant of the whole. For this is the great error of our day in the treatment of the human body, that physicians separate the mind from the body. You cannot split mind from body, said Socrates. Nearly 2.5 millennia before the advent of psychoneuroimmunoendocrinology. Writing when the body says no has done more than simply confirm some of the insights I first articulated in my article about Mary's scleroderma. I have learned a great deal and have come to appreciate deeply the work of hundreds of physicians, scientists, psychologists, and researchers who have charted the previously unmapped terrain of mind-body. Work on this book has also been an inner exploration of the ways I have repressed my own emotions. I was prompted to make this personal journey in response to a question from a counselor at the British Columbia Cancer Agency, where I had gone to investigate the role of emotional repression in cancer. In many people with malignancy, there seemed to be an automatic denial of psychic or physical pain and of uncomfortable emotions like anger, sadness, or rejection. Just what is your personal connection to the issue? The counselor asked me. What draws you to this particular topic? The question brought to mind an incident from 7 years ago. One evening, I arrived to see my 76-year-old mother at the nursing home where she was a resident. She had progressive muscular dystrophy, an inherited muscle wasting disease that runs in our family. Unable to even sit up without assistance, she could no longer live at home. Her 3 sons and their families visited her regularly until her death, which occurred just as I began to write this book. I had a slight limp as I walked down the nursing home corridor. That morning I had undergone surgery for a torn cartilage in my knee, a consequence of ignoring what my body had been telling me in the language of pain that occurred each time I jogged on cement. As I opened the door to my mother's room, I automatically walked with a nonchalant, normal gait to her bed to greet her. The impulse to hide the limp was not conscious, and the act was done before I was aware of it. Only later did I wonder what exactly had prompted such an unnecessary measure. Unnecessary because my mother would have calmly accepted that her 51-year-old son would have a gimpy knee 12 hours post-surgery. So what had happened? My automatic impulse to protect my mother from my pain, even in such an innocuous situation, was a deeply programmed reflex that had little to do with the present needs of either of us. That repression was a memory, a reenactment of a dynamic that had been etched into my developing brain before I could possibly have been aware of it. I am both a survivor and a child of the Nazi genocide, having lived most of my first year in Budapest under Nazi occupation. My maternal grandparents were killed in Auschwitz when I was 5 months old. My aunt had also been deported and was unheard from, and my father was in a forced labor battalion in the service of the German and Hungarian armies. My mother and I barely survived our months in the Budapest ghetto. For a few weeks, she had to part from me as the only way of saving me from sure death by starvation or disease. No great powers of imagination are required to understand that in her state of mind, and under the inhuman stresses she was facing daily, my mother was rarely up to the tender smiles and undivided attention a developing infant requires to imprint a sense of security and unconditional love in his mind. My mother, in fact, told me that on many days, her despair was such that only the need to care for me motivated her to get up from bed. In healthy mother-infant interactions, the mother is able to nourish without the infant's having in any way to work for what he receives. My mother was unable to provide that unconditional nourishing for me, and since she was neither saintly nor perfect, quite likely she would not have completely succeeded in doing so even without the horrors that beset our family. It was under these circumstances that I became my mother's protector, protecting her in the first instance against awareness of my own pain. What began as the automatic defensive coping of the infant soon hardened into a fixed personality pattern that 51 years later still caused me to hide even my slightest physical discomfort in front of my mother. I had not thought about the When the Body Says No project in those terms. This was to be an intellectual quest, to explore an interesting theory that would help explain human health and illness. It was a path others had trod before me, but there was always more to be discovered. The counselor's challenge made me confront the issue of emotional repression in my own life. My hidden limp, I realized, was only one small example. Thus, in writing this book, I describe not only what I have learned from others or from professional journals, but also what I have observed in myself. The dynamics of repression operate in all of us. We are all self-deniers and self-betrayers to one extent or another, most often in ways we are no more aware of than I was conscious of while deciding to disguise my limp. When it comes to health or illness, it is only a matter of degree, and, too, a matter of the presence or absence of other factors, such as heredity or environmental hazards, for example, that also predispose to disease. So in demonstrating that repression is a major cause of stress and a significant contributor to illness, I do not point fingers at others for making themselves sick. My purpose in this book is to promote learning and healing, not to add to the quotient of blame and shame, both of which already exist in overabundance in our culture. Perhaps I am overly sensitized to the issue of blame, but then most people are. Shame is the deepest of the negative emotions, a feeling we will do almost anything to avoid. Unfortunately, our abiding fear of shame impairs our ability to see reality. Despite the best efforts of many physicians, Mary died in Vancouver Hospital 8 years after her diagnosis, succumbing to the complications of scleroderma. To the end, she retained her gentle smile, though her heart was weak and her breathing labored. Every once in a while, she would ask me to schedule long private visits, even in hospital during her final days. She just wanted to chat about matters serious or trivial. "You are the only one who ever listened to me," she once said. I have wondered at times how Mary's life might have turned out if someone had been there to hear, see, and understand her when she was a small child, abused, frightened, feeling responsible for her little sisters. Perhaps, had someone been there consistently and dependently, she could have learned to value herself, to express her feelings, to assert her anger when people invaded her boundaries physically or emotionally. Had that been her fate, would she still be alive? Chapter 2. The Little Girl Too Good to Be True. It would be an understatement to say that the spring and summer of 1996 was a stressful time in Natalie's life. In March, her 16-year-old son was discharged from a 6-month stay at a drug rehabilitation facility. He had used drugs and alcohol for the previous 2 years and was repeatedly expelled from school. "We were lucky we got him into the residential treatment program," says the 53-year-old former nurse. "He had only been home a short while when first my husband was diagnosed and then me." In July, her husband, Bill, underwent surgery for a malignant bowel tumor. After the operation, they were told the cancer had spread to his liver. Natalie had suffered fatigue, dizziness, and ringing in her ears from time to time, but her symptoms were of short duration and resolved without treatment. In the year before her diagnosis, she had felt more tired than usual. A bout of vertigo in June led to a CT scan with negative results. 2 months later, an MRI of Natalie's brain showed the characteristic abnormalities associated with multiple sclerosis. Focal areas of inflammation where myelin, the fatty tissue lining nerve cells, was damaged and scarred. Multiple sclerosis, from the Greek to harden, is the most common of the so-called demyelinating diseases that impair the functioning of cells in the central nervous system. Its symptoms depend on where the inflammation and scarring occur. The main areas attacked are usually the spinal cord, the brainstem, and the optic nerve, which is the bundle of nerve fibers carrying visual information to the brain. If the site of damage is somewhere in the spinal cord, the symptoms will be numbness, pain, or other unpleasant sensations in the limbs or trunk. There may also be involuntary tightening of the muscles or weakness. In the lower part of the brain, the loss of myelin can induce double vision or problems with speech or balance. Patients with optic neuritis, inflammation of the optic nerve, suffer temporary visual loss. Fatigue is a common symptom, a sense of overwhelming exhaustion far beyond ordinary tiredness. Natalie's dizziness continued through the fall and early winter while she nursed her husband through his convalescence from the bowel operation and a 12-week course of chemotherapy. For a while afterwards, Bill was able to resume his work as a real estate agent. Then in May 1997, a second operation was performed to excise the tumors in his liver. Following the resection, in which they removed 75% of his liver, Bill developed a blood clot in his portal vein. He could have died from that, says Natalie. He became very confused and combative. The portal vein is the major vessel conveying blood from abdominal organs to the liver. Bill died in 1999, but not before subjecting his wife to more emotional agony than she could have foreseen. Researchers in Colorado looked at 100 people with the type of MS called relapsing remitting, in which flare-ups alternate with symptom-free periods. This is the type Natalie has. Patients burdened by qualitatively extreme stresses, such as major relationship difficulties or financial insecurity, were almost 4 times as likely to suffer exacerbations. I was still having a lot of vertigo over Christmas of 1996, but after that I was almost 100%, Natalie reports. Only my gait was a little off, and despite all the problems with Bill's liver resection, I had to take him to the emergency ward 4 times between July and August, I was fine. It appeared Bill was turning around, and we were hopeful there would be no more complications. Then I had another exacerbation. The flare-up came when Natalie thought she could relax a little, when her services were no longer urgently needed. My husband was the type of person who felt that he shouldn't have to do anything he didn't want to do. He was always like that. When he was sick, he just figured he was definitely not going to do anything. He would sit down on the sofa and snap his fingers, and when he snapped, you jumped. Even the kids were getting very impatient with him. Finally, in the fall, when he was better, I sent him out of town for a few days with some friends. I said, he needs to get out. What did you need? I asked. I was fed up. I said, take him away to play some golf for a few days, and this friend came and picked him up. And 2 hours later, I knew I was having an exacerbation. What might she have learned from this experience? Well, Natalie says hesitantly, that I need to know when to withdraw from my helping mode. But I just can't. If somebody needs help, I have to do it. Regardless of what's happening for you? Yes. 5 years down the road, and I still have not learned that I have to pace myself. My body says no to me frequently, and I keep going. I don't learn. Natalie's body had many reasons to say no throughout her marriage. Bill was a heavy drinker and often embarrassed her. When he would have a little too much to drink, he became ugly, she says. He would be argumentative, aggressive, lose his temper. We would be out at a party, and if something upset him, he would tear strips off people in public for no reason. I would just turn around and walk away, and then he'd be angry at me for not supporting him. I knew within 48 hours of being diagnosed with MS that Bill would not be there for me. Returning from his golfing vacation, Bill experienced some months of physical vigor. He engaged in a relationship with another woman, a friend of the family. I thought, look at what I've done for you, says Natalie. I've jeopardized my own health. I was there for you all summer. You were at death's door, and I sat for 72 hours in that hospital waiting to see if you were going to die or recover. I looked after you when you came home, and this is how I get paid back? I get kicked in the teeth. The idea that psychological stress increases the risk for multiple sclerosis is not new. The French neurologist Jean-Martin Charcot was first to give a full clinical description of multiple sclerosis. Patients, he reported in a lecture in 1868, connect long-continued grief or vexation with the onset of symptoms. 5 years later, a British physician described a case also associated with stress. Etiologically, it is important to mention another statement the poor creature made when giving a more confidential account to the nurse, that the cause of her disease was having caught her husband in bed with another woman. For this book, I interviewed 9 people with MS, 8 of them women. About 60% of those affected are women. The emotional patterns illustrated in Natalie's story are evident in each person, if not always as dramatically. The evidence gathered from my interviews is consistent with the published research. Many students of this disease have voiced the clinical impression that emotional stress may somehow be implicated in the genesis of MS, a research article noted in 1970. Excessive emotional involvement with a parent, a lack of psychological independence, an overwhelming need for love and affection, and the inability to feel or express anger have long been identified by medical observers as possible factors in the natural development of the disease. A study in 1958 found that in nearly 90% of cases, before the onset of symptoms, patients experienced traumatic life events that had threatened their security system. A study done in 1969 looked at the role of psychological processes in 32 patients from Israel and the United States. 85% of these MS patients experienced the emergence of symptoms that were subsequently diagnosed as multiple sclerosis in the wake of recent, highly stressful events. The nature of the stressor varied considerably, from the death or illness of loved ones to a sudden threat of loss of livelihood, or perhaps to a family event that caused permanent change in a person's life and demanded a flexibility or adaptation beyond his ability to manage. Protracted marital conflict was one such source of stress, increased responsibility at work another. The common characteristic, write the authors of the study, is the gradual realization of the inability to cope with a difficult situation, provoking feelings of inadequacy or failure. These stresses held across different cultures. Another study compared MS patients with a group of healthy controls. Severely threatening events were 10 times more common and marital conflict 5 times more frequent in the MS group. Of the 8 women with multiple sclerosis I spoke with, only one was still in her first long-term relationship. The others had separated or divorced. 4 of the women had been abused physically or psychologically by their partners sometime before the onset of illness. In the remaining cases, their partners had been emotionally distant and unavailable. Lois, a journalist, was 24 when she was diagnosed with MS in 1974. A brief episode of double vision was followed some months later by pins and needles sensations in her legs. She had lived the previous 2 years in a small native settlement in the Arctic with a man 9 years her senior, an artist whom she now describes as mentally unstable. Later, he was hospitalized for manic-depressive illness. I idolized him, she recalls. He was very talented, and I felt I didn't know anything. Maybe I was a little afraid of him. Lois found life in the Arctic extremely difficult. For a sheltered West Coast girl, it was like moving to Timbuktu. I saw a psychologist years afterwards, and he said, "You were lucky to get out of there alive." There was a lot of drinking, death, and murder. Isolation. There's no road in there. I was physically afraid of my partner, of his judgment and his anger. It was a summer romance that should have lasted a few months, but it lasted a couple of years. I tried to hang on as hard as I could, but eventually he kicked me out. The living conditions were bad. We had an outhouse, and in -40 or -50 degree weather, that's awful. Then he conceded and got a honey bucket, as they called it, that I could pee into at night because women have to pee more than men, right? That was a concession, I inquire. Yes, right. We had to cart it away to dump it, and he didn't want to do that. One night, he chucked it out in the snow and told me to use the outhouse. I also had to carry the water. We had no running water. There was no option. If I wanted to stay with him, I had to put up with that. I remember saying the main thing I wanted from him was respect. I don't know why, but that was the big thing for me. I wanted that so badly I was willing to put up with a lot. Lois says that a desperate need for approval had characterized her earlier life as well, especially her relationship with her mother. I transferred to him, my mother always being in control of my life, telling me what to wear and decorating my room and telling me what I should do from the beginning. I was the little girl too good to be true. It means that you subjugate your own wants or needs in order to get approval. I was always trying to be who my parents wanted me to be. Barbara, a psychotherapist, by reputation a highly effective one, treats many people with chronic illness. She herself has multiple sclerosis. She strenuously objects to the suggestion that repression originating in her childhood experience has anything to do with the plaques of inflammation and scarring at the root of her MS symptoms. Barbara's multiple sclerosis presented 18 years ago. The first symptoms erupted shortly after she invited a sociopathic man she had worked with at a correctional facility into her home for a 2-week stay. He had done a lot of therapy, she says, and the idea was to give him a fresh chance. Instead, the client caused havoc and disruption in her home and her marriage. I asked Barbara if she does not see this invitation to a seriously troubled person as having represented a major boundary problem on her part. Well, yes and no. I thought it was fine because it was a 2-week deal. But I would never do it again, obviously. I'm so good on boundaries now that I have one client who calls me the boundary queen, and she is another therapist, so we joke about it. Unfortunately, I had to learn the hard way. Sometimes I think that my MS was a punishment for my foolishness. This reference to disease as punishment raises a key issue, since people with chronic illness are frequently accused, or may accuse themselves, of somehow deserving their misfortune. If the repression-stress perspective truly did imply that disease was punishment, I would agree with Barbara's rejection of it. But a search for scientific understanding is incompatible with moralizing and judgment. To say that an ill-advised decision to invite a potentially harmful person into one's home was a source of stress and played a role in the onset of illness is simply to point out a relationship between stress and disease. It is to discuss a possible consequence, not as punishment, but as physiological reality. Barbara insists that she had nothing but a mutually loving and healthy relationship with her parents. My mother and I were great together. We were always very close. Boundaries are learned in our formative years, I say. So why did you have to learn boundaries later, the hard way? I knew boundaries, but my mother did not. That's what most of our fights were about her inability to recognize where she ended and I began. Barbara's introduction of an unstable and dangerous man into her home would be defined in studies as a major stressor, but the chronic stress of poor boundaries that preceded it is not so easily identified. The blurring of psychological boundaries during childhood becomes a significant source of future physiological stress in the adult. There are ongoing negative effects on the body's hormonal and immune systems since people with indistinct personal boundaries live with stress, It is a permanent part of their daily experience to be encroached upon by others. However, that is a reality they have learned to exclude from direct awareness. The cause or causes of multiple sclerosis remain unknown, notes a respected textbook of internal medicine. Most research refutes a contagious origin, although a virus may possibly be indicated. There are probably genetic influences, since a few racial groups do seem to be free of it. For example, the Inuit in North America and the Bantus of Southern Africa. But genes do not explain who gets the disease or why. While it is possible to inherit a genetic susceptibility to MS, it is not possible to inherit the disease, writes the neurologist Louis J. Rosner, former head of the UCLA Multiple Sclerosis Clinic. And even people who have all the necessary genes do not necessarily get MS. The disease, experts believe, must be triggered by environmental factors. Complicating matters are MRI studies and autopsies that identify the characteristic signs of demyelination in the central nervous system of persons who never exhibited any overt signs or symptoms of the disease. Why is it that some people with these neuropathological findings escape the frank development of illness, while others do not? What could be the environmental factors alluded to by Dr. Rosner? Dr. Rosner's otherwise excellent primer on multiple sclerosis summarily dismisses exploration of emotional stress as contributing factor to the onset. Instead, he concludes that the disease is probably best explained by autoimmunity. A person becomes allergic to his own tissue, he explains, and produces antibodies that attack healthy cells. He ignores the abundant medical literature linking autoimmune processes themselves to stress and personality, a vital link to be explored more fully in later chapters. A 1994 study, done in the Department of Neurology at the University of Chicago Hospital, looked at nervous system-immune system interactions and their potential role in multiple sclerosis. Rats were used to demonstrate that artificially induced autoimmune disease would worsen when the flight or fight response was blocked. Had it not been interfered with, the animal's ability to respond normally to stress would have protected them. The MS patients described in the stress literature, and all the ones I interviewed, have been placed in positions akin to that of the unfortunate laboratory animals in the Chicago study. They were exposed to acute and chronic stress by their childhood conditioning, and their ability to engage in the necessary flight or fight behavior was impaired. The fundamental problem is not the external stress, such as the life events quoted in the studies, but an environmentally conditioned helplessness that permits neither of the normal responses of fight or flight. The resulting internal stress becomes repressed and therefore invisible. Eventually, having unmet needs or having to meet the needs of others is no longer experienced as stressful. It feels normal. One is disarmed. Veronique is 33. She was diagnosed with MS 3 years ago. I had a major episode, she relates, which I didn't know was an episode. Pain in my feet, numbness and tingling going all the way up to about the upper chest and then back down over about 3 days. I thought it was cool. I was poking myself and couldn't feel anything. I didn't say anything to anybody. A friend finally convinced her to seek medical help. You had numbness and pain from your feet to your upper chest and you didn't tell anybody? Why is that? I didn't think it was worth telling anybody, and if I told somebody like my parents, they would be upset. But if someone else had numbness and pain from the feet up to the mid-chest, would you ignore it? No, I would rush him to the doctor. Why were you treating yourself worse than you would another person? Any idea? No. Most instructive is Veronique's response to the question about any possibly stressful experiences prior to the onset of her multiple sclerosis. Not necessarily bad things, she says. I'm an adopted child. Finally, after 15 years of pressure from my adoptive mom, I looked up my biological family, which I didn't want to do. But it's always easier to give in to my mom's demands than argue about it. Always. I found them and met them, and my very first impression was, we can't possibly be related. It was stressful for me to find out about my family history, because I didn't need to know that I was possibly a child of incestuous rape. That's how it appears. Nobody's telling the whole story, and my biological mother won't say anything. Also at that time I was unemployed, waiting for EI, on welfare. And I'd kicked out my boyfriend a few months before this because he was an alcoholic and I couldn't handle that anymore either. It wasn't worth my sanity. Such are the stresses this young woman describes as not necessarily bad. Ongoing pressure from her adoptive mother, who ignored Veronique's own wishes to find and reunite with her dysfunctional biological family, discovering that her conception may have been the result of incestuous rape by a cousin. Veronique's biological mother was 16 at the time. Financial destitution. Her break with an alcoholic boyfriend. Veronique identifies with her adoptive father. He's my hero, she says. He was always there for me. So why didn't you go to him for help when you felt pressured by your mother? I could never get him alone. I always had to go through her to get to him. And what did your father do with all this? He just stood by, but I could tell he didn't like it. I'm glad you feel close to your dad, but you may wish to find yourself a new hero, one who can model some self-assertion. In order to heal, you may wish to become your own hero. The gifted British cellist Jacqueline du Pré died in 1987 at the age of 42 from complications of multiple sclerosis. When her sister, Hilary, wondered later whether stress might have brought on Jackie's illness, the neurologists firmly assured her that stress was not implicated. Orthodox medical opinion has shifted very little since then. Stress does not cause multiple sclerosis. A pamphlet recently issued by the University of Toronto's MS clinic advised patients, although people with MS are well advised to avoid stress. The statement is misleading. Of course, stress does not cause multiple sclerosis. No single factor does. The emergence of MS no doubt depends on a number of interacting influences. But is it true to say that stress does not make a major contribution to the onset of this disease? Research studies and the lives of the persons we have looked at strongly suggest that it does. Such also is the evidence of the life of Jacqueline du Pré, whose illness and death are a virtual textbook illustration of the devastating effects of the stress brought on by emotional repression. People often wept at du Pré's concerts. Her communication with audiences, someone remarked, was quite breathtaking and left everyone spellbound. Her playing was passionate, sometimes unbearably intense. She blazed a direct path to the emotions. Unlike her private persona, her stage presence was completely uninhibited. Hair flying, body swaying, it was more typical of rock and roll flamboyance than of classical restraint. She appeared to be a sweet demure milkmaid, an observer recalled, but with cello in hands, she was like one possessed. To this day, some of du Pré's recorded performances, notably of the Elgar cello concerto, are unsurpassed, and are likely to remain so. This concerto was the eminent composer's last major work, created in a mood of despondency in the wake of the First World War. Everything good and nice and clean and fresh and sweet is far away, never to return, Edward Elgar wrote in 1917. He was in his 7th decade, in the twilight of his years. Jackie's ability to portray the emotions of a man in the autumn of his life was one of her extraordinary and inexplicable capacities, writes her sister, Hilary du Pré, in her book, A Genius in the Family. Extraordinary? Yes. Inexplicable? Perhaps not. Although she was unaware of it, by the time she was 20, Jacqueline du Pré was also in the autumn of her life. The illness that was soon to end her musical career was only a few years away. regret, loss, and resignation had all been too abundantly a part of her unspoken emotional experience. She understood Elgar because she had partaken of the same suffering. His portrait always disturbed her. He had a miserable life, Hill, she told her sibling, and he was ill. Yet through it all he had a radiant soul, and that's what I feel in his music. She was describing herself from her earliest beginnings. Jackie's mother, Iris, suffered the death of her own father while she was still in the maternity hospital with Jackie. From then on, Jackie's relationship with her mother became one of symbiotic dependence from which neither party could free herself. The child was neither allowed to be a child nor permitted to grow up to be an adult. Jackie was a sensitive child, quiet and shy, sometimes mischievous. She was said to have been placid except when playing the cello. A music teacher recalls her at age 6 as having been terribly polite and nicely brought up. She presented a pleasant and compliant face to the world. The secretary at the girls' school Jackie attended remembers her as a happy and cheerful child. A high school classmate recalls her as a friendly, jolly girl who fitted in well. Jackie's inner reality was quite different. Hilary recounts that her sister burst into tears one day. "No one likes me at school. It's horrible. They all tease me." In an interview, Jacqueline portrayed herself as one of those children other children can't stand. They used to form gangs and chant horrid things. She was an awkward youngster, socially gauche, with no academic interests and little to say. According to her sister, Jackie always had difficulty expressing herself in words. Observant friends noted an incipient strain of melancholy underneath Jackie's sunny exterior, writes her biographer, Elizabeth Wilson, in Jacqueline Dupre. All her life, until her illness, Jackie would hide her feelings from her mother. Hilary recalls a chilling childhood memory of Jacqueline's intense expression and secretive whisper. "Hill, don't tell Mum, but when I grow up, I won't be able to walk or move." How are we to understand that horrific self-prophecy? Either as something uncanny or as the projection of exactly how, in her unconscious depths, the child Jackie already felt. Incapable of moving independently, fettered, her vital self paralyzed. And "don't tell Mum," the resignation of someone already aware of the futility of trying to convey her pain, fear, and anxiety, her shadow side, to a parent unable to receive such communication. Much later, when multiple sclerosis struck, all Jackie's lifelong resentment toward her mother erupted in bursts of uncontrolled, profane rage. The docile child became a profoundly hostile adult. As much as Jacqueline Dupre loved and craved the cello, something in her resisted the role of cello virtuoso. This virtuoso persona preempted her true self. It also became her only mode of emotional communication and her only way of keeping her mother's attention. Multiple sclerosis was to be her means of casting off this role, her body's way of saying no. Jacqueline herself was incapable of refusing the world's expectations directly. At the age of 18, already in the public eye, she was wistfully envious of another young cellist who was then experiencing a crisis. "That girl is lucky," she told a friend. "She could give up music if she wanted to. But I could never give it up because too many people have spent too much money on me." The cello enabled her to soar to unimaginable heights, and it shackled her. Terrified as she was of the toll a musical career would take on her, she succumbed to the impositions of her talent and her family's needs. Hilary speaks of Jackie's cello voice. Because Jackie's direct means of emotional expression had been stifled early on, the cello became her voice. She poured all her intensity, pain, resignation, all her rage into her music. As one of her cello teachers astutely observed when Jackie was an adolescent, she was forcing the instrument to express her internal aggression through her playing. When engaged in music, she was fully animated by emotions that were diluted or absent everywhere else in her life. This is why she was so riveting to watch, and so often painful to listen to, almost scary, in the words of the Russian cellist Misha Maisky. 20 years after her childhood debut, now ill with MS, Jackie told a friend what she had felt on first finding herself on stage. It was as if, until that moment, she had in front of her a brick wall which blocked her communication with the outside world. But the moment Jackie started to play for an audience, that brick wall vanished, and she felt able to speak at last. It was a sensation that never left her when she performed. As an adult, she was to write in her diary that she had never known how to speak in words, only through music. Her relationship with her husband, Daniel Barenboim, dominated the last phase of Jacqueline du Pré's life before multiple sclerosis ended her cello playing. A charming, cultured, and cosmopolitan Argentine Jew who had grown up in Israel, Barenboim by his late 20s was a supernova in the international musical galaxy. He was a sought-after concert pianist and chamber musician and was also making a name for himself as a conductor. When du Pré and Barenboim met, the musical communication between them was spontaneously electric, passionate, even mystical. A love affair and marriage were inevitable. It seemed a fairy tale romance. They became the glamour couple of the classical music world. Unfortunately, Jackie could no more be her true self in her marriage than in her family of origin. People who knew her well soon noticed that she spoke with a curious, indefinable mid-Atlantic accent. This unconscious adoption of her husband's mode of speaking signaled the merging of her identity with that of another, more dominant personality. Hilary writes that once more Jackie was fitting herself to someone else's needs and expectations. The wide-open spaces of her personality had little chance for expression except through their music-making. She had to be the Jackie the circumstances demanded. When her yet undiagnosed progressive neurological disease began to cause serious symptoms like weakness and falling, she followed a lifelong pattern of silence. Rather than alarm her husband, she hid her problems, pretending that other causes had slowed her down. "Well, I can only say that it doesn't feel like stress," Jackie said one time early in her marriage when Hilary asked how she coped with the strain of both a personal and professional relationship with her husband. "I find myself a very happy person. I love my music, and I love my husband, and there seems to be ample time for both." A short while later, she fled husband and career. She came to believe that her husband stood between her and her true self. She briefly left the marriage, acting out her unhappiness through a sexual affair with her brother-in-law, a further example of her uncertain boundaries. Deeply depressed, for a while she wanted nothing to do with the cello. Soon after she returned to both marriage and music, she was diagnosed with MS. Jacqueline du Pré's cello voice remained her only voice. Hilary called it her sister's salvation. It was not. It worked for audiences, but it did not work for her. People loved her impassioned music-making, but no one who mattered ever truly listened. Audiences wept and critics sang her praises, but no one heard her. Tragically, she too was deaf to her true self. Artistic expression by itself is only a form of acting out emotions, not a way of working them through. After her sister's death, Hilary listened to a 1973 BBC tape of the Elgar Concerto, with Zubin Mehta conducting. It had been Jackie's final public performance in Britain. A few moments of tuning, a short pause, and she began. I suddenly jumped. She was slowing the tempo down. A few more bars and it became vividly clear. I knew exactly what was happening. Jackie, as always, was speaking through her cello. I could hear what she was saying. I could almost see tears on her face. She was saying goodbye to herself, playing her own requiem. Chapter 3. Stress and emotional competence. A perennial give-and-take has been going on between living matter and its inanimate surroundings, between one living being and another, ever since the dawn of life in the prehistoric oceans, wrote Hans Selye in The Stress of Life. Interactions with other human beings, in particular emotional interactions, affect our biological functioning in myriad and subtle ways almost every moment of our lives. They are important determinants of health, as we will see throughout this book. Understanding the intricate balance of relationships among our psychological dynamics, our emotional environment, and our physiology is crucial to well-being. This may seem odd, wrote Selye. You may feel there is no conceivable relationship between the behavior of our cells, for instance in inflammation, and our conduct in everyday life. I do not agree. Despite the intervening 6 decades of scientific inquiry since Selye's groundbreaking work, the physiological impact of the emotions is still far from fully appreciated. The medical approach to health and illness continues to suppose that body and mind are separable from each other and from the milieu in which they exist. Compounding that mistake is a definition of stress that is narrow and simplistic. Medical thinking usually sees stress as highly disturbing but isolated events, such as, for example, a sudden unemployment, a marriage breakup, or the death of a loved one. These major events are potent sources of stress for many, but there are chronic daily stresses in people's lives that are more insidious and more harmful in their long-term biological consequences. Internally generated stresses take their toll without in any way seeming out of the ordinary. For those habituated to high levels of internal stress since early childhood, it is the absence of stress that creates unease, evoking boredom and a sense of meaninglessness. People may become addicted to their own stress hormones, adrenaline and cortisol, Hans Selye observed. To such persons, stress feels desirable, while the absence of it feels like something to be avoided. When people describe themselves as being stressed, they usually mean the nervous agitation they experience under excessive demands, most commonly in the areas of work, family, relationships, finances, or health. But sensations of nervous tension do not define stress, nor, strictly speaking, are they always perceived when people are stressed. Stress, as we will define it, is not a matter of subjective feeling. It is a measurable set of objective physiological events in the body involving the brain, the hormonal apparatus, the immune system, and many other organs. Both animals and people can experience stress with no awareness of its presence. Stress is not simply nervous tension, Selye pointed out. Stress reactions do occur in lower animals and even in plants that have no nervous systems. Indeed, stress can be produced under deep anesthesia in patients who are unconscious, and even in cell cultures grown outside the body. Similarly, stress effects can be highly active in persons who are fully awake, but who are in the grip of unconscious emotions or cut off from their body responses. The physiology of stress may be triggered without observable effects on behavior and without subjective awareness, as has been shown in animal experiments and in human studies. What, then, is stress? Selye, who coined the word in its present usage and who described with mock pride how der Stress, le stress, and lo stress entered the German, French, and Italian languages, respectively, conceived of stress as a biological process, a wide-ranging set of events in the body, irrespective of cause or of subjective awareness. Stress consists of the internal alterations, visible or not, that occur when the organism perceives a threat to its existence or well-being. While nervous tension may be a component of stress, one can be stressed without feeling tension. On the other hand, it is possible to feel tension without activating the physiological mechanisms of stress. In searching for a word to capture the meaning of the physical changes he observed in his experiments, Selye stumbled upon the term stress, which had long been used in common English, and particularly in engineering, to denote the effects of a force acting against a resistance. He gives the example of changes induced in a stretched rubber band or in a steel spring under pressure. These changes may be noted with the naked eye or may be evident only on microscopic examination. Selye's analogies illustrate an important point. Excessive stress occurs when the demands made on an organism exceed that organism's reasonable capacities to fulfill them. The rubber band snaps, the spring becomes deformed. The stress response can be set off by physical damage, either by infection or injury. It can also be triggered by emotional trauma or just by the threat of such trauma, even if purely imaginary. Physiological stress responses can be evoked when the threat is outside conscious awareness, or even when the individual may believe himself to be stressed in a good way. Alan, a 47-year-old engineer, was diagnosed with cancer of the esophagus, the swallowing tube that carries food from the throat to the stomach, a few years ago. He spoke of good stress when he described the relentless, self-driven existence he had led in the year before he was diagnosed with his malignancy. That good stress not only helped undermine his health, but it also served to distract him from painful issues in his life that were themselves constant sources of ongoing physiological disturbance in his system. Alan's lower esophagus has been removed, along with the upper portion of the stomach where the tumor had invaded. Because the cancer had spread to several lymph nodes outside the gut, he received 5 courses of chemotherapy. His white blood cells became so depleted that another round of chemo would have killed him. A non-smoker or drinker, he was shocked by the diagnosis, since he always considered that he lived a healthy life. But he has thought for a long time that he has a weak stomach. He often suffered indigestion and heartburn, a symptom of the reflux of stomach acid into the esophagus. The lining of the esophagus is not designed to withstand the corrosive bath of hydrochloric acid secreted in the stomach. A muscular valve between the two organs and complex neurological mechanisms ensure that food can move downward from throat to stomach without permitting acid to flow back upward. Chronic reflux can damage the surface of the lower esophagus, predisposing it to malignant change. Not being one to complain, Alan had only once mentioned this problem to doctors. He thinks fast, speaks fast, does everything fast. He believed, quite plausibly, in fact, that his habit of eating on the run was responsible for the heartburn. However, excessive acid production due to stress and disordered neural input from the autonomic nervous system also play a role in reflux. The autonomic part of the nervous system is the part not under our conscious control, and, as the name implies, it is responsible for many automatic body functions, such as heart rate, breathing, and the muscle contractions of internal organs. I asked Alan if there had been any stresses in his life in the period preceding the diagnosis. Yes, I had been under stress, but there are 2 kinds of stress. There is stress that is bad and stress that is good. In Alan's estimation, the bad stress was the complete lack of intimacy in his 10-year marriage to Shelley. He sees that as the main reason the couple have not had children. She just has some very serious problems. Because of her inability to be romantic, intimate, and all the things that I need, my frustrations with our marriage were at their absolute peak at the point I got the cancer. I've always felt that that was a really major thing. The good stresses, in Alan's view, came from his work. In the year prior to his diagnosis, he worked 11 hours a day, 7 days a week. I asked him if he has ever said no to anything. Never. In fact, I love being asked. Almost never have I said yes with deep regret. I like doing things. I like taking things on. All somebody has to do is ask me, and they got me. What about since the cancer? I've learned to say no. I say it all the time. I want to live. I think saying no plays a big role in getting better. 4 years ago, they gave me a 15% chance of survival. I made a conscious decision that I wanted to live, and I set a timeline somewhere between 5 and 7 years. How do you mean? 5 years is supposed to be the magical thing, but I know it's just an arbitrary timeline. I figure I'll cheat and get 2 more years. Then, after 7, are you saying that after 7 years you can go back to living crazily again? Yes, I might. I don't know. Big mistake. Probably. We'll talk about that. But right now, I'm a good boy. I really am. I say no to everybody. The experience of stress has 3 components. The first is the event, physical or emotional, that the organism interprets as threatening. This is the stress stimulus, also called the stressor. The second element is the processing system that experiences and interprets the meaning of the stressor. In the case of human beings, this processing system is the nervous system, in particular the brain. The final constituent is the stress response, which consists of the various physiological and behavioral adjustments made as a reaction to a perceived threat. We see immediately that the definition of a stressor depends on the processing system that assigns meaning to it. The shock of an earthquake is a direct threat to many organisms, though not to a bacterium. The loss of a job is more acutely stressful to a salaried employee whose family lives month to month than to an executive who receives a golden handshake. Equally important is the personality and current psychological state of the individual on whom the stressor is acting. The executive whose financial security is assured when he is terminated may still experience severe stress if his self-esteem and sense of purpose were completely bound up with his position in the company, compared with a colleague who finds greater value in family, social interests, or spiritual pursuits. The loss of employment will be perceived as a major threat by the one, while the other may see it as an opportunity. There is no uniform and universal relationship between a stressor and the stress response. Each stress event is singular and is experienced in the present, but it also has its resonance from the past. The intensity of the stress experience and its long-term consequences depend on many factors unique to each individual. What defines stress for each of us is a matter of personal disposition and, even more, of personal history. Selye discovered that the biology of stress predominantly affected 3 types of tissues or organs in the body. In the hormonal system, visible changes occurred in the adrenal glands. In the immune system, stress affected the spleen, the thymus, and the lymph glands, and the intestinal lining of the digestive system. Rats, autopsied after stress, had enlarged adrenals, shrunken lymph organs, and ulcerated intestines. All these effects are generated by central nervous system pathways and by hormones. There are many hormones in the body, soluble chemicals that affect the functioning of organs, tissues, and cells. When a chemical is secreted into the circulation by one organ to influence the functioning of another, it is called an endocrine hormone. On the perception of a threat, the hypothalamus in the brainstem releases corticotropin-releasing hormone, CRH, which travels a short distance to the pituitary, a small endocrine gland embedded in the bones at the base of the skull. Stimulated by CRH, the pituitary releases adrenocorticotrophic hormone, ACTH. ACTH is in turn carried by the blood to the adrenals, small organs hidden in the fatty tissue on top of the kidneys. Here, ACTH acts on the adrenal cortex, a thin rind of tissue that itself functions as an endocrine gland. Stimulated by ACTH, this gland now secretes the corticoid hormones, corticoid from cortex, the chief among them being cortisol. Cortisol acts on almost every tissue in the body, one way or another, from the brain to the immune system, from the bones to the intestines. It is an important part of the infinitely intricate system of physiological checks and balances by which the body mounts a response to threat. The immediate effects of cortisol are to dampen the stress reaction, decreasing immune activity to keep it within safe bounds. the functional nexus formed by hypothalamus, pituitary, and adrenal glands is referred to as the HPA axis. The HPA axis is the hub of the body's stress mechanism. It is implicated in many of the chronic conditions we will explore in later chapters. Because the hypothalamus is in two-way communication with the brain centers that process emotions, it is through the HPA axis that emotions exert their most direct effects on the immune system and on other organs. Selye's triad of adrenal enlargement, lymphoid tissue shrinkage, and intestinal ulcerations are due then to the enhancing effect of ACTH on the adrenal, the inhibiting effect of cortisol on the immune system, and the ulcerating effect of cortisol on the intestines. Many people who are prescribed cortisol-type drugs in treatment for, say, asthma, colitis, arthritis, or cancer are at risk for intestinal bleeding and may need to take other medications to protect the gut lining. This cortisol effect also helps to explain why chronic stress leaves us more susceptible to developing intestinal ulcers. Cortisol also has powerful bone-thinning actions. Depressed people secrete high levels of cortisol, which is why stressed and depressed postmenopausal women are more likely to develop osteoporosis and hip fractures. This cursory description of the stress reaction is necessarily incomplete, for stress affects and involves virtually every tissue in the body. As Selye noted, a general outline of the stress response will not only have to include brain and nerves, pituitary, adrenal, kidney, blood vessels, connective tissue, thyroid, liver, and white blood cells, but will also have to indicate the manifold interrelations between them. Stress acts on many cells and tissues in the immune system that were largely unknown when Selye was conducting his pioneering research. Also involved in the immediate alarm response to threat are the heart, lungs, skeletal muscles, and the emotional centers in the brain. We need to mount a stress response in order to preserve internal stability. The stress response is nonspecific. It may be triggered in reaction to any attack, physical, biological, chemical, or psychological, or in response to any perception of attack or threat, conscious or unconscious. The essence of threat is a destabilization of the body's homeostasis, the relatively narrow range of physiological conditions within which the organism can survive and function. To facilitate fight or escape, blood needs to be diverted from the internal organs to the muscles, and the heart needs to pump faster. The brain needs to focus on the threat, forgetting about hunger or sexual drive. Stored energy supplies need to be mobilized in the form of sugar molecules. The immune cells must be activated. Adrenaline, cortisol, and the other stress substances fulfill those tasks. All these functions must be kept within safe limits. Too much sugar in the blood will cause coma. An overactive immune system will soon produce chemicals that are toxic. Thus, the stress response may be understood not only as the body's reaction to threat, but also as its attempt to maintain homeostasis in the face of threat. At a conference on stress at the National Institutes of Health, U.S., researchers used the concept of the stable internal milieu to define stress itself as a state of disharmony or threatened homeostasis. According to such a definition, a stressor is a threat, real or perceived, that tends to disturb homeostasis. What do all stressors have in common? Ultimately, they all represent the absence of something that the organism perceives as necessary for survival, or its threatened loss. The threatened loss of food supply is a major stressor. So is, for human beings, the threatened loss of love. It may be said without hesitation, Hans Selye wrote, that for man, the most important stressors are emotional. The research literature has identified 3 factors that universally lead to stress: uncertainty, the lack of information, and the loss of control. All 3 are present in the lives of individuals with chronic illness. Many people may have the illusion that they are in control, only to find later that forces unknown to them were driving their decisions and behaviors for many, many years. I have found that in my life. For some people, it is disease that finally shatters the illusion of control. Gabrielle is 58, active in a local scleroderma society. Her naturally large eyes are magnified by the effect of her skin being stretched tightly on her face, her smile a barely perceptible movement of her lips over perfect white teeth. Her narrow fingers shine with the waxy translucency characteristic of scleroderma, but they also display some of the deformity of rheumatoid arthritis. Several digits have drifted off-center and are swollen at the joints. Gabrielle was diagnosed with scleroderma in 1985. Usually, the disease's onset is slow and insidious, but the first symptoms she experienced came on with flu-like suddenness, probably because in her case, the scleroderma is associated with a more generalized rheumatic arthritis. I was very, very ill for close to a year, she recalls. The first 5 or 6 months I was hardly able to get out of bed. It was an effort to get up and do anything because of pain everywhere there is a joint. I would respond to an anti-inflammatory or Tylenol 3 for maybe 3 or 4 weeks. Then it wouldn't be effective anymore, so we would change and try something else. I was unable to eat. In 5 weeks I lost 30 pounds. I was down to 91 pounds. I had read in different articles that people who come down with scleroderma are those who've always had to feel in control. All my life I'd been the one in charge, taking care of everything. Suddenly now with the disease you are totally out of control. It may seem paradoxical to claim that stress, a physiological mechanism vital to life, is a cause of illness. To resolve this apparent contradiction, we must differentiate between acute stress and chronic stress. Acute stress is the immediate short-term body response to threat. Chronic stress is activation of the stress mechanisms over long periods of time when a person is exposed to stressors that cannot be escaped either because she does not recognize them or because she has no control over them. Discharges of nervous system, hormonal output, and immune changes constitute the flight or fight reactions that help us survive immediate danger. These biological responses are adaptive in the emergencies for which nature designed them. But these same stress responses, triggered chronically and without resolution, produce harm and even permanent damage. Chronically high cortisol levels destroy tissue. Chronically elevated adrenaline levels raise the blood pressure and damage the heart. There is extensive documentation of the inhibiting effect of chronic stress on the immune system. In one study, the activity of immune cells called natural killer, NK cells, were compared in 2 groups, spousal caregivers of people with Alzheimer's disease and age and health matched controls. NK cells are frontline troops in the fight against infections and against cancer, having the capacity to attack invading microorganisms and to destroy cells with malignant mutations. The NK cell functioning of the caregivers was significantly suppressed, even in those whose spouses had died as long as 3 years previously. The caregivers who reported lower levels of social support also showed the greatest depression in immune activity, just as the loneliest medical students had the most impaired immune systems under the stress of examinations. Another study of caregivers assessed the efficacy of immunization against influenza. In this study, 80% among the non-stressed control group developed immunity against the virus, but only 20% of the Alzheimer caregivers were able to do so. The stress of unremitting caregiving inhibited the immune system and left people susceptible to influenza. Research has also shown stress-related delays in tissue repair. The wounds of Alzheimer caregivers took an average of 9 days longer to heal than those of controls. Higher levels of stress cause higher cortisol output via the HPA axis, and cortisol inhibits the activity of the inflammatory cells involved in wound healing. Dental students had a wound deliberately inflicted on their hard palates while they were facing immunology exams, and again during vacation. In all of them, the wound healed more quickly in the summer. Under stress, their white blood cells produced less of a substance essential to healing. The oft-observed relationship between stress, impaired immunity, and illness has given rise to the concept of diseases of adaptation, a phrase of Hans Selye's. The flight or fight response, it is argued, was indispensable in an era when early human beings had to confront a natural world of predators and other dangers. In civilized society, however, the fight-flight reaction is triggered in situations where it is neither necessary nor helpful, since we no longer face the same mortal threats to existence. The body's physiological stress mechanisms are often triggered inappropriately, leading to disease. There is another way to look at it. The fight or flight alarm reaction exists today for the same purpose evolution originally assigned to it, to enable us to survive. What has happened is that we have lost touch with the gut feelings designed to be our warning system. The body mounts a stress response, but the mind is unaware of the threat. We keep ourselves in physiologically stressful situations, with only a dim awareness of distress, or no awareness at all. As Selye pointed out, the salient stressors in the lives of most human beings today, at least in the industrialized world, are emotional. Just like laboratory animals unable to escape, people find themselves trapped in lifestyles and emotional patterns inimical to their health. The higher the level of economic development, it seems, the more anesthetized we have become to our emotional realities. We no longer sense what is happening in our bodies, and cannot therefore act in self-preserving ways. The physiology of stress eats away at our bodies, not because it has outlived its usefulness, but because we may no longer have the competence to recognize its signals. Like stress, emotion is a concept we often invoke without a precise sense of its meaning. And, like stress, emotions have several components. The psychologist Ross Buck distinguishes between 3 levels of emotional responses, which he calls Emotion 1, Emotion 2, and Emotion 3, classified according to the degree we are conscious of them. Emotion 3 is the subjective experience from within oneself. It is how we feel. In the experience of Emotion 3, there is conscious awareness of an emotional state, such as anger or joy or fear, and its accompanying bodily sensations. Emotion 2 comprises our emotional displays as seen by others, with or without our awareness. It is signaled through body language, non-verbal signals, mannerisms, tones of voice, gestures, facial expressions, brief touches, and even the timing of events and pauses between words. They may have physiologic consequences, often outside the awareness of the participant. It is quite common for a person to be oblivious to the emotions he is communicating, even though they are clearly read by those around him. Our expressions of emotion, too, are what most affect other people, regardless of our intentions. A child's displays of emotion, too, are also what parents are least able to tolerate if the feelings being manifested trigger too much anxiety in them. As Dr. Buck points out, a child whose parents punish or inhibit this acting out of emotion will be conditioned to respond to similar emotions in the future by repression. The self-shutdown serves to prevent shame and rejection. Under such conditions, Buck writes, emotional competence will be compromised. The individual will not in the future know how to effectively handle the feelings and desires involved. The result would be a kind of helplessness. The stress literature amply documents that helplessness, real or perceived, is a potent trigger for biological stress responses. Learned helplessness is a psychological state in which subjects do not extricate themselves from stressful situations, even when they have the physical opportunity to do so. People often find themselves in situations of learned helplessness. For example, someone who feels stuck in a dysfunctional or even abusive relationship, in a stressful job, or in a lifestyle that robs him or her of true freedom. Emotion 1 comprises the physiological changes triggered by emotional stimuli such as the nervous system discharges, hormonal output, and immune changes that make up the flight or fight reaction in response to threat. These responses are not under conscious control, and they cannot be directly observed from the outside. They just happen. They may occur in the absence of subjective awareness or of emotional expression. Adaptive in the acute threat situation, these same stress responses are harmful when they are triggered chronically without the individuals being able to act in any way to defeat the perceived threat or to avoid it. Self-regulation, writes Ross Buck, involves in part the attainment of emotional competence, which is defined as the ability to deal in an appropriate and satisfactory way with one's own feelings and desires. Emotional competence presupposes capacities often lacking in our society, where cool, the absence of emotion, is the prevailing ethic, where don't be so emotional and don't be so sensitive are what children often hear, and where rationality is generally considered to be the preferred antithesis of emotionality. The idealized cultural symbol of rationality is Mr. Spock, the emotionally crippled Vulcan character on Star Trek. Emotional competence requires the capacity to feel our emotions so that we are aware when we are experiencing stress, the ability to express our emotions effectively and thereby to assert our needs and to maintain the integrity of our emotional boundaries, the facility to distinguish between psychological reactions that are pertinent to the present situation and those that represent residue from the past. What we want and demand from the world needs to conform to our present needs, not to unconscious, unsatisfied needs from childhood. If distinctions between past and present blur, we will perceive loss or the threat of loss where none exists. And the awareness of those genuine needs that do require satisfaction, rather than their repression for the sake of gaining the acceptance or approval of others. Stress occurs in the absence of these criteria, and it leads to the disruption of homeostasis. Chronic disruption results in ill health. In each of the individual histories of illness in this book, one or more aspect of emotional competence was significantly compromised, usually in ways entirely unknown to the person involved. Emotional competence is what we need to develop if we are to protect ourselves from the hidden stresses that create a risk to health, and it is what we need to regain if we are to heal. We need to foster emotional competence in our children as the best preventive medicine. Chapter 4. Buried Alive. Alexa and her husband Peter wanted a second opinion. A death sentence had been pronounced on her, and they hoped I would be able to repeal it. Alexa was an elementary teacher in her early 40s. In the year preceding our meeting, the small muscles in her hands had begun to shrivel up, and she had increasing difficulty grasping objects. She also suffered inexplicable falls. She sought advice from Dr. Gordon Neufeld, a noted developmental psychologist in British Columbia, whom she had come to know through his consulting work in the school system. Believing it was only stress, she avoided considering a medical explanation. Alexa forced herself to carry on with her professional duties. She struggled to maintain her routine beyond any reasonable point, well past the line most people would draw in taking care of themselves. She worked incredibly long hours and was overextended, Dr. Neufeld recalls. I've never seen anybody push herself to the extent that she did. Because she could barely hold pen or pencil, Alexa often stayed up long after midnight to complete her daily marking of student assignments. In the morning, she would arise at 5:30 in order to arrive at school early enough to scrawl the day's lesson on the blackboard, the chalk gripped in her closed fist. As her condition deteriorated further, she finally accepted a referral to an international authority on amyotrophic lateral sclerosis, Dr. Andrew Eisen. Electrophysiological testing and clinical examination left no doubt in Dr. Eisen's mind that the patient had ALS. At this point, Peter and Alexa asked me to review the medical evidence, hoping I would discover something to challenge the specialist's opinion. or more precisely, hoping I would support their belief that the symptoms were purely stress-related. The diagnosis was irrefutable. As Dr. Eisen said, a classic case. In ALS, the motor neurons, nerve cells that initiate and control muscle movement, gradually die. Without electrical discharges from the nerves, the muscles wither. As the website of the ALS Society explains, amyotrophic comes from the Greek language. A means no or negative, myo refers to muscle, and trophic means nourishment. No muscle nourishment. When a muscle has no nourishment, it atrophies or wastes away. Lateral identifies the areas in a person's spinal cord where portions of the nerve cells that nourish the muscles are located. As this area degenerates, it leads to scarring or hardening, sclerosis, in the region. Initial symptoms depend on the area of the spinal cord or the brainstem where the disease first strikes. People may experience muscle twitching or cramps, loss of normal speech, or difficulties swallowing. Mobility and limb movement are eventually lost, as is speech, swallowing, and the capacity to move air in and out of the lungs. Despite a few reported cases of recovery, early death is usually inevitable. About 50% of patients succumb within 5 years, although some may survive much longer. The British cosmologist Stephen Hawking, author of A Brief History of Time, has lived with the diagnosis for decades, for reasons that may emerge when we come to study his example. In contrast with other degenerative diseases of the nervous system, ALS patients lose muscle control without suffering intellectual decline. As a research paper by Susanna Horgan, a Calgary psychologist, puts it, most stories from patients convey the strains of having to manage the combination of an intact mind and an impaired body. What causes the neurological degeneration from ALS is not known. There is some evidence there may be immune system involvement, including a dysfunction of the cells in the nervous system that have an immune role. A class of cells called microglia serve a protective role in the brain, but when hyperstimulated, they may become destructive. An article in Scientific American in 1995 cited tantalizing preliminary data pointing to microglia as possible participants in multiple sclerosis, Parkinson's disease, and ALS. Alexa and Peter were striking in their desperation to think their way past their tragic situation. Peter, a retired engineer, would get bogged down in arcane details of muscle electrophysiology, quoting research of dubious significance and proposing theories that would have made an expert's hair stand on end. He would often interrupt his wife when I asked her a question. She, in turn, would cast sidelong glances at him as if for approval as she gave her answers. It was evident that he found the prospect of Alexa's death unbearably frightening, and also that she appeared to deny the diagnosis more for his sake than her own. I felt as though I was engaged in conversation not with two separate individuals, but with one possessed of two bodies. Alexa could not afford to think a separate thought, says Dr. Neufeld. She could not afford to say anything about Peter that would have indicated she was a separate person from him. Also painfully obvious was Alexa's inability to speak emotional language. She simply had no vocabulary to express her feelings directly. Any question related to emotion would be answered by thoughts delivered in a hyper-articulate but confused fashion. She seemed to perceive the world through abstract ideas instead of felt experience. All of the emotions seemed completely frozen, confirms Neufeld. What froze Alexa was her overwhelming fear of abandonment. Given up by her birth parents, she had never established a connection with her adoptive mother. There was nothing in that relationship. It never worked, says Dr. Neufeld, who came to know Alexa closely in her last 3 years of life. The adoptive mother had another child whom she favored, and there was nothing Alexa could do, try as she might. She became estranged as an adolescent, finally, because she gave up. Until then, she worked desperately to make a connection with her adoptive mother, and couldn't. It was a total vacuum. Alexa felt like there was a huge cavern where the sense of self should be. Her first marriage quickly fell apart. She grew up believing she had to take care of everybody. There was never any respite in her, says Neufeld. There was no internal resting place. In a 1970 research article, two psychiatrists at the Yale University School of Medicine, Walter Brown and Peter Mueller, recorded dramatically similar impressions of ALS patients. They invariably evoked admiration and respect from all staff who came into contact with them, wrote Drs. Brown and Mueller. Characteristic was their attempt to avoid asking for help. This Yale study of 10 patients employed interviews, clinical evaluations, and self-administered psychological tests. The authors concluded that people with ALS seemed to have two lifelong patterns distinguishing them: rigidly competent behavior, that is, the inability to ask for or receive help, and the chronic exclusion of so-called negative feelings. Hard, steady work without recourse to help from others was pervasive, the study notes. There seemed to have been a habitual denial, suppression, or isolation of fear, anxiety, and sadness. Most expressed the necessity to be cheerful. Some spoke casually of their deterioration or did so with engaging smiles. The conclusions of this 1970 Yale paper were not confirmed by a study 7 years later at the Presbyterian Hospital in San Francisco. One might say the jury is out, except that the Yale study is consistent with everything that can possibly be read about ALS patients, observed about them, or told by clinicians working with them. Studies in psychology, an art trying desperately to dress itself up as a pure science, often find only what the particular researchers have the eyes to see. Why are patients with ALS so nice? Was the title of an intriguing paper presented by neurologists from the Cleveland Clinic at an international symposium in Munich a few years ago. It discussed the impression of many clinicians that people with Lou Gehrig's disease nearly all seem to cluster at the most pleasant end of the personality spectrum, in contrast to persons with other diseases. At the Cleveland Clinic, a major referral center for amyotrophic lateral sclerosis, the protocol for suspected ALS patients begins with electrodiagnostic testing, EDX. By measuring electroconductivity, EDX detects the viability or death of motor neurons, the nerve cells that act on muscle fibers. Niceness is commonly perceived by staff to be a feature of the ALS personality, reports Dr. Asa J. Wilborn, senior author of the paper. His article noted, "This occurs so consistently that whenever the EDX technologists have completed their work and deliver the results, they usually accompany it with some comment. For example, 'This patient cannot have ALS. He or she is not nice enough.' In spite of the briefness of their contact with the patients and the obvious unscientific method by which they form their opinions, almost invariably these prove to be correct." The interesting thing in Munich was that when we presented our paper, everybody came around, says Dr. Wilborn. "Oh yeah," people commented. "I've noticed that. I've just never thought about it." It's almost universal. It becomes common knowledge in the laboratory where you evaluate a lot of patients of ALS, and we do an enormous number of cases. I think that anyone who deals with ALS knows that this is a definite phenomenon. Similar patterns emerge from my personal encounters with ALS patients in private practice and in palliative care. Emotional repression, in most cases expressed as niceness, can also be found on exploring the lives of famous persons with ALS, from the physicist Stephen Hawking, the baseball great Gehrig, to Maury Schwartz, the professor whose television appearances on Ted Koppel's show made him a much-admired figure in the last months of his life, and whose story and wisdom formed the subject of the bestseller Tuesdays with Maury. In Canada, Sue Rodriguez, a person with ALS, gained national prominence with her determined legal battle for her right to assisted suicide. In the end, not even a Supreme Court decision could deny her that right. Her story is congruent with what the lives of these others also teach us. The life histories of people with ALS invariably tell of emotional deprivation or loss in childhood. Characterizing the personalities of ALS patients are relentless self-drive, reluctance to acknowledge the need for help, and the denial of pain, whether physical or emotional. All these behaviors and psychological coping mechanisms far predate the onset of illness. The conspicuous niceness of most, but not all, persons with ALS is an expression of a self-imposed image that needs to conform to the individual's and the world's expectations. Unlike someone whose human characteristics emerge spontaneously, the individual seems trapped in a role, even when the role causes further harm. It is adopted where a strong sense of self should be. A strong sense of self that could not develop under early childhood conditions of emotional barrenness. In people with a weak sense of self, there is often an unhealthy fusion with others. The example of New York Yankees first baseman Lou Gehrig is instructive. Gehrig earned the sobriquet the Iron Horse for his implacable refusal to remove himself from the lineup, regardless of illness or injury. In the 1930s, long before the days of sophisticated physiotherapy and sports medicine, he set a record for consecutive games played, 2,130, that would stand for the next 6 decades. He seemed to feel that his prodigious talents and dedicated play when healthy were not enough, and he was too dutiful toward his fans and employers to ever take time off. Gehrig was caught up, according to his biographer, in his self-designated role as a loyal son, loyal team player, loyal citizen, loyal employee. A teammate recalled Gehrig's participation in a game despite a broken middle finger on his right hand. Every time he batted a ball, it hurt him, and he almost got sick to his stomach when he caught the ball. You could see him wince, but he always stayed in the game. When his hands were x-rayed, it was found that every one of his fingers had been broken at one time or another, some more than once. Long before ALS forced him to retire, Gehrig had sustained 17 separate fractures in his hands. He stayed in games grinning crazily like a macabre dancer in a grueling marathon, someone wrote. The contrast between Gehrig's unsparing attitude toward himself and his solicitude toward others was glaringly evident when a Yankee rookie was weak from a heavy cold. Placating the annoyed team manager, Gehrig took the young man home to be cared for by his mother, who treated the patient to hot wine and put him to bed in her son's room. Lou slept on the couch. Gehrig has been described as a quintessential mama's boy. He lived with his mother until his marriage in his early 30s, a union the mother accepted only with marked ill grace. Stephen Hawking was diagnosed at the age of 21. His biographers write, "During his first 2 years at Cambridge, the effects of the ALS disease rapidly worsened. He was beginning to experience enormous difficulty in walking and was compelled to use a stick in order to move just a few feet. His friends helped him as best they could, but most of the time he shunned any assistance. Using walls and objects as well as sticks, he would manage, painfully slowly, to traverse rooms and open areas. There were many occasions when these supports were not enough. On some days, Hawking would turn up at the office with a bandage around his head, having fallen heavily and received a nasty bump." Dennis Kay, a Canadian who died of ALS, published Laugh, I Thought I'd Die in 1993. His book has the reader doubled over with laughter, even knowing the author's fate, exactly as Kay had intended. Like several other writers with ALS, he remained undaunted by the exorbitant physical demands of writing without the use of his fingers or hands. "Let me start by saying that ALS is not for the faint of heart," he begins his chapter titled Lifestyles of the Sick and Feeble. "In fact, I only recommend it to those who truly enjoy a challenge." Kay tapped out his volume with a stick fastened to his forehead. Here is his description of the ALS personality. "One seldom sees words like deadbeat or lazy used in the same sentence as ALS. In fact, one of the only traits ALSers seem to share is an energetic past. In almost every case, victims were either classic overachievers or chronic workaholics. I've been called a workaholic, and I suppose if the work boot fits. But technically, even though I worked all the time, I was never driven by an addiction to work so much as an aversion to, perhaps even a disdain for, boredom. Another Canadian with ALS, Evelyn Bell, authored her book Cries of the Silent by wearing a laser light attached to a special glass frame, shining it on a spelling board, painstakingly pointing out each letter of each word to volunteer assistants for transcription. For her, too, such zealous dedication to a goal was not new. She relates that she had lived her life at a feverish pace. She was the mother of 3 children while building a successful business career. It was a challenge to juggle homemaking, parenting, business, gardening, interior decorating, and chauffeuring, but I loved the roles and performed them with great intensity. During the years of raising a family, my NutriMedics business grew extensively, and I enjoyed many company cars and numerous trips to foreign lands. I reached many levels of success in the business, being top achiever in Canada for a number of years. I felt I wanted to be a success at parenting and everything I did. With unconscious irony, Evelyn Bell reports all this just after writing that, "We knew we could always replace money, but not our health or our marriage." Disease frequently causes people to see themselves in a different light, to reassess how they have lived their lives. A sudden realization hit Dennis Kay one day as, with glib satisfaction, he watched his father and 2 employees doing work that he, Dennis, had always unquestioningly performed on his own. Before long, he writes, satisfaction turned to frustration. Almost all my accomplishments were in one way or another connected not to my aspirations, but to the aspirations of my father. I don't want this to turn into an Oprah-style confession, but from the time I was a kid working my summer holidays, I'd been helping my father meet his goals and obligations. Except for a couple of years in my late teens, I'd spent the past 14 years meeting someone else's deadlines. Suddenly, in the blink of an eye, I found myself pushing 30 and facing a deadline of my own, the ultimate deadline. The same compulsive sense of duty to others is evident in Laura, an ALS patient I met recently. A 65-year-old former teacher of dance, Laura greets me at the door of her magazine classic wood and glass West Coast home. Even leaning on her walker for support, she displays the grace and elegance of the ballet dancer. She was diagnosed with ALS 4 years ago while undergoing chemotherapy for breast cancer. "I went to a concert," she relates, "and I couldn't clap all of a sudden. My fingers were cramping and they just weren't as dexterous as they usually are. It seemed to get worse as I went through the chemo. I had several bad falls. One time, I broke my cheekbone and my eye socket." Laura's speech is halting, but the cadences of lively humor and a love for life can still be heard in the near monotonous flow of her delivery. Laura's medical troubles came on after a tense year during which she worked hard at the new bed and breakfast business she established in the home she shares with Brent, her second husband. "I had always wanted to open a B&B, she says. "I found this place, but there was stress because we had to come up with more money than we could really afford. I felt guilty that Brent had to subsidize my financial venture. That first year was difficult, decorating the rooms. We built the carriage house. I ran the business, made the house, as well as decorating. It was practically a year to the day we moved in that I discovered the lump." The ALS diagnosis followed a few months later. Laura exemplifies just how impossible people with ALS find it to let go of self-imposed responsibilities long after their bodies have signaled rebellion. When we conducted our interview, the housekeeper for the bed and breakfast was away in Europe. "It turned out that 70% of our clientele are repeats," says Laura. "You get to know them as friends, you know. I've been feeling guilty because we said we are not going to take any guests for the month while Heidi was gone. But last weekend we had 3 rooms occupied because I couldn't say no. They are repeats and I enjoy seeing them. And next week we have 1 repeat coming who's been here a dozen times, a corporate guest. How about saying, I suggest, "Dear corporate guest, I have this condition that makes life very difficult for me. I am not up to the work involved in looking after people." I could say that, but the gal is coming and I really enjoy her. She knows my condition and she says, "I'll clean up my own room and I'll get a bowl of cereal in the morning." That's what they all say, but I can't let them do that, because I've never served a bowl of cereal for breakfast. You still wouldn't be serving one. They'd be serving it themselves. Hearty laughter. You make it sound so simple. I'd have to take a course, or maybe get some counseling with you. Laura's guilt around saying no to other people's perceived needs was inculcated at an early age. Her mother developed breast cancer when Laura was 12 and died 4 years later. A gene for breast cancer runs in Laura's family. Her sister was also diagnosed 6 months before Laura. Breast cancer will be the subject of a later chapter. From adolescence, Laura was responsible for the care of her sister and brother, respectively 5 and 10 years younger than she is. Even before then, she was habituated to anticipating her parents' wishes. My mother was a dance teacher, so I danced as a very young child and all through my life. I went into the Royal Winnipeg Ballet, but I ended up being too tall, so I opened a dance school with a friend and taught children. It's a very demanding life, ballet. Did you enjoy it as a child? Sometimes. Sometimes I resented it. I resented not being able to go with my friends to a show on a Saturday afternoon, or it always seemed I was missing birthday parties. How did you deal with that? My mother would give me a choice, and I think I would go dancing because I knew she preferred that I do that. What about what you preferred? I would have liked to go with my friends. After her mother's death, Laura functioned as the woman of the house, not only as caregiver to her siblings, but in some ways also as companion to her father. He'd say, "What are you doing tonight, Laura?" I'd say, "I'm going to a show with Connie," my best friend. He'd say, "Oh, I think I'll get a babysitter and come with you." All my friends came to our house because they loved my dad. He was just great with everyone. How did you feel about your dad hanging out with you and your girlfriends? Well, what kind of teenager wants their dad hanging around? Did you ever say, "Dad, I just want to be with my friends"? No. I didn't like it, but I didn't want to hurt his feelings. Laura's first husband, whom she married to escape the family home, was a compulsive womanizer. He left her when she was pregnant with their 3rd child, on her own, without any financial support. They had been childhood sweethearts. He was having affairs? For how long did you endure it, I wonder? 4 years. I had 2 children, and I believed in marriage. Laura slowly lifts a napkin to her eyes to wipe away some tears. I've never talked about this. It's still very painful for you. I don't know why. It was 100 years ago. Sorry, I do get emotional. What's that like for you to get emotional? Annoying, because it doesn't do any good. Is being emotional something you've found uncomfortable in your life? Well, if you're emotional, it's usually because something bad or sad has happened, so why would you like being emotional? In a sense, Laura is right. For the child, it is no relief to feel sadness or anger if no one is there to receive those emotions and to provide some comfort and containment. Everything had to be held in rigidly. The physical rigidity of ALS may well be a consequence. There is perhaps only so much energy the nervous system can expend, pushing down powerful emotions that cry out for expression. At some point, in particularly susceptible individuals, it seems reasonable to suppose, nerves may lose the ability to renew themselves. Could ALS be a result of an exhausted nervous system no longer being capable of replenishing itself? Why has the fact that ALS patients, as a group, are strikingly congenial not been discussed in the literature? Asked the Cleveland neurologists in their Munich presentation. Probably the principal reason is that it is based on subjective assessments, which lack a means of scientific verification. Thus, according to our psychiatric colleagues, niceness is extremely difficult to quantify. Perhaps if researchers took greater care to obtain patients' life histories, much useful information now being missed would be forthcoming. The examples in this chapter illustrate that. Rage and anguish exist underneath the veneer of niceness, no matter how sincerely a person mistakes the facade for her true self. My mother is still alive and I love her dearly, says the sister of a man diagnosed with ALS 2 years ago, but she is very domineering, superficial in her understanding of emotions, and insensitive to other people's needs and wants. She does not allow you to have your own self. It was very difficult to find your own identity with my mother. When I consider my brother's illness, I think we all did our work to figure out how to become separate individuals. It's been hard, but we did. Except my brother, who somehow didn't. He said to me last time I was there, I'm 54 now and he's 46. I hate Mom. And yet, he is the one who is the nicest to my mother of all of us. He will go there. He has ALS and can hardly walk, but he will take soup to her. When he is in my mom's presence, he will be a cute little boy. The good little kid he always was, and I was not. Joanne, a beautiful 38-year-old with black hair and luminous, sad blue eyes, was admitted to our palliative unit for terminal care a few months before her death. She had been a dancer. The sudden and bewildering refusal of her limbs to obey her will on the dance floor was traced to the onset of amyotrophic lateral sclerosis. Proud of her innate ability to move freely and creatively, Joanne experienced this diagnosis as the most devastating blow imaginable. I'd rather die of some horrible cancer, she said. Already at the end stages of the disease, she wanted me to promise to kill her when the time came. I guaranteed we would not let her suffer pain or breathlessness. That was a promise I could, in good conscience, make without compromising the principled rejection of euthanasia shared by most doctors and nurses who do palliative work. You can come to know people quickly and deeply when you look after them during their time of dying. Joanne and I had many talks. All my life, she once told me, ever since childhood, I have been having this dream of being buried alive. I lie in my underground coffin, closed in, unable to breathe. When I was diagnosed 3 years ago, I went to the office of the ALS Society for information. There on the wall was a poster that read, "Having ALS is like being buried alive." I do not believe Joanne's recurrent nightmare was either coincidence or preternatural premonition. The image of being alone, confined, desperate and doomed, unheard by anyone, was the psychological truth of her childhood existence. She never experienced herself as an alive and free being in her relationships with her parents or siblings. I could only speculate what stresses over how many generations had finally created that situation for her in her family of origin. As it was, neither her parents nor her brothers and sisters visited during her terminal phase. A new family of devoted caregivers accompanied Joanne during her final weeks on earth and were with her to her dying breath. She was deeply asleep during her final days. The promise was kept. She did not suffer at the last. Sue Rodriguez, the Victoria woman whose court-defying suicide was carried out in the presence of a member of Canada's Parliament, was also emotionally isolated from her family. Her biographer, the journalist Lisa Hobbs-Burney, describes the day Rodriguez's diagnosis with ALS was confirmed. Sue felt her knees buckle, her legs turn to water. She knew what ALS was, having seen the documentary on the physicist-astronomer Stephen Hawking, knew his condition, tried to imagine her own life inside a body that couldn't sit up, walk, talk, laugh, write, or hug her child. She leaned against a wall. She became aware of a terrible sound, as primal as the cry of a wounded animal, unlike anything she'd heard before. She realized only slowly, from the horrified expressions of passers-by, that it was coming from her own mouth. She phoned to tell her mother and stepfather, Doe and Ken Thatcher. Doe said, "Ken and I thought it might be that." Sue felt abandoned and gave way to uncontrollable grief. Sue was the second of the 5 children born to her parents within 10 years. She was always the outsider. Her mother somehow believed that Sue made this choice. "It almost seemed," she said, "from the moment she was born she didn't feel part of the family in the same way as the others did. The illness only made it worse." Mother and daughter had only occasional telephone contact during the final months of Sue's life. Doe was characterized by her daughter and others as not the caregiving type. The mother's brusque reaction when Sue called from the hospital with her diagnosis, writes Hobbs Burney, was typical not only of Doe's lack of caregiving skill, but of the kind of interaction mother and daughter had. Things did not improve as Sue's disease progressed. Emotional communication was foreign to the Rodriguez family, according to her brother, 14 months her junior. He was the only sibling to maintain any regular contact with his dying sister. Most of the family, he said, preferred not to show their feelings. This is not some bizarre, unfeeling group of human beings here. The problem was not a lack of feeling, but an excess of painful, unmetabolized emotion. The Rodriguez family dealt with emotional hurt by repressing it. Generations of family history had brought them to that coping pattern. Sue's father, Tom, dead of alcohol-induced cirrhosis of the liver at age 45, had been an earlier victim of this surfeit of pain. He was a man of low self-esteem, all his life dominated by others. What drove a terminally ill Sue Rodriguez, the mother of a young child, to expend her diminishing physical and psychic resources on highly public court battles and media campaigns that taxed her vital energies to the limit? An articulate woman with an engaging personality and a beautiful smile, she became a hero to many who saw her as a crusader of indomitable courage and spirit. She was popularly viewed as someone fighting for her right to die at a time and in the manner of her own choosing. There was always more to the Sue Rodriguez story than the simple issue of autonomy in death, though this was the part of her drama that caught the imagination of the public. Behind the popular facade of a confident and determined fighter, Ms. Rodriguez was a frightened and lonely person with a very fragile support system, alienated from her estranged husband and from her family. It was a multi-layered scenario. As usual, the most public layer was also the most superficial one. The biographer believes Sue Rodriguez was a woman of strong convictions and a powerful sense of self. She had control over her life and preferred to have control over her death. As with all ALS patients, the reality was rather more contradictory. Strong convictions do not necessarily signal a powerful sense of self. Very often, quite the opposite. Intensely held beliefs may be no more than a person's unconscious effort to build a sense of self to fill what underneath is experienced as a vacuum. Her history of deeply troubled personal relationships indicates that Sue Rodriguez had never been in control of her life. She had filled roles without ever being close to her real self. Her anguished question to the court and the public, "Who owns my life?" was a summation of her whole existence. Her fight for control in death turned out to be her final and greatest role. By the time her legal case opened, writes Lisa Hobbs Burney, Sue Rodriguez was fast becoming a national figure. She slid into the role as if her entire life had been a preparation for it, which indeed it had. When Sue Rodriguez was diagnosed with ALS, in her first despair, she compared the impossibility of her situation with what she perceived were the relative advantages of fellow ALS sufferer Stephen Hawking. Writes Hobbs Burney, she was given pamphlets on palliative care, and these pamphlets described patients who were surrounded by loving family or who found joy in living a life of the mind. What loving family, she thought. What life of the mind? Let a genius like Stephen Hawking live a life of the mind. But me? If I cannot move my own body, I have no life. If Stephen Hawking's public status as a latter-day Einstein may be questioned by science cognoscenti, no one disputes his brilliance, originality of thought, or intellectual fearlessness. There is universal admiration for the indomitable will that has sustained his life and work since a slight speech impediment signaled the onset of amyotrophic lateral sclerosis when he was only 20 years old. Diagnosed in 1963, Hawking was given the medical prognosis that he had at most 2 years to live. He had been near death on at least one occasion, ill with pneumonia and in a coma on a trip to Switzerland. Yet 4 decades after his diagnosis, paralyzed, wheelchair-bound, and completely dependent physically, he has, nonetheless, just published his second best-selling book. He has traveled ceaselessly around the world, a lecturer in great demand despite his inability to utter a word in his own voice. He has been the recipient of many scientific honors. Although there are exceptions, the course of ALS is generally predictable. The vast majority of patients die within 10 years of diagnosis, many much sooner. Very rarely do people make recovery from what seems like ALS, but it is extremely unusual for a person to live with its ravages for as long as Stephen Hawking has, continuing not only to work, but to function at a high level. What has enabled him to confound medical opinion and those grim statistics? We cannot understand Hawking's course as an isolated clinical phenomenon, separated from the circumstances of his life and relationships. His longevity is, without a doubt, a tribute to his spirited determination not to allow the disease to defeat him. But I also believe that Sue Rodriguez's bitter comparison was correct. The young Stephen had access to invisible resources denied to most people with ALS. Given the nature of ALS as a disease that destroys body while leaving the intellect intact, an abstract thinker was in an ideal position to live a life of the mind. Unlike the athletic rock climber and former marathoner Rodriguez, and unlike the dancers Laura and Joanne, Hawking did not see his body's deterioration as impairing the role that he chose for himself. On the contrary, it may have enhanced it. Prior to his diagnosis and its attendant debility, he had been somewhat aimless, his shining intellectual gifts notwithstanding. Hawking had always possessed tremendous cognitive and mathematical capacities and confidence, but he never seemed to feel comfortable in his body. He was eccentric and awkward, skinny and puny, write Michael White and John Gribben in Stephen Hawking, A Life in Science. His school uniform always looked a mess, and according to his friends, he jabbered rather than talked clearly. He was just that sort of kid. A figure of classroom fun, teased and occasionally bullied, secretly respected by some and avoided by most. He did not look to fulfill the expectations those who had glimpsed his true ability held for him. The young Stephen, it appears, was the chosen bearer of the frustrated ambitions of his father, who was evidently determined that his son would succeed at educational and social goals he, the father, had never quite attained. One goal was to have Stephen attend one of England's most prestigious private schools. The 10-year-old boy was entered for the Westminster School Scholarship Examination. The day of the examination arrived, and Stephen fell ill. He never sat the entrance paper, and consequently never obtained a place at one of England's best schools. One may assume, of course, that this untimely illness was purely coincidental. We may also see it as the child's only way of saying no to parental pressure. Given the Hawking family's penchant for privacy, the facts would be difficult to discern. What we do know is that later on, with the young Hawking no longer living at home and at liberty to follow his preferences, these appeared to be more of a social than academic nature. Stephen engaged in a fair bit of indolence and alcohol consumption, with avoidance of classes or studying, those classic forms of passive resistance in college. For a while, his academic career looked in jeopardy, and briefly he considered entering the civil service. It was only after his diagnosis that he began to focus his phenomenal intelligence on his work, elucidating the nature of the cosmos, bridging the theoretical gaps between Einsteinian relativity theory and quantum mechanics. With his physical disability, he was freed from many of the tasks of teaching and administration other scientists have to shoulder. His biographers write, "Some have attributed his great successes in cosmology to this enhanced cerebral freedom, yet others have claimed that the turning point in the application of his abilities was the onset of his condition, and that before that he was no more than an averagely bright student." That latter point is difficult to accept, but even Hawking has acknowledged that it was only after the onset of his illness that he began to exert himself at anything. "I started working for the first time in my life. To my surprise, I found I liked it. Maybe it's not really fair to call it work. Someone once said, scientists and prostitutes get paid for doing what they enjoy." Not much insight there about prostitutes, but it is clear Hawking has been in the extremely fortunate position of being able to pursue a genuine vocation, despite his extreme physical limitations. The other indispensable factor Hawking possessed, and Rodriguez missed, was the unconditional emotional support and practical caring of a loved one. For Stephen, the source of this nurturing was his wife, now his former wife, Jane Hawking. In essence, she decided to devote her life to him, at great personal cost to herself, as she would come to learn. The two met just before Stephen's diagnosis with ALS, and were married shortly afterwards. Due to her own history, Jane was primed to accept the role of devoted and selfless caregiver. I write selfless here advisedly. There was lacking in her a developed, autonomous sense of self, and thus she completely identified with her role as Stephen's nurse, mother, and guardian angel. "I wanted to find some purpose to my existence," she recalls in her 1993 memoir, Music to Move the Stars. "And I supposed I found it in the idea of looking after him." When she doubted her ability to fulfill that daunting task, friends told her, "If he needs you, you must do it." She took it on. The two young people did not just join each other as equals in a spousal partnership. They fused. They became one body, heart, and soul. Without the subordination of Jane's life and independent strivings to his, Stephen likely would not have survived, let alone succeeded to such a spectacular degree. His biographers assert that, without the help that Jane gave him, he almost certainly would not have been able to carry on or had the will to do so. The relationship worked as long as Jane accepted her self-abnegating position and the one-way flow of psychic energy between them, from wife to husband. The couple loved each other, but she would come to feel used. She recounts a strange incident when, in 1965, she arrived at her fiancé's apartment with a broken arm and a cast. He was actually expecting that I would put my secretarial skills to good use by typing out a job application for him. The look of horrified dismay that spread across his face as I walked into his room with my left arm bulging beneath my coat in a white plaster cast dashed all my hopes of even the merest display of sympathy. The episode encapsulated the nature of their relationship. She was the ever-available, unspeaking, and compliant mother-nanny figure whose services are expected, taken for granted, and noticed only in their absence. She traveled the world with her husband, daily confronting and overcoming myriad difficulties that were only much later, and even then only partially, eased once he became an internationally famous and high-earning author. She felt herself gradually disappear as an individual. She was sucked dry, sensing herself becoming a brittle, empty shell, alone and vulnerable, and nearly suicidal. Hawking, for his part, reacted to her strivings for independence with disdain and finally with the rage of a child deserted by his mother. The wife was eventually supplanted by a nurse who left her own husband to marry the scientist. Jane, too, had found another love. It was only this outside relationship that, in the final years of the marriage, allowed her to continue to serve Stephen as long as she did. Hawking's vocation and the unstinting support of his wife were accompanied by something else that has probably aided his survival: the liberation of his aggression by his illness. The niceness of most ALS patients represents more than the innate goodness and sweetness of some human beings. It is an emotion in extremis. It is magnified out of healthy proportion by a powerful suppression of assertiveness. Assertiveness in defense of our boundaries can and should appear aggressive, if need be. Hawking's intellectual self-assuredness became the ground for that aggression to manifest itself, particularly after the onset of his physical decline. Jane Hawking notes in her memoir that, curiously, as his gait became more unsteady, so his opinions became more forceful and defiant. Like that of all the ALS sufferers we have met, Hawking's personality has been characterized by intense psychological repression. In his family of origin, healthy vulnerability and emotional interaction appear to have been perceived as foreign. At the supper table, the Hawkings would eat without communicating, each head lowered into reading matter. Stephen's childhood home was in a state of physical neglect that went beyond eccentricity to indicate an emotional distance on the part of both parents. His biographers relate, "Neither Isabel nor Frank Hawking seemed to care too much about the state of the house. Carpets and furniture remained in use until they began to fall apart. Wallpaper was allowed to dangle where it had peeled through old age, and there were many places along the hallway and behind doors where plaster had fallen away, leaving gaping holes in the wall." Of Stephen's father, White and Gribben write that he was a remote figure, significant in Stephen's childhood and adolescence by his absence. According to Jane, the Hawkings regarded any expression of emotion or appreciation as a sign of weakness, as loss of control or a denial of their own importance. Strangely, they seemed ashamed of demonstrating any warmth. After Stephen and Jane married, his family withdrew from active involvement with his care, a fact Jane could barely fathom, let alone accept. Besides her responsibilities toward her husband, she also had full care of their 3 children. His refusal to acknowledge the pressures placed on her by his illness, and her compliant subjection to that attitude, meant that she never received any respite. "I was at the breaking point," she recalls, but still Stephen was determined to reject any proposals which might have suggested that he was making concessions to the illness. These were the proposals which might have relieved the children and me of some of the strain. He simply refused to discuss any problem, relying on Jane's willingness to absorb all the resultant stress. "He had never liked to admit to emotions," writes Jane, regarding them as the fatal, irrational flaw in my character. Her attempts to gain support from her husband's family were met with cold incomprehension, even hostility. "You see," her mother-in-law once told her, "we have never really liked you, Jane. You do not fit into our family." This after decades of self-effacing service to her son. Has it been shown in this chapter that ALS is caused by, or is at least potentiated by, emotional repression? That it is rooted in childhood emotional isolation and loss? That generally, even if not always, it strikes people who lead driven lives and whom others consider to be very nice? Until our understanding of the mind-body complex is more advanced, this must remain an intriguing hypothesis, but a hypothesis one would be challenged to find any exceptions to. It seems far-fetched to suppose that such frequently observed associations can be all a matter of pure coincidence. A mind-body perspective may help those afflicted with ALS who are willing to look at some very painful realities fully and unflinchingly. In rare instances, people do seem to get over symptoms diagnosed as ALS. It would be worthwhile investigating such cases to find out why. One example is reported by Dr. Christiane Northrup in Women's Bodies, Women's Wisdom. Dana Johnson, a researcher friend of mine and a registered nurse, even recovered from Lou Gehrig's disease by learning to respect all aspects of her body. After she had had the disease for some years, she began to lose control over her breathing muscles, as well as the rest of her body. Her breathing difficulties made her think she was going to die. But she decided at that point that she wanted to experience unconditional love for herself at least once before dying. Describing herself as a bowl of jello in a wheelchair, she sat every day for 15 minutes in front of a mirror and chose different parts of herself to love. She started with her hands, because at that time they were the only parts of herself that she could appreciate unconditionally. Each day, she went on to other body parts. She also wrote in a journal about insights she had during this process, and she came to see that since childhood, she had believed that in order to be of service, acceptable to others, and worthy of herself, she had to sacrifice her own needs. It took a life-threatening disease for her to learn that service through self-sacrifice is a dead end. According to Dr. Northrup, her friend healed through the conscious daily practice of emotional self-inventory and of self-love that, little by little, unfroze each part of her body. Had I read such a story when I graduated from medical school, I would have dismissed it out of hand. Even now, the scientifically trained physician in me would like to see direct proof that ALS was legitimately diagnosed in this case. In palliative work, I once saw a person admitted for respite care who had convinced herself and her circle of friends that she suffered from ALS, despite the electrodiagnostic testing and neurological findings having all been repeatedly perfectly normal. The friends scarcely believed me when I informed them that the invalid they had been assiduously caring for was, from the narrow physical point of view, as healthy as they were. Today, I do not find Dr. Northrup's report impossible to credit. It accords with my understanding of this disease. There was an intriguing incident in the story of Alexa, the teacher whose husband, Peter, could not accept the diagnosis of ALS. It revealed the potential of something that perhaps may have been. The psychologist Gordon Neufeld managed on only one occasion to see her alone, without her spouse. It was absolutely clear to me that her emotions were tied up, that she had lost her vitality, Dr. Neufeld says. There was a 2-hour session when Peter was away, and she grieved intensely about her life and about her illness. It made a huge difference to her. The physiotherapist saw her right afterwards and was amazed that her muscle tone was so much better. But I could never meet with her alone again, and I could never get her to that place again. The window just shut. Chapter 5. Never Good Enough. For 7 years, Michelle had a lump on her breast. Periodically it grew or shrank, but it never caused her or her physicians any concern. Then all of a sudden it got really hard, got hot, and started to grow almost overnight, the 39-year-old Vancouverite says. A biopsy revealed that the tumor was malignant, and Michelle believes she knows why. Stress. It wasn't until I shocked the hell out of my life that it changed, she says. I quit my job without any income to go to. My emotional state was horrible at the time. A lot of things hit me all at once, not only financial. Michelle had a lumpectomy and was relieved to learn that her lymph glands were free of cancer. The surgery was followed by chemotherapy and radiation, but no physician ever asked her about what psychic stresses she might have suffered before the onset of her malignancy, or what unresolved issues she had in her life. Breast cancer patients often report that their doctors do not express an active interest in them as individuals, or in the social and emotional contexts in which they live. The assumption is that these factors have no significant role in either the origins or the treatment of the disease. That attitude is reinforced by narrowly conceived psychological research. An article in the British Medical Journal reported on a 5-year study of more than 200 women with breast cancer that aimed to determine whether a recurrence of cancer can be triggered by severe life events, such as divorce or the death of someone close. the authors concluded that women with breast cancer need not fear that stressful experiences will precipitate a return of their disease. Dr. Donna Stewart, a professor at the University of Toronto and chairwoman of women's issues for the University Health Network, commented that the study's results made sense. Dr. Stewart was the lead author of a study published in 2001 in the journal Psycho-Oncology. Nearly 400 women with a history of breast cancer were asked what they thought had caused their malignancy. 42% cited stress, much more than other factors such as diet, environment, genetics, and lifestyle. I think it reflects what's going on in society in general, Dr. Stewart says. People think stress causes everything. The evidence for stress is pretty low, and the evidence for hormones and genetics is pretty high. Yet Michelle and the many other women who suspect a strong relationship between stress and their breast cancer have science and clinical insight on their side. No other cancer has been as minutely studied for the potential biological connections between psychological influences and the onset of the disease. A rich body of evidence, drawn from animal studies and human experience, supports the impression of cancer patients that emotional stress is a major contributing cause of breast malignancy. Contrary to the assertions of the Toronto researchers, the evidence for genetics is not high. Only a small minority of women are at high genetic risk for breast cancer, and only a small minority of women with breast cancer, about 7%, acquire the disease for genetic reasons. Even for those genetically predisposed, environmental factors must be involved, since far from everyone with one of the 3 genes known to be associated with breast cancer will actually develop a malignant tumor. In the vast majority of women or men diagnosed with breast cancer, heredity makes little or no contribution. It is artificial to impose a separation between hormones and emotions. While it is perfectly true that hormones are active promoters or inhibitors of malignancy, it is not true that their actions have nothing to do with stress. In fact, one of the chief ways that emotions act biologically in cancer causation is through the effect of hormones. Some hormones, estrogen for example, encourage tumor growth. Others enhance cancer development by reducing the immune system's capacity to destroy malignant cells. Hormone production is intimately affected by psychological stress. Women have always known that emotional stress affects their ovarian function and their menstrual cycles. Excessive stress may even inhibit menstruation. The body's hormonal system is inextricably linked with the brain centers where emotions are experienced and interpreted. In turn, the hormonal apparatus and the emotional centers are interconnected with the immune system and the nervous system. These are not 4 separate systems, but one supersystem that functions as a unit to protect the body from external invasion and from disturbances to the internal physiological condition. It is impossible for any stressful stimulus, chronic or acute, to act on only one part of the supersystem. What happens to one will affect all. In Chapter 7, we will examine the workings of this supersystem more closely. Emotions also directly modulate the immune system. Studies at the U.S. National Cancer Institute found that natural killer, NK cells, an important class of immune cells we have already met, are more active in breast cancer patients who are able to express anger, to adopt a fighting stance, and who have more social support. NK cells mount an attack on malignant cells and are able to destroy them. These women had significantly less spread of their breast cancer compared with those who exhibited a less assertive attitude or who had fewer nurturing social connections. The researchers found that emotional factors and social involvement were more important to survival than the degree of disease itself. Many studies, such as the one reported in the British Medical Journal article, fail to appreciate that stress is not only a question of external stimulus, but also of individual response. It occurs in the real lives of real persons whose inborn temperament, life history, emotional patterns, physical and mental resources, and social and economic supports vary greatly. As pointed out in Chapter 3, there is no universal stressor. In most cases of breast cancer, the stresses are hidden and chronic. They stem from childhood experiences, early emotional programming, and unconscious psychological coping styles. They accumulate over a lifetime to make someone susceptible to disease. Michelle grew up in a home where both parents were alcoholics. She now believes that her malignancy is related to early experiences that shaped how she has faced life. She has tried to cope in ways that unconsciously increased the stress load she had to carry for many years. For example, by taking care of other people's emotional needs rather than her own. I've been confused all my life, she says, and I think my cancer had to do with confusion. As much as I believe and understand my parents loved us the best way they knew how, it was the most confusing relationship and family environment because they were alcoholics, and still are. They're unloving, even though there is love. Research has suggested for decades that women are more prone to develop breast cancer if their childhoods were characterized by emotional disconnection from their parents or other disturbances in their upbringing, if they tend to repress emotions, particularly anger, if they lack nurturing social relationships in adulthood, and if they are the altruistic, compulsively caregiving types. In one study, psychologists interviewed patients admitted to hospital for breast biopsy without knowing the pathology results. Researchers were able to predict the presence of cancer in up to 94% of the cases, judging by such psychological factors alone. In a similar German study, 40 women with breast cancer were matched with 40 controls similar in age, general health history, and lifestyle considerations. Again, on psychological grounds, the researchers were 96% successful in identifying who was and who was not diagnosed with breast cancer. As a man, Melvin Crew was first embarrassed to learn of his diagnosis with breast cancer, but decided that there's no sense just lying back and letting the disease consume you. Mr. Crew has already gone public with news of his breast cancer. Unlike the women interviewed, he does not need his identity protected. Now, several years after mastectomy, chemotherapy, and radiation, he jokes about it. At least if you fall down, you can't go tits up because I only have one, you know. 51-year-old Crew was diagnosed in 1994, immediately after a highly stressful period in his life, including a brush with the law over a fishing infraction, public embarrassment, humiliation at work, and undue pressure from his employer. He had been on a boat with 10 other men and had caught 3 fish. When fisheries officers made a raid at his house, he gave them a statement. 2 other chaps and myself took the brunt. The rest of the fellows denied it. It was hard on my family to have my name plastered across the papers. Coast Guard employees charged with illegal fishing, and the whole works. And then, when I did go back on one of the other Coast Guard ships, there was the heckling from the other crew members and the jokes that were made. All the fellows at work said I should have denied it. This pressure was all the more stressful for Melvin, who describes himself as having always prided himself on his conscientiousness. Some of my coworkers have said to me, "You know, you take your job too serious. They think I don't relax enough." Do you ever feel you're doing the work that other people should have done? I ask. Yes, you do more than your share. That's probably just my nature. You know, you don't want to be looked upon as a slack ass. If other people don't do their share, one solution is to do it for them. The other is to get angry about it. If you get angry, it's like adding fuel to the fire. You have your conscientious workers, and you have your workers that just go with the flow. I did feel angry sometimes. Well, if you express it, you just bring on more problems with the workforce. The source of his hyper-conscientiousness became evident when I asked Melvin about his childhood. Was there much affection in your home? Yes. My father was proud of my sister and me and our accomplishments in life. She's a teacher. My father was an engineer, and I, of course, followed in his footsteps, got my engineer's license, and my father was really proud of my being an aircraft engineer. Warmth and affection have nothing to do with achievement. They are there regardless of achievement, just because the parents are emotionally connected with the child. But your answer had to do with accomplishment. I wonder why that is. Well, my father was always proud of us. What about your mom? What kind of affection did you get from your mom? Not overly affectionate. We loved our parents, and I feel they certainly provided a good upbringing for us, a good home. About 1% of breast cancer patients are males. Their emotional histories parallel those of the women with the same disease. David Yandel, a Toronto policeman, has had 4 separate cancers, in one of his kidneys, his breast, and twice in his bladder. His upbringing was also characterized by a lack of warmth. Born in 1936, David was 3 when the Second World War broke out. His sister was born in 1940. My father was a warehouse man, and my mother worked at Cadbury's Chocolates. I grew up during the war and actually didn't see a lot of my parents. My mother was out during the day, and my sister and I used to take care of ourselves until she came home. You must mean that, as a very small child, you used to take care of your sister. Yes. David recalls his parents' marriage as an unhappy one. They weren't a loving couple, he says. My dad did his thing and my mother did hers. My dad, most evenings, would go out and shoot pool with his friends. I didn't have a lot of respect for my mother. She always expected me to give more than I could. I guess I wasn't a brilliant student. And my mother always saw herself as much better than what she was. She was working class, the whole family was, but she always gave the impression to people that we were better than what we were. You had to perform to her standards. When you were upset as a child, when you felt not understood, when you felt emotionally troubled, whom did you talk to about it? Actually, you kept it within yourself. Dad was never there to talk to, and I certainly wouldn't discuss it with my mother, because her favorite expression was, "Oh, you're being silly." I never showed anger with my parents. It was something you just didn't do. I hold a lot of anger inside me. Extreme suppression of anger was the most commonly identified characteristic of breast cancer patients in a 1974 British study. The investigators looked at a consecutive series of 160 women admitted to hospital for breast biopsy. All subjects were given a detailed psychological interview and self-administered questionnaire. For corroboration, spouses or other family members were also interviewed, separately. Since the psychological testing took place before the biopsy, neither the women nor the interviewers could have prior knowledge of the ultimate diagnosis. Our principal finding was a significant association between the diagnosis of breast cancer and a behavior pattern persisting throughout adult life of abnormal release of emotions. This abnormality was in most cases extreme suppression of anger and, in patients over 40, extreme suppression of other feelings. A 1952 psychoanalytic evaluation of women with breast cancer had come to similar conclusions. These patients were said to demonstrate an inability to discharge or deal appropriately with anger, aggressiveness, or hostility, which in turn was masked by a facade of pleasantness. The researchers felt that patients' unresolved conflicts were manifested through denial and unrealistic, self-sacrificing behaviors. The research conducted by Dr. Sandra Levy and her associates at the U.S. National Cancer Institute on the relationship between natural killer cell activity and emotional coping patterns in breast cancer concluded that suppression of anger and a passive stoic response style seem to be associated with biological risk sequelae. Repression of anger increases the risk for cancer for the very practical reason that it magnifies exposure to physiological stress. If people are not able to recognize intrusion or are unable to assert themselves even when they do see a violation, they are likely to experience repeatedly the damage brought on by stress. Recall from Chapter 3 that stress is a physiological response to a perceived threat, physical or emotional, whether or not the individual is immediately aware of the perception. I obviously struggle with the first question that everyone I know who has had cancer asks. What did I do to deserve this? Why me? Did I do something wrong? I went over and over everything. I'm not the one that was supposed to get breast cancer. I breastfed my children to 21 months. I smoked a little only when I was young. I didn't drink too much. I exercised. I watched the fat in my diet. This wasn't supposed to happen to me. The speaker is Anna, a mother of 3 who was in her mid-40s when the suspicious lump was found 8 years ago. Anna has one of the breast cancer genes. Even in the small minority of cases where it is a major predisposing factor, Heredity cannot by itself explain who gets breast cancer and who does not. DNA testing has shown that Anna inherited the breast cancer gene from her father. Other relatives with the same gene, older than she is, have not developed breast cancer. Anna is convinced that stress was instrumental in the development of her cancer. Her first husband, a businessman, mistreated her emotionally throughout her marriage. By the time the relationship ended, she was also being physically abused. If you ask me why I got cancer, I would tell you it's because I allowed myself to be so destroyed in that marriage. I was this close to suicide more times than I didn't have enough self-respect. Am I good enough yet? Could you love me yet? I married my mom. He was exactly like my mother. I was never good enough. When I look back, I think, how could I have stayed in such a marriage? I've cried plenty over that at the therapist's. How could I have done that to my soul? Because that's what I hurt. I hurt the essence of who I was. And I think I hurt my body too. Finally, I felt there was very little left of me in my world. I was taking 8 prescription drugs a day for depression, anxiety, insomnia, aches and pains, bowel problems. It was either die or get out. At that point, the self-preservation kicked in and I got out. Anna fits that pattern of unrealistic self-sacrificing behaviors noted in the 1952 psychoanalytic study of breast cancer patients. She is the only one among 4 siblings to take responsibility for her father, now in his 80s. He pulls on my heartstrings. I feel awful when he has a problem. I feel terrible when he phones up and says, "I'm so lonesome, I've got nowhere to go and nothing to do today." My sister, who I think is a bitch, says, "Hey, that's his problem. He had a million choices and chances." We went through a hysterical scene with him a year and a half ago when I asked him to go into respite care for 1 month. He'd been in the hospital, and I had been at the hospital all day, every day, sitting there for hours and hours and hours. He came out, and I felt like I was having a nervous breakdown from looking after him. I pulled the cancer card, the big card, and said, "Dad, look," with the social workers and everyone, "I've had cancer, and I have to look after myself. I cannot look after you like this. Please," I'm crying by this point because I am the crier in the family, "please stay here for 1 month." He said, "No, why should I? I don't want to." The social worker and the head of the program are saying to him, "Mr. W., no one wants to come into a senior's home. Could you do it for your daughter? Look at your daughter. She's crying and is really having a hard time. She needs time with her husband. She needs a break." "No, I won't," he said. "Why should I?" When I had my double mastectomy, I asked my brothers and sisters if they would look after Dad for a while. "I can't have him over for dinner for a couple of months," I told them. "I need to recover." Within 10 days, he was here for dinner because no one else was looking after him. And nobody even notices. What you've assumed toward your dad is a maternal role, which is also why you've been taken for granted. Mother is taken for granted. Mother is like the world. She's just supposed to be there and provide. Absolutely. My brother does the same thing. I'm my brother's mother as well. When he phones, my kids say, "Uncle Don must have a problem because he's phoning again." He suffers from depression. He goes through relationships like you wouldn't believe. He's here day and night when there's a problem, and then he won't return my phone calls for months. He can't be bothered. He came once, the whole time I had chemotherapy. I sat down with him about a year and a half after my diagnosis and my chemo was over. That was my first experience with trying to say what I needed really clearly. I said, "Don, I need something from you. When I go to the cancer clinic for checkups, I need you to ask me how it came out. It's really important to me. I need you to ask me what happened when I went." He leaned back and said, "I need something from you too," and launched into this long thing about his relationship with this girl that was breaking up. I just sat there and thought that he just didn't get it at all. You're right. At some point I realized I'm Mom. Anna felt repeatedly abandoned by her mother, who favored her older sister. "I didn't have a mom. My mom checked out," she says, "and basically didn't like me. So I really couldn't afford to lose my dad, too. Kids are smart enough to understand they need a parent, and my father loved me the wrong way. From adolescence on, Anna noticed her father casting undisguised sexual glances at her, particularly at her breasts. I picked up something from him which I spent most of my life denying until I got into some counseling. He didn't, as far as I know, do anything, but he wanted to. He looked. There was a sexual intensity that for an 11 or 12-year-old girl, I'm hypersensitive to anything coming from men, anything, but for a young woman to let herself believe that her father feels like that is really hard. I mean, Christ almighty, you make a million excuses for why it's not real. My sister, though, there's no way she would ever show up in a t-shirt when Dad was around. My father is probably the only person who doesn't know I've had my breast removed, because I've never told him. I don't think anyone else is going to. He knows I had an operation that was cancer-related. He asked Steve, Anna's second husband, "Is this something to do with the breast?" And Steve said, "Yes, it's a continuation of the previous thing." Dad has never said anything to me. Through my chemo, he was so ignorant and shitty to me. He'd come in the front door and say, "Go put your wig on. You don't look pretty." I'd say, "You know what? I'm really, really sick, and I just rolled out of bed to answer this door." Only I wouldn't say it calmly like that. I'd get hysterical. I was driving him home recently, and he said, "I've got to speak to you about something. I know you're not the person I should tell, but I have no one else." Then he launches into this thing, he's 82 years old, about how his girlfriend doesn't want to have sex with him. Men have needs. That's something he taught me early. A wife must, he told me straight up, never say no to her husband when he wants sex, because if she does, he has the right to get it somewhere else. It's your duty to provide sex. Here he is telling me that he wants to have sex, and his girlfriend won't, and he has needs, and what is he supposed to do? I'm sitting here thinking, this is so inappropriate. You should not be talking to your daughter about this. Mind you, you could also say, "Dad, I don't want to hear this." But then he'd be embarrassed. He'd feel ashamed and think he'd done something. It's my job to not let him feel ashamed. At what point do I get to say, "I don't want to"? These are strange words for me in any situation. I'll lie to people. I won't answer the phone. I'll say, "I'm moving to Tibet, so I can't take part in that." I'll do anything but say, "I don't want to." And when there's no lie that comes to mind, I just take it all on. The straightforward connection between childhood experience and adult stress has been missed by so many researchers over so many years that one almost begins to wonder if the oversight is deliberate. Adults with a history of troubled childhoods may not encounter more serious losses than others do, but their ability to cope will have been impaired by their upbringing. Stress does not occur in a vacuum. The same external event will have greatly varied physiological impact depending on who is experiencing it. The death of a family member will be processed in a markedly different way by someone who is emotionally well integrated and in a supportive relationship than it will be by a person who is alone or, like Anna prior to her therapy, tormented by chronic guilt due to childhood conditioning. One person whose true childhood history would likely be missed on self-administered questionnaires of breast cancer patients is former U.S. First Lady Betty Ford. Mrs. Ford has written courageously in her autobiography, The Times of My Life, about her alcoholism and her efforts at healing after a family intervention by her husband, her children, and others. She has been equally forthright in revealing her diagnosis and treatment for breast cancer, but, it appears from her published accounts, when it comes to her childhood, she is still wearing rose-colored glasses. She is typical of the person who represses her own feelings in order to preserve a sense of idyllic relationship with the parent. Betty Ford, married to a decent but ambitious politician whose career dominated her life, was emotionally deprived in her spousal relationship. I probably encouraged my husband to drink. He was such a reserved man, it was difficult for him even to tell me he loved me. He had proposed by saying, "I'd like to marry you." For many years, She suffered from what were clearly stress-related low back pains, diagnosed as osteoarthritis and treated with painkillers and tranquilizers. She also drank heavily to soothe physical and emotional pain. Ford describes herself as filled with self-doubt and unable to assert herself. I was convinced that the more important Jerry became, the less important I became. And the more I allowed myself to become a doormat, I knew I was a doormat to the kids, the more self-pity overwhelmed me. Hadn't I once been somebody in this world? Underneath, I guess I didn't really believe I had been somebody. My career with Martha Graham hadn't been a huge success. I had talent as a dancer, but I wasn't a great dancer, and my confidence had always been shaky. I couldn't accept that people liked me for myself, and I was self-conscious that I didn't have a college degree. Uneducated, no Pavlova, and not half the woman my mother had been. I was measuring myself against impossible ideals, Martha or my mother, and coming up short. That's a good recipe for alcoholism. My mother was a wonderful woman, strong and kind and principled, and she never let me down. She was also a perfectionist and tried to program us children for perfection. My mother never came to us with her problems, she just shouldered them. And she was my strongest role model, so when I couldn't shoulder my problems, I lost respect for myself. No matter how hard I tried, I couldn't measure up to my own expectations. The former First Lady seems blind to her own disclosures here, about the way she experienced her childhood, about how her relationship with her mother, and no doubt with her father, of whom she says very little, shaped her personality and coping style. She does not see that surrendering herself to her husband's needs and expectations, becoming a doormat, resulted from childhood conditioning. The emotional repression, the harsh self-judgment, and the perfectionism Betty Ford acquired as a child, through no fault of her own, are more than a good recipe for alcoholism. They are also a good recipe for cancer of the breast. Chapter 6. You are part of this too, Mom. In Lock Me Up or Let Me Go, her second book of memoirs, Betty Krawchuk writes about the death from breast cancer of her 27-year-old daughter, Barbara Ellen. The last migraine I had was in the palliative care unit almost 3 years ago, when the doctor in charge told me that I should tell Barbara Ellen it was okay for her to die. She wants your permission to die, he said gently. We were in a private room reserved especially for people like me, the most wretched people of the earth. To hell with that, I flung at him, shocked and horrified at the very suggestion. She doesn't have my permission to die. I forbid it. I had broken down at that point and was sobbing wildly. The doctor waited patiently. He was used to this reaction. That was his job. Mrs. Krawchuk, I think you understand that Barbara Ellen's suffering will simply increase now, by the hour. She is not suffering. She has the butterfly in her arm. She talked to her sisters and her father this morning. She saw friends just yesterday. She was talking to her little boy and hugging him. That was a gift she gave loved ones to tell everyone goodbye. You're the only one she hasn't told goodbye. She wants to do this now. She wants your permission to leave. Oh, please don't. Who do you think you are? God? How do you know this is the hour of her death? And then I was reduced to begging. Give me a few more days, please. Please put the IV back in. She doesn't want it. You have to be strong enough to give your daughter what she needs right now. She needs you to help her, to let her go. That's the only way you can help her now, to let her go. The headache was so bad I thought I might expire before Barbara Ellen did. But I didn't. By the following evening, I had recuperated enough to tell my daughter that if she was tired of being sick and wanted to go, I would no longer try to keep her. She held my hand and told me she would wait for me wherever it was that she was going. And she died that morning, in my arms, her sister Marion holding her too, her father also by her side. I was the palliative physician in that scene. I well recall Barbara Ellen, huddled in her hospital bed under the window, in the first room on the right of the hall, as you entered the ward from the elevator. Slight to begin with, she had been reduced to waif-like size by her terminal cancer. She said very little, and she seemed sad. I had no knowledge of her history, except for the essential details of her disease. She had been diagnosed with inflammatory breast cancer, a type that strikes young women and has a dismally poor prognosis. She had elected to refuse all conventional medical treatment. Not an entirely unreasonable decision considering her diagnosis, but highly unusual. Such decisions always involve more than the bare medical facts, and my sense was that this young woman felt quite isolated, had felt that way all her life. At times I just wanted to cradle and comfort her in my arms, as one would an infant or small child. I had talked with Barbara Ellen after morning rounds on the day Betty depicts in her memoir. "How much longer do I have?" she asked. "Not long. How does it feel to you?" "I've had enough." "Are you giving me anything to keep me alive?" "Only the IV. Without the fluids, you would die in a day or two." "Would you like us to stop it?" "My mother couldn't handle that." "I get the feeling you always took care of her in some ways, so it may be difficult for you to do what you want now. But you don't need to take care of her anymore. What would you do if you just took care of yourself?" "I would take out the IV." I respect your mother's feelings. This is extremely hard on a parent. I can only imagine how unbearably difficult. But you are my patient here, and my primary responsibility is to you. If you wish, I will speak with her. Recently, Betty Krawczyk and I met again to talk about her daughter's life and death. We had conversed briefly after Barbara Ellen died, when Betty was grieving and attempting to comprehend why her daughter had died so much before her time. I had recounted for her my understanding about the possible connection between a stressful early childhood and an increased risk for the later development of cancer. Soon afterwards, I received in the mail a copy of her first volume of memoirs, Clakwat, The Sound of My Heart. Inside the cover was this inscription: "Herewith my book. It explains something of my relationship with my daughter, who died of breast cancer April 30th, in your unit." Having read that book, I hoped Betty would agree to be interviewed for When the Body Says No. As it turned out, Betty had been thinking of me, having just written the passage quoted above. She was interested in learning more about my perspective and hoped I might help her understand better some of the things Barbara Ellen had said in the last 6 months of her life. It was no ordinary discussion Betty and I had. But Betty is no ordinary woman. She is well known in British Columbia and beyond for her activism in environmental causes. The title of her first book refers to an internationally renowned rainforest preserve on the west coast, Clakwat Sound, threatened some years ago by logging interests. In September 2001, 73-year-old Betty was incarcerated 4.5 months for criminal contempt of court following another logging protest. Although Clakwat is mostly about Betty's experiences as an environmental crusader, she also gives a vivid and honest history of her personal life. With 4 husbands and 8 children, she's had an eventful life. Now Betty acts as surrogate mother to Barbara Ellen's son, Julian, who was only 2 when his mother passed away. Barbara Ellen gave vent to frequent expressions of deep anger at her mother in the final 6 months before she died. It is that anger Betty was still struggling to understand. Betty Krawczyk was born in southern Louisiana, which at that time, she says, was mostly one big swamp. "I wasn't raised to be a protester," she writes in Clakwat. "I was raised a poor country southern white woman." Memory is so selective, so subjective. At a sibling confab several years ago, we were tickled and somewhat amazed to learn that we each, my brother and sister and I, had felt the others to be favored in the family. I know I felt the other 2 to have been favored. Actually, I still do. My brother was the older and the only boy, so he got most of the attention. What was left went to my sister because she was the baby and delicate to boot. I was a big, healthy girl who could amuse herself, so nobody took any special notice of me, which was just fine as far as I was concerned. You really didn't want my father to notice you. If he did, you were in trouble. Not that he beat any of us ever, but the threat was always there. We were there to be seen, not heard, and seen as little as possible. My mother was different. She was warm and loving. Although I always knew she favored my brother and sister, she was so full of love some of it slopped over onto me, too. After I grew up, I once confronted my mother with my secret knowledge, and she was hurt and astonished and insisted that if she paid more attention to the other two, it was because they needed her more than I did, that I was always more emotionally independent. Despite this apparent emotional independence, the young Betty suffered wild nightmares and nervous imaginings in the dark. She left home early, marrying the first grown man who came to court who could actually prove he was financially solvent. In short order, she left her husband, but not before bearing 3 children. He was a bit of a compulsive collector of intact hymens. He couldn't seem to stop after we got married. He finally collected one too many. 3 more marriages and 5 more children followed in the next 2 decades. Barbara Ellen was the 7th among them, born just before Betty moved to Canada in 1966, 6 kids in tow, and her 3rd marriage on the verge of breaking up. They lived in Kirkland Lake, Ontario. Her husband, a college instructor, was an emotionally distant workaholic who also drank. I didn't like John when he drank, she writes. He had a tendency to get impossibly self-righteous and accusatory, so I found myself avoiding the same social situations I had originally reached out for, and my depression deepened. I began to look at John and wonder who he actually was. I thought that first winter in Kirkland Lake would never end, and that spring would never come. Actually, spring never did come. I think the 2 most frustrated people in that non-existent spring were me and the baby, Barbara Ellen. Betty found a way out of her relationship with her husband by falling in love with his department head at the college and relocating with him to British Columbia. It was mostly here that Barbara Ellen grew up, although there were moves back and forth between Eastern and Western Canada and between the United States and Canada. Betty's 4th marriage also failed, but over the years she found a truer sense of herself as a person, as a woman, and as an activist. Barbara Ellen was a sensitive child with health problems. At the age of 4, she began to have vomiting spells that nobody seemed able to diagnose. These bouts recurred intermittently over the years, and Betty feels now they were related to stresses in her daughter's life. As a young adult, Barbara became addicted to narcotic painkillers and tranquilizers that she would inject into her body. Right up to the time of her diagnosis with breast cancer, she was fighting her addiction to drugs. With no experience of stability, she was unable to establish an intimate, ongoing relationship with a man. She went from one relationship to another. Julian was born when Barbara Ellen was 25, but when she married shortly afterwards, it was not to her child's father. That marriage didn't last long, says Betty. Martin was not able to cope with being married and having a little stepson. Barbara was highly intelligent, sensitive, and creative. A dancer, at one point she operated a ballet school for children. She was taking care of Julian and doing some teaching of dance classes in Vancouver when she discovered her cancer. She told me she had had this mammogram and they just wanted to do a mastectomy. She wasn't willing to accept that. Barbara had a keen intellect. She researched all the materials on the kind of cancer she had and investigated the treatment outcomes among her age group in the U.S. and Canada. She didn't like the way it looked. I am not going to go through all that, she said. I don't want to be sick. I don't want to be mutilated. I don't want all this chemo stuff. I'm going to treat it holistically and do the best I can with it. She asked that John and I support her decision and try not to interfere. How was that for you? It was horrible. Immediately I wanted to do something. I tried to pressure her to look at some other options, and then she was just very, very angry and adamant and yelled at me. She'd never yelled at me before. She was angry with me the whole last, I would say, 6 months of her life. Before, she wouldn't stay mad. When she was angry with me, she would just say, "Okay, Mom, you want to think that? You think that." And she'd slam her door or something, but that would be it. That's not exactly an expression of anger, mostly of defeat and frustration. She was always hurt by me for some reason, and I don't know why. I think I was a terrible parent for this child. My personality was hurtful to her. You're full of tears here. Are you still feeling guilt about it? Maybe not so much guilt as a feeling that why couldn't they have given her to someone else who could have dealt with her? She was an extraordinary child in her sensitivity to the world, her understanding of the world, in her gentleness with the world. Gentleness? What was she like as a child? She was very precocious. Wherever I took her, people were impressed with her demeanor and level of, I don't want to say that she acted adult, but at her level of comprehension of the adult world. How about emotionally? Emotionally, she was a very loving and affectionate child. She was quite gentle and was always very loved by everyone, was always the teacher's pet. Other kids didn't seem to resent it, though. Do you have any sense at all that anybody ever tried to abuse her? There was one incident. We had been to Louisiana visiting my mother and sister. My sister had these 4 boys. One boy was a year older than Barbara and bigger. Barbara would have been about 12. She didn't tell me about this. It wasn't until we got back to California that she told Margaret, her sister. Margaret came and told me that this cousin tried to get on top of Barbara. They were the only 2 at home. Barbara was very angry about it. I remember asking Margaret, why didn't she come tell me? And she said, she thought because Doris is your sister that it would cause a big ruckus between you 2. Betty and I then talked about Barbara's illness and death. At the time Barbara was diagnosed with cancer, Betty was running in a provincial election for the Green Party. She resigned her candidacy to spend time with her ailing daughter. I asked if she had found that difficult. It wasn't that hard. My feeling was that we needed each other. But there was something in my personality that Barbara always found irritating. My voice was too loud for her, my actions too flamboyant. I was too much for her more delicate constitution. That's the only way I can describe it. I'm too loud and too definite in my opinions and too aggressive in my actions. She had the opposite personality of liking to think about things and being quiet and trying to have a more holistic view of other people's personalities. It sounds like she thought you were more judgmental than she wanted you to be. Yeah, she always accused me of being judgmental. I stayed a while and she told me to go. She would always tell me when she was tired of me, and she needed to rest because she found me tiring. This is in the last months? Yes. Why do you think that is? You can't be tiring. There's no such thing as a tiring person. My personality would tire her after a while. It was too intense. When does one get tired? When you've been working. So you think it was work for her to be with me. She had to work too hard around you. Aha. Now you're wondering why I'm saying that. You'd be very unusual to be open to hearing this, but your whole life has been a search for truth. I know and understand that. Look, Barbara came along in your life when there was just no stability at all. That's right. You were going through the end stages of your relationship with John when you got pregnant with her, and you felt totally alone. You didn't feel partnered, and you began to realize that while this guy was interesting intellectually, emotionally you were quite alone. Your way of leaving the relationship was to get involved with Wally. Then you make this flight to Western Canada with the kids in tow. What ends up happening is that John gets custody of everybody except Barbara Ellen. She had an awfully huge void to fill in your life all of a sudden, right from the beginning of her life. The nature of stress is not always the usual stuff that people think of. It's not the external stress of war or money loss or somebody dying. It is actually the internal stress of having to adjust oneself to somebody else. Cancer and ALS and MS and rheumatoid arthritis and all these other conditions, it seems to me, happen to people who have a poor sense of themselves as independent persons. On the emotional level, that is, they can be highly accomplished in the arts or intellectually, but on an emotional level, they have a poorly differentiated sense of self. They live in reaction to others without ever really sensing who they themselves are. Barbara's going from one man to the other shows she hadn't enough of a sense of self to hold on to. As soon as one relationship is over, she had to get into another in order to feel okay about herself. The addictions enter into this as well. She comes along in your life when you are particularly emotionally needy and exhausted. I think her precocious intellectual development is what happens to bright and sensitive kids when the emotional environment isn't able to hold them enough. They develop this very powerful intellect that holds them instead. Hence their intellectual maturity and their ability to relate to adults. People would tell me as a child how mature I was. I always thought I was, because in that mode you can seem highly mature. But then, when I look at myself emotionally, I've been very immature. I'm 58 now, and still trying to grow up. This is very interesting. What doesn't develop in one area will overdevelop in another, if the kid has the brains for it. Barbara develops a huge intellect in order to feel comfortable. I believe that's because you were not able to give her the emotional sustenance that she needed when she was small. I don't think so either. When the parent can't put in the work to maintain the relationship, then the child has to. She does so by being a good girl. She does it by being precocious, by being intellectually mature. When she reaches the age of abstract thought, around age 13 or 14, when these connections in the brain actually happen, all of a sudden she becomes your intellectual sounding board. The relationship is based not on her needs, but more on yours. With the incident of that boy trying to climb on her, she protects you from her emotional pain by not telling you. She doesn't let you know about it. She is taking care of you. She wants to keep peace in the family. Well, that's not the child's role. The child's role is to go to the mother and say, "This bastard tried to climb on top of me. To hell with whether there is peace or not." I know that's what you would have wanted her to do. None of this is deliberate. It all goes back to your own experience as a child. I've had very similar interactions with my eldest son as you described with Barbara. He said to me at one point, "Dad, I don't know where you end and I begin." That's just how it is. I've always said that I'm not worried my kids will be angry with me. I'm worried they won't be angry enough. What you were finally seeing in Barbara's last 6 months of life is that she was beginning to set boundaries. She was saying no, and the anger that she had repressed was coming out. Right. This is how I perceive it. The people that I see with cancers and all these conditions have difficulty saying no and expressing anger. They tend to repress their anger or, at the very best, express it sarcastically, but never directly. It all comes from the early need to build the relationship with the parent, to work at the relationship. I think for Barbara it was a lot of work to maintain the relationship with you. I recall just very gingerly raising the issue. She indicated to me that there was something going on, but she also didn't want to talk very much. She was very much pulled into herself. I was a total stranger to her. She wasn't about to open up to me. It wasn't easy for her to open up. In the last months, she would actually ask for me to come smoke a joint with her, so then we could be relaxed and talk, Betty says. How was that? It was good, because she would talk about herself. She would say, "I feel that I don't know what cancer is, but it's here, and it seems like it's been visited on me." She said, "I've invited the cancer into my body." I remember being horrified and saying, "Barbara, I don't understand that." She said, "Well, it's because I experience it as part of my own life, and that you're a part of this too, Mom. You have your own part of my cancer." You know something else, Gabor? She saw somebody the night before she died. She said there was a man who'd come to take her, and she'd told him she wasn't ready. The next night she said to me, "That man, I want him to come." I said, "What man? Do you want me to call the doctor?" She said, "No, the man who came for me and I told him I wasn't ready." She said that she was ready now. I had told her a few hours before that if she was tired of being sick, she didn't have to hold on any longer. I'd said, "Okay," and it was then she told me about the man. She told me that she was ready for him now, and she died at 8 that morning. Have you ever read any Kubler-Ross stuff? You know where she says about escorts, people who come for us as we die? It was so weird. It really made the hair stand up on the back of my neck. Why is that weird for you? Well, do you mean there really is an angel of death? Does it have to be like that? The mind has an experience, and we translate it into an image. There is a deeper sense of something that's happening, but the mind can only experience it in terms of thoughts and images. Betty had one final question. Why can't parents see their children's pain? I've had to ask myself the same thing. It's because we haven't seen our own. When I read your book, Claquot, I saw the evidence in your writing that you hadn't recognized your own pain yet. It would not be possible for you to clearly see Barbara's either. If you think of it only in terms of you and Barbara, you're going to feel more guilt. You may accuse yourself of things that wouldn't be fair to you. The fact is, you are the product of a certain upbringing and a certain kind of life. Your life has always been about trying to find yourself and about trying to find truth in the world. It's been a real struggle. It's amazing what you've done, coming from the background that you described. Still, are you sure you want to hear this? Please continue. You dedicate Claquot to Barbara Ellen, but also to your wonderful mother. Your mother may well have been wonderful, but when you write this, you are not fully aware of how angry you are with your own mother and how hurt you were by her. My mother was warm and loving, but I always knew she favored my brother and sister. She was so full of love that some of it slopped over to me. How does that actually feel to a child? Whose perspective is this? I never felt unloved. Of course you didn't feel unloved, and I'm not saying your mother didn't love you. But partially, you didn't feel unloved because you shut off your pain around it. You write, after I grew up, I once confronted my mother with my secret knowledge, and she was hurt and astonished and insisted that if she paid more attention to the other two, it was because they needed her more than I did, that I was always more emotionally independent. That was your particular ruse to make it look like you are emotionally independent, to protect your mother and to avoid your hurt feelings. That was suppressing your own pain. Although I always knew she favored my brother and sister, she was so full of love some of it slopped over onto me, is also the perspective of an adult trying to distance herself from the emotional reality of the experience. The child's perspective would be different. How did it actually feel? I know I used to resent the attention paid to my little sister because she would hold her breath and turn blue. Later, she studied to be a nurse practitioner to get a nursing degree, and she had 4 children. She was an addict and an alcoholic, and she died before she was 50 from an overdose. My parents tried with her, and my mother tried desperately with her. You're so quick to jump to your parents' defense. That's because I'm a parent. I think it's because you're defending yourself against your own pain in your relationship with your parents. You had nightmares. Everybody would have nightmares if they drank all the iced tea I did. Nightmares are about our deepest anxieties. A kid is afraid of monsters under the bed. You turn the light on and you show him that there are no monsters, and the next minute he's afraid of the monster again. What is he actually afraid of? He's afraid of not being protected, about not being connected enough. Maybe there's something monsterish in the parent. Maybe the parent is angry, so the kid is really scared. The kid has all this fear, so his mind will create the image of a monster. The nightmares I had were about my father. I detested him. Not too long ago I was talking with my brother, who was very much browbeaten by my father. He became an aeronautical engineer in spite of all of it. Although he himself has been a lifelong alcoholic, he's a functional one and actually excels in his field. Not long ago he said, "You know, Betty, I always admired you when we were kids because you weren't afraid to stand up to Dad." That isn't true. I was petrified of Daddy, but I would offer some resistance. To my brother, in his mind, I was a freedom fighter because he would never say a single word to my father. My father called him a sissy because he just studied all the time. Another reason you had nightmares about him is that you couldn't talk to your mom about any of these feelings. What was I going to tell Mom? I hate Daddy and I don't know what in the world you're doing with him? No, just, Mom, I hate Daddy. It wouldn't have washed. The Bible says you honor your mother and father. I'm not blaming the mother because she is in this relationship. She has her own history. She can't very well fight and upset the apple cart. But for the child, the bigger wound is the experience with the mother. You come from a mother's body and you relate to the mother. The mother is the universe for us. It's the universe that lets us down. When the father comes along as an abusive, threatening figure, The universe protects us, or the universe doesn't protect us. Now, I'm not saying it's the mother's fault. It has to do with the position of women in society and the relationships people get into. I'm talking only about the child's experience. The child doesn't know it, since you can't miss what you're not familiar with. But the child is actually experiencing abandonment by the mom. When you say, that wouldn't have washed, what you're really saying is that your mother had no way of hearing your root feelings. We don't tend to think of that as wounding, but it is a deeper wound than anything else. There's a wonderful feminist book by Dorothy Dinnerstein, The Mermaid and the Minotaur. It discusses how the exclusive role that women have in early child raising distorts child development. When the woman is married to an immature man, she is also a mother to her husband, so she hasn't got the openness and the energy for her kids. So your real rival for your mother's affection wasn't your sister, it was your dad. It's so odd because all three of us before my sister died were talking one day about my father. The animosity that I feel for my father is nothing compared with what my sister and brother felt. They both hated my father so much. We were talking about my father, and my mother came into the room and she said, "You know, when you kids talk about your father, I've always felt angry with you because your father was a good man." She also said, "I don't think I paid enough attention to any of you. If I had to do it over again, I would pay more attention to all of you and less to Daddy." Perhaps, but she may not realize that he got the attention that he demanded. Had he had less, he would have made her suffer for it. It was Barbara Ellen and her aunt who died of an overdose, and her alcoholic uncle, and her brave mother, Betty, and all Betty's children who, to one degree or another, suffered for the demanding immaturity of Betty's father and for the lack of true assertiveness by her mother. And these parents, too, were suffering and carrying the burden of generations. There is no one to blame, but there are generations on generations who had lived to bear a part in the genesis of Barbara Ellen's breast cancer. Chapter 7. Stress, Hormones, Repression, and Cancer. The large majority of lung cancers are caused by carcinogens and tumor promoters ingested via cigarette smoking, says the 12th edition of Harrison's Principles of Internal Medicine. The statement is scientifically incorrect, despite the truth it contains. Smoking no more causes cancer of the lung than being thrown into deep water causes drowning. Fatal as immersion in deep water can be to the unprotected non-swimmer, for someone who swims well or is equipped with a life jacket, it poses little risk. A combination of factors is necessary to cause drowning. It is the same with lung cancer. Smoking vastly increases the risk of cancer, not only of the lung but also of the bladder, the throat, and other organs. But logic alone tells us that it cannot, by itself, cause any of these malignancies. If A causes B, then every time A is present, B should follow. If B does not follow A consistently, then A cannot, by itself, be the cause of B, even if in most cases it might be a major and perhaps necessary contributing factor. If smoking caused lung cancer, every smoker would develop the disease. Several decades ago, David Kisson, a British chest surgeon, reported that patients with lung cancer were frequently characterized by a tendency to bottle up emotions. In a number of studies, Kisson supported his clinical impressions that people with lung cancer have poor and restricted outlets for the expression of emotion as compared with non-malignancy lung patients and normal controls. The risk of lung cancer, Kisson found, was 5 times higher in men who lacked the ability to express emotion effectively. Especially intriguing was that those lung cancer patients who smoked but did not inhale exhibited even greater repression of emotion than those who did. Kisson's observations implied that emotional repression works synergistically with smoking in the causation of lung cancer. The more severe the repression, the less the smoke damage required to result in cancer. Kisson's insights were confirmed in spectacular fashion by a prospective study German, Dutch, and Serbian researchers conducted over a 10-year period in Crvenka in the former Yugoslavia. The purpose of the study was to investigate the relationship of psychosocial risk factors to mortality. Crvenka, an industrial town of about 14,000 inhabitants, was chosen partly because it was known to have a high mortality rate and partly because its stable population base permitted easier follow-up. Nearly 10% of the town's inhabitants were selected, about 1,000 men and 400 women. Each was interviewed in 1965-66 with a 109-item questionnaire that delineated such risk factors as adverse life events, a sense of long-lasting hopelessness, and a hyper-rational, non-emotional coping style. Physical parameters like cholesterol levels, weight, blood pressure, and smoking history were also recorded. People with already diagnosed disease were excluded from the research project. By 1976, 10 years later, over 600 of the study participants had died of cancer, heart disease, stroke, or other causes. The single greatest risk factor for death, and especially for cancer death, was what the researchers called rationality and anti-emotionality, or RA. The 11 questions identifying RA measured a single trait, the repression of anger. Indeed, cancer incidence was some 40 times higher in those who answered positively to 10 or 11 of the questions for RA than in the remaining subjects, who answered positively to about 3 questions on average. We found that smokers had no incidence of lung cancer unless they also had RA scores of 10 or 11, suggesting that any effect of smoking on the lung is essentially limited to a susceptible minority. These findings do not absolve tobacco products or cigarette manufacturers of responsibility in the prevalence of lung cancer. On the contrary, all the 38 people in the Crvenka study who died of lung cancer had been smokers. The results indicated that for lung cancer to occur, tobacco alone is not enough. Emotional repression must somehow potentiate the effects of smoke damage on the body. But how? Physiological influences make a decisive biological contribution to the onset of malignant disease through the interconnections linking the components of the body's stress apparatus, the nerves, the hormonal glands, the immune system, and the brain centers where emotions are perceived and processed. Biologic and psychological activity are not independent. Each represents the functioning of a supersystem whose components can no longer be thought of as separate or autonomous mechanisms. The past quarter century of scientific inquiry has supplanted the traditional Western medical view of a split between body and mind, with a truer, more unitary perspective. Candace Pert, a leading American researcher, has written that the conceptual division between the sciences of immunology, endocrinology, and psychology neuroscience is a historical artifact. Psychoneuroimmunology, or more comprehensively and accurately, psychoneuroimmunoendocrinology, is the name of the discipline that studies the interrelated functions of the organs and glands that regulate our behavior and physiological balance. The brain, nervous system, immune organs and immune cells, and the endocrine glands are joined together through several pathways. As more research is done, more links are likely to be discovered. The combined task of this psychoneuroimmunoendocrine (PNI) system is to ensure the development, survival, and reproduction of each organism. The acronym PNI more commonly refers to the science of psychoneuroimmunoendocrinology. For convenience reasons, I use it here to describe the physiological system that science studies. It is tedious for both writer and reader to keep spelling out the word psychoneuroimmunoendocrine. The interconnections among the components of the PNI system enable it to recognize potential threats from within or without, and to respond with behaviors and biochemical changes coordinated to maximize safety at minimal cost. The various parts of the PNI supersystem are wired together by nervous system connections, some of them only recently identified. For example, the immune centers, previously thought of as acted on only by hormones, are extensively supplied with nerves. The so-called primary immune organs are the bone marrow and the thymus gland, located in the upper chest in front of the heart. Immune cells maturing in the bone marrow or in the thymus travel to the secondary lymph organs, including the spleen and the lymph glands. Fibers issuing from the central nervous system supply both primary and secondary lymph organs, allowing instant communication from the brain to the immune system. The hormone-producing endocrine glands are also directly wired to the central nervous system. Thus, the brain can talk directly to the thyroid and adrenal glands, or to the testes and ovaries and other organs. In turn, the hormones from the endocrine glands and substances produced by the immune cells directly affect brain activity. Chemicals from all these sources attach to receptors on the surfaces of brain cells, thereby influencing the organism's behavior. We have all had the experience described in medical language as sickness behavior, which illustrates the action of immune products on the brain. A group of chemicals called cytokines, secreted by immune cells, can induce the feelings that prompt us to call in sick to our workplace: fever, loss of appetite, fatigue, and increased need for sleep. Distressing as they are, such rapid adaptations are designed to conserve energy, helping us to overcome illness. Inappropriate secretion of the same substances, however, would interfere with normal functioning, for example, by causing excessive fatigue or chronic fatigue. It is astonishing to learn that lymph cells and other white blood cells are capable of manufacturing nearly all the hormones and messenger substances produced in the brain and nervous system. Even endorphins, the body's intrinsic morphine-like mood-altering chemicals and painkillers, can be secreted by lymphocytes. And these immune cells also have on their surfaces receptors for the hormones and other molecules originating in the brain. In short, in addition to the unifying network of nerve fibers that wire together the various components of the PNI supersystem, there is also constant biochemical crosstalk among them. The myriad products they can each send to or receive from the others enable them all to speak and understand the same molecular language and to respond, each in its own way, to the same signals. The PNI system is like a giant switchboard, always alight with coordinated messages coming in from all directions and going out to all directions at the same time. It follows, too, that whatever short-term or chronic stimulus acts on any one part of the PNI system, it has the potential to affect the other parts as well. What makes possible the versatile, interactive functions of the PNI system? A microscopic look would reveal numerous receptor sites on the surface of each cell to which the common molecular messengers can bind. As Candace Pert reports, a typical nerve cell, or neuron, may have millions of receptors on its surface. If you were to assign a different color to each of the receptors that scientists have identified, the average cell surface would appear as a multicolored mosaic of at least 70 different hues, 50,000 of one type of receptor, 10,000 of another, 100,000 of a third, and so forth. The messenger molecules and most of the hormones are made of amino acids, the basic building blocks of protein. They are called peptides, the technical name for longer chains of amino acids. None of these chemicals are restricted to any one area or organ of the body. An eminent neuroscientist has suggested the term information substances to describe the entire group because they each carry information from one cell or one organ to another. There are multiple potential interactions between information substances emanating from each part of the PNI system and cell types in each other part. The hub of the PNI system is the hypothalamic pituitary adrenal nexus, the HPA axis. It is through the activation of the HPA axis that both psychological and physical stimuli set in motion the body's responses to threat. Psychological stimuli are first evaluated in the emotional centers known as the limbic system, which includes parts of the cerebral cortex and also deeper brain structures. If the brain interprets the incoming information as threatening, the hypothalamus will induce the pituitary to secrete an adrenocorticotropic hormone. ACTH, in turn, causes the cortex of the adrenal gland to secrete cortisol into the circulation. Simultaneously with this hormonal cascade, the hypothalamus sends messages via the sympathetic nervous system, the flight or fight part of the nervous system, to another part of the adrenal, the medulla. The adrenal medulla manufactures and secretes the flight-fight hormone adrenaline, which immediately stimulates the cardiovascular and nervous systems. The same influences that the organism is most likely to interpret as emotionally stressful are, not surprisingly, also the most powerful psychic triggers for the HPA axis. Psychological factors such as uncertainty, conflict, lack of control, and lack of information are considered the most stressful stimuli and strongly activate the HPA axis. Sense of control and consummatory behavior result in immediate suppression of HPA activity. Consummatory behavior, from the Latin consumare, to complete, is behavior that removes the danger or relieves the tension caused by it. We recall that stress-inducing stimuli are not always objective external threats like predators or potential physical disasters, but also include internal perceptions that something we consider essential is lacking. This is why lack of control, lack of information, and, as we will see, unsatisfied emotional needs, for example, lack of love, trigger the HPA axis. Consummation of such needs abolishes the stress response. Given the biochemical and neurological cross-influences within the PNI system, we can readily understand how emotions are able to interact with hormones, immune defenses, and the nervous system. In cancer causation, disturbed hormonal activity and impaired immune defenses both play a role. Lung cancer is a prime example. The mechanistic view holds that cancer results from damage to the DNA of a cell by some noxious substance, for example, tobacco breakdown products. This perspective is valid as far as it goes, but cannot explain why some smokers develop cancers while others do not, even if the amount and type of tobacco they inhale are exactly the same. The unanswered questions are, why are the cells of some individuals more susceptible than those of others? Why does DNA repair occur in some people but not in others? Why do the immune system and other defenses keep cancer at bay in some people but not in others? What accounts for vast differences in cure or disease progression from one person to the next, even when the identical cancer is diagnosed at exactly the same stage and even when all other factors, age, gender, income, general health, are exactly matched? Genetic variations may explain these issues in some cancers, although, as we have seen with breast cancer, in the majority of people, heredity does not play a role in cancer causation. Lung cancer, specifically, is not a genetically transmitted disease, nor is the damage to genes in lung cancer due to heredity. The development of any malignancy progresses through several stages, the first of which is initiation, the process by which a normal cell becomes transformed into an abnormal one. Cancer may be seen as a disease of cell replication. The normal processes of cell division and cell death are somehow subverted. A cell that should give rise to healthy offspring escapes from control and divides into malformed facsimiles that replicate themselves without regard to the biological needs of the organism. With millions of cells dying or being formed in the body every day, natural accident would, by itself, lead to a great number of spontaneous, abnormal transformations. It's a fact that every one of us has a number of tiny cancerous tumors growing in our bodies at every moment, writes Candace Pert. Tobacco smoke has a directly damaging effect on the genetic material of lung cells. It has been estimated that for the initiation of cancer, lung cells have to acquire as many as 10 separate lesions or points of damage on their DNA. Yet, no matter where in the body, such genomic damage seldom leads to tumor formation. This is principally due to the fact that most primary lesions are transient and are readily eliminated by DNA repair or cell death. In other words, DNA repairs itself, or the cell dies without replicating its damaged genetic material, which, no doubt, accounts for the fact that most smokers do not develop clinical lung cancer. When cancer does arise, either DNA repair or the normal process of cell death must have failed. In a 1999 review of psychological effects on lung cancer, researchers from the Ohio State University College of Medicine wrote, "Faulty DNA repair is associated with an increased incidence of cancer. Stress may alter these DNA repair mechanisms. For example, in one study, lymphocytes from psychiatric inpatients with higher depressive symptoms demonstrated impairment in their ability to repair cellular DNA damaged by exposure to X-irradiation, X-rays. Impaired DNA repair has also been documented in studies of stressed laboratory animals. Apoptosis is the scientific term for the physiologically regulated death necessary for the maintenance of healthy tissues. Apoptosis ensures normal tissue turnover, culling older cells with weakened genetic material, leaving room for their healthy and vigorous offspring. Dysregulated apoptosis contributes to many pathologies, including tumor production, autoimmune and immunodeficiency diseases, and neurodegenerative disorders. Steroid hormones released through the activity of the HPA axis help regulate apoptosis in a number of ways. Habitual repression of emotion leaves a person in a situation of chronic stress, and chronic stress creates an unnatural biochemical milieu in the body. Perpetually abnormal steroid hormone levels can interfere with normal programmed cell death. Also participating in cell death are natural killer cells. Depression, a mental state in which repression of anger dominates emotional functioning, interacts with cigarette smoking to lower the activity of NK cells. In short, for cancer causation, it is not enough that DNA damage occur. Also necessary are failure of DNA repair and/or an impairment of regulated cell death. Stress and the repression of emotion can negatively affect both of those processes. The findings of the Cervenka investigators and of the British surgeon David Kisson make physiological sense when we consider the first stage of malignant transformation, that of initiation. A two-part article, published in the Canadian Medical Association Journal in 1996, reviewed the role of the PNI system in health and disease. In healthy people, noted the authors, neuroimmune mechanisms provide host defense against infection, injury, cancer, and control immune and inflammatory reactions, which preempt disease. Disease, in other words, is not a simple result of some external attack, but develops in a vulnerable host in whom the internal environment has become disordered. Subsequent phases of cancerous change are promotion and progression. Having escaped the normal regulatory mechanisms that should have prevented their survival, the newly malignant cells continue to divide, leading to the formation of a tumor. At this stage, tumor growth can be inhibited or supported by the body's internal environment. The PNI supersystem comes into play. Acting chiefly through hormonal regulation by the HPA axis, it creates a milieu in the body tissues that is either receptive or hostile to the growth and spread of cancer. The chronic psychological status of the individual may play an important role either in facilitating tumor promotion or in dampening or accentuating the impacts of environmental stress. Dr. Mark E. Lipman, head of the Breast Cancer Section, Medicine Branch, National Cancer Institute, Bethesda, Maryland, has written, The human endocrine system provides one critical mediator of interaction between psyche and tumor. It seems inescapable that psychic factors which can evoke endocrine changes will have effects on actual tumor biology. The effect of hormones on the growth and spread of cancer is twofold. First, many tumors are directly hormone dependent, or they arise in organs intimately involved in hormonal interactions, such as the ovaries or the testes. Hormone-dependent cancer cells bear on their membranes receptors for various hormones capable of promoting cell growth. One example of a hormone-dependent cancer is that of the breast. It is generally understood that many breast cancers are estrogen-dependent, this being the rationale for the use of the estrogen-blocking drug tamoxifen. Less well known is that some breast cancers have receptors for a broad array of other information substances, including androgens, male sex hormones, progestins, prolactin, insulin, vitamin D, and several more, all of them secreted by the HPA axis or regulated by it. Stress is a powerful modulator of hormonal function, as seen in both human experience and animal studies. In one experiment, researchers manipulated the dominance relationships in groups of female monkeys. Established dominance patterns were broken up. Some previously dominant animals were forced into subordination, while subordinate ones were enabled to achieve dominant status. Social subordination caused hormonal dysfunctions of the HPA axis and of the ovaries. Females that were currently dominant secreted less cortisol than those who were currently subordinate. Dominant female monkeys had normal menstruations and higher concentrations of progesterone prior to ovulation. Subordinates ovulated less often and more frequently had impaired menstrual cycles. When the experimental situation was altered so that previously dominant monkeys became subordinate, their reproductive function was almost immediately suppressed, and their cortisol production went up. The reverse was the case in the monkeys previously subordinate but newly made dominant. Cancers of the female gynecological organs, such as the ovaries and the uterus, are also hormone-related. Ovarian malignancy is only the 7th most common cancer in women, but it is the 4th leading cause of cancer deaths. Of all cancers, it carries the highest tumor-to-death ratio. That is, it has the poorest prognosis. In 1999, 2,600 Canadian women were diagnosed with ovarian cancer. In the same year, 1,500 died of it. In the U.S., about 20,000 women are diagnosed annually. Nearly 2/3 of them will succumb to the disease. Although early treatment is highly effective, by the time most cases are diagnosed, the cancer has advanced beyond the ability of current treatment to cure it. As yet, there are no effective screening tests to identify the initial stages of this disease. Ultrasounds and a blood test called CA125 are useful in monitoring treatment, but neither is reliable as a tool to find the cancer before it causes symptoms or before it spreads beyond its site of origin. Darlene, an insurance broker, was diagnosed during the course of an infertility workup. They did a laparoscopy to look at my ovaries, she says, and that's how they found the cancer. So instead of a child, I ended up with an oophorectomy. Since infertility is one of the known risk indicators for ovarian cancer, hormonal factors are obviously important. Unfortunately, the picture is confusing. Early menses and late menopause increase the risk of developing ovarian cancer, while pregnancies and the birth control pill decrease it. This pattern would suggest that the more women ovulate, the more susceptible they become to the disease. On the other hand, infertility, when no ovulation takes place, also adds to the risk. Evidently, the hormonal influences here are subtle and complicated. What we do know about the hormones of female reproduction is that they are exquisitely sensitive to women's psychological states and to the stresses in their lives. Hormonal function may also be related to certain character traits, as a study at the University of Pittsburgh in 2001 concluded. Researchers at the Pittsburgh School of Medicine compared the psychological characteristics of women with chronically missed periods, amenorrhea, with women whose menstruation was normal. They were particularly interested in a group with functional hypothalamic amenorrhea, FHA, that is, the group of women who had no identifiable disease or condition to account for the lack of normal ovulation. The study found that the women with FHA reported more dysfunctional attitudes, particularly those associated with need for approval. They were more likely to endorse attitudes that are prevalent among persons vulnerable to depression, such as perfectionistic standards and concern about the judgment of others. A major finding of the Pittsburgh researchers was the discovery of subtly but significantly disturbed eating habits in non-menstruating women. Troubled eating patterns are inextricably linked with unresolved childhood issues, as we will see, for example, in the case of the comedienne Gilda Radner, who died of ovarian cancer. The stresses that create the problems with self-nurture are also stresses that predispose to ill health. The authors of the Pittsburgh study write that women with FHA report more concerns about dieting and weight, fear of weight gain, and tendencies to engage in binge eating. Eating patterns are directly connected with emotional issues arising both from childhood and from current stresses. The patterns of how we eat or don't eat, and how much we eat, are strongly related to the levels of stress we experience and to the coping responses we have developed in the face of life's vicissitudes. In turn, dietary habits intimately affect the functioning of the hormones that influence the female reproductive tract. Anorexics, for example, will often stop menstruating. Jerry Lynn Pryor, a Vancouver endocrinologist with a special interest in women's health issues, found that subtle hormonal disruptions can occur even among women who report regular periods and no symptoms. She wrote in the Canadian Journal of Diagnosis, "Approximately 1/3 of regular asymptomatic menstrual cycles of healthy women will have disturbances of ovulation that, based on biologic principles, could lead to significant health risks." The commonest cause of failed ovulation in Dr. Pryor's study was insufficient stimulation of the ovaries by the hypothalamus and pituitary due to an imbalance or incoordination in the signals sent from the hypothalamus and pituitary gland to the ovarian follicle. These disturbances, wrote Dr. Pryor, are caused by adaptations related to life cycle, changes in weight, psychosocial stresses, excessive exercise, or illness. Malignancies of the hematological, blood cell-producing system, such as leukemia and lymphoma, are also hormone-dependent, being profoundly affected by cortisol produced in the adrenal gland. Adrenal corticoid hormones inhibit the division and spread of leukemia and lymphoma cells. Thus, hematological malignancies may, in part, result when blood and lymph cells escape from normal inhibition owing to a chronically unbalanced HPA system. The available research points to emotional stress as a significant dynamic in the lives of adults with these diseases. At the University of Rochester, a 15-year study of people who developed lymphoma or leukemia reportedly found that these malignancies were apt to occur in a setting of emotional loss or separation, which in turn brought about feelings of anxiety, sadness, anger, or hopelessness. Synthetic analogs of the stress hormone cortisol are important components of the treatment of leukemia and lymphoma. Interestingly, the amount of cortisol-like hormone needed to block the replication of leukemic cells is only a little higher than what should normally be functionally available in the body. In the case of leukemia, episodes of acute stress in which the cortisol levels temporarily rise are sometimes enough to induce a remission. Such is thought to have happened during the illness of the composer Bela Bartok. We need to recall here that the temporary elevation of cortisol that occurs in episodes of acute stress is healthy and necessary. Not healthy are the chronically elevated cortisol levels in chronically stressed persons. Bartok, in exile from his native Hungary and stricken with leukemia, was commissioned by the conductor of the Boston Symphony Orchestra, Serge Koussevitzky, to write a new piece. The composer went into spontaneous remission, which lasted until the work was completed. Quite likely, HPA-triggered cortisol and several other elements of the PNI system contributed to this famous remission, which made possible the creation of Bartók's Concerto for Orchestra, a classic of 20th century music. Apart from their direct effects on hormone-dependent malignancies, hormones regulated by the stress-sensitive HPA axis and by limbic areas of the brain act on other tissues in the body to influence the development of cancers. Chief among these hormone-sensitive tissues is the immune system. It is customary to conceive of cancer as an invader against whom the body, like a country under foreign attack, must wage war. Such a view, while perhaps comforting in its simplicity, is a distortion of reality. First, even when there is an external carcinogen like tobacco, the cancer itself is partially an outcome of internal processes gone wrong. And, of course, for most cancers, there is no such identified carcinogen. Second, it is the internal environment, locally and throughout the entire organism, that plays the major role in deciding whether the malignancy will flourish or be eliminated. The malignant transformation of normal cells, in other words, is a process determined by many factors that have at least as much to do with the biopsychosocial state of the organism as with the type of cancer itself. Once a cancer reaches the stage where its cell surfaces display molecules different from the normal body proteins, it ought to be destroyed by immune responses of many different kinds. T cells should attack it with noxious chemicals. Antibodies should be formed against it. Specialized blood cells should chew it up. Under conditions of chronic stress, the immune system may become either too confused to recognize the mutated cell clones that form the cancer, or too debilitated to mount an effective attack against them. Also implicated in the growth and development of tumors are a large number of locally produced chemicals, some secreted by the cancer cells themselves. Such chemicals include growth factors, inhibitory substances, and messenger molecules of many kinds. A complicated balance among them will tilt the process toward either tumor suppression or tumor growth. Suffice it to say here that this intricate biochemical cascade is profoundly influenced by the PNI system, particularly through hormones and other information substances. Finally, emotional states are of great potential significance in the prevention or encouragement of cancer metastasis, the movement of malignant cells from the original tumor site to other areas of the body. In popular mythology, cancer has to be caught early before it has a chance to spread. The biological reality is quite different. By the time a tumor becomes detectable, spread has in many cases already occurred. A high proportion of early cancers have already thrown off occult metastases by the time the primary tumor is diagnosed. The British oncologist Basil Stoll has pointed out. However, most metastases either die or lie dormant for a long time. Doubling time, the amount of time needed for a tumor mass to double in size, varies from one cancer type to another, and there are great variation within individual cancer types. For a tumor to become clinically noticeable, even on an easily accessible body tissue like the skin or the breast, it has to become about half a gram in size, comprising about 500 million cells. A single cell with a malignant mutation would have to double about 30 times to reach such dimensions. In breast cancer, doubling time has been calculated to range from a few days to 1.5 years, with an average of about 4 months. If a tumor cell were to grow constantly at the last rate, it would take about 8 years to become clinically evident, and some sources suggest an even longer doubling time with a time span of about 15 to 20 years to become clinically evident. In the real life of a tumor, there is probably no steady doubling rate. Rather, there are broad fluctuations in growth rate, depending on what is happening in the life of the host. we recall the history of Michelle, whose breast lump, which had been present for 7 years, changed dramatically after a period of acute stress. Since breast cancers have the potential to metastasize by the time they are a little over 0.5 millimeter in diameter, if a tumor is going to metastasize, in general it will already have done so by the time it is clinically detectable. Microscopic spread of malignant cells seems to happen in many cases of breast cancer without ever causing clinical problems. In other cases, the metastatic deposit may lie dormant in distant tissues for years and then unexpectedly declare itself in the form of symptoms. The same dynamic operates with prostate cancer, which is why spread has already occurred in 40% of prostate malignancies by the time the diagnosis is made. In fact, in a striking similarity with prostate cancer, autopsy studies on women indicate that as many as 25 to 30% of all women have microscopic breast malignancies, far in excess of the number ever actually manifested. The issue, therefore, is not simply the prevention of spread, but why and under what conditions in some people already existing dormant deposits convert into clinical cancer. Tumor dormancy is affected by many hormonal and immunological influences, all of them functions of the PNI system, and all of them highly susceptible to life stresses. There are dramatic fluctuations in tumor growth rates from one patient to the next. Also evident is a high degree of inconsistency in the appearance of metastatic disease and of survival times among patients who, clinically, are diagnosed with exactly the same type of cancer at the same stage of severity. For example, there are many cases where incompletely excised breast cancers never recur, or where secondary deposits lie dormant in the host tissues for up to 30 years before finally manifesting. Such individual differences, it would seem, are due not to the autonomous behavior of the malignancy, but to factors in the body's internal environment that inhibit the growth of cancer, or, conversely, encourage it. That internal milieu is profoundly affected by the stressors acting on people's lives and also by the highly variable ways in which individuals cope with stress. In numerous studies of cancer, the most consistently identified risk factor is the inability to express emotion, particularly the feelings associated with anger. The repression of anger is not an abstract emotional trait that mysteriously leads to disease. It is a major risk factor because it increases physiological stress on the organism. It does not act alone, but in conjunction with other risk factors that are likely to accompany it, such as hopelessness and lack of social support. The person who does not feel or express negative emotion will be isolated even if surrounded by friends, because his real self is not seen. The sense of hopelessness follows from the chronic inability to be true to oneself on the deepest level. And hopelessness leads to helplessness, since nothing one can do is perceived as making any difference. One study dealt with healthy women who had no symptoms, only an abnormal pap smear on a routine physical examination. Without any knowledge of the results of the pap smear, the researchers were able to predict with almost 75% accuracy those individuals who had early cancer, simply by utilizing a questionnaire which differentiated between various emotional states. They found that cancer was most apt to occur in those women with a helplessness-prone personality, or some sense of helpless frustration which could not be resolved in the preceding 6 months. The researchers in Sferenka had also predicted who among their nearly 1,400 subjects would likely develop cancer and die of it, based on the psychological characteristics of rationality, anti-emotionality, repressed anger, and a long-lasting sense of hopelessness. When they checked the death records 10 years later, they found that they had been right in 78% of cases. It seems to us, they commented, that the importance of psychosomatic risk factors is likely to have been grossly underestimated in many studies. The influence of psychological risk factors is poignantly illustrated in the life history of Gilda Radner. Radner's maternal aunt and 2 cousins died of ovarian cancer, and her mother was successfully treated for breast cancer. Gilda faced a genetic risk, but was she absolutely fated to die of ovarian cancer? There is no reason to think so. For most women who develop ovarian cancer, heredity does not figure heavily among the risk factors. For a few, it is highly significant. About 8% of women with ovarian cancer carry one of the genetic mutations known to increase risk. In fact, these are the same BRCA genes implicated in breast cancer. Depending on which strand of DNA is involved, those with the mutation on one gene could have a 63% risk of developing cancer by age 70. Those women whose mutation is in the other gene have a 27% risk of ovarian cancer by age 75. For women without the mutation, but who have a first-degree relative, mother, sister, or daughter, with ovarian cancer, the risk is about 5%. Here again, we see that genes by themselves do not tell the whole story. Even in these high-risk categories, not everyone is ordained to develop cancer. Gilda Radner sparkled with manic energy and a zest for experience, but she carried the psychological burdens of a highly stressful and self-negating life. The eating disorder she suffered from likely affected her hormonal balance. She was also infertile, due probably to the type of hypothalamic pituitary dysfunction discussed earlier in this chapter. The slim star of Saturday Night Live was bulimic. By her own description, she had been an unhappy, fat, and mediocre child. She characterized her childhood as a nightmare. My brother and I ate ourselves into little balloon children, she wrote in her memoir. We looked like no-neck monsters. My parents sent me to summer camp every year, and every year I was scapegoated. In the princess game, there would be controlling girls and pretty girls. The controlling girls would make the pretty girl the princess, and the controlling girls would be the advisors to the princess. The fat girl would be the servant or something, and that would be me. Gilda's relationship with her mother appears to have been intensely negative, and apparently marked by competition for her father's attention. Gilda maintained that her father had been the love of my life. His death of brain cancer when she was 12 was an irreparable loss. All her adult life, Gilda, out of sheer desperation, promiscuously sought male love and acceptance. To a great extent, my life has been controlled by the men I loved, she wrote. She attempted to make herself into whatever woman she thought the man in her life preferred. Gilda found it impossible to speak her emotional truth to her mother, Henrietta, or to say no to her directly. When already a star and a closet bulimic, she would attempt to allay her mother's anxieties about what she ate by concocting detailed fabrications of imaginary meals. Henrietta did not learn about her daughter's bulimia while Gilda was alive. Using comedy, Gilda could control her environment. Comedy filled a crucial childhood need. It was a way of endearing herself to her father and her sole means of reaching her mother, a way of getting to her when nothing worked. She became a natural comic. The price was the obliteration of her own feelings. Gilda was a self-confessed workaholic who, she would write, let stress and pressure run my precious life. On a youthful trip to Paris, she threw herself in front of traffic in a dramatic suicidal gesture that could easily have killed her. At least someone cares about me, she said to the friend who pulled her to safety. Even after her symptoms of ovarian cancer began to cause physical distress, including bowel blockage, Radner was more concerned with satisfying others than with her own needs. She sought and received advice from sundry sources. Her dilemma? Suddenly I began to wonder how to please so many people. Do I take magnesium citrate? What about the coffee enema? Do I do both? Do I do the abdominal massage or the colonic? Do I tell the doctors about each other? East meets West in Gilda's body. Western medicine down my throat, Eastern medicine up my butt. When it seemed she had been successfully treated, Gilda became a poster girl for ovarian cancer, featured on the cover of Life magazine. She was an inspiration to many, but the recovery was short-lived. Still attached to roles she had developed as a child, she berated herself for having let down others by developing terminal illness. I had become a spokeswoman for the wellness community and a symbol of getting well. I had been a model cancer patient, completely active in my own therapy. Now I felt like a living example that didn't work. I'm just a fraud, I thought. Only close to her death did Gilda finally learn that she could not be mother to the world. I couldn't do everything I wanted to do. I couldn't keep calling all the cancer patients I knew, and I couldn't try to help heal all the women with ovarian cancer, and I couldn't read every letter I received because it was ripping me apart. I couldn't cry all those tears for everybody else. I had to take care of myself. It is important to realize that you have to take care of yourself because you can't take care of anybody else until you do. Chapter 8. Something good comes out of this. Ed was diagnosed after his general practitioner found a small nodule during a routine rectal exam. I went for a biopsy, he reports, and they did 6 hits on the prostate. They found an irregularity in 1 hit. Prostate cancer. Since then, I've looked at all the options, and it was all either slash, burn, or poison. I've spoken with a lot of men who have had their prostate removed, and some who have had radiation. It's been pretty lousy for most of them. You haven't had any medical treatment? I ask Ed. I've been to a naturopath, and I am doing hypnotherapy, and I've been doing a lot of looking at myself and how I've lived my life. Ed's colorful phrase, slash, burn, or poison, refers to the 3 major types of treatment currently offered for prostate cancer: surgery, radiation, and chemotherapy. Although some patients come through such treatments without harm, others suffer unpleasant consequences such as urinary incontinence and impotence. A review of over 100,000 prostatectomy cases published in 1999 concluded that complications and readmission after prostatectomy are substantially more common than previously recognized. Those risks might be acceptable if the treatments available cured disease or saved lives, but the evidence is ambivalent at best. The loud public campaigns urging men to undergo screening tests for prostate cancer by means of the rectal digital exam or the prostate-specific antigen, PSA, blood tests have no proven scientific basis. I think it's important for people to realize that once we find their prostate cancer, we still have no evidence that treatment works. Timothy Wilt, associate professor of medicine at the Minneapolis Veteran Affairs Medical Center, told the New York Times. And that's really the whole crux of the screening issue. If treatment doesn't work, why are we using the PSA to look for tumors? Supporters of aggressive medical approaches ought to be disheartened by statistics gathered by Dr. Otis Brawley, a medical oncologist and epidemiologist at the U.S. National Cancer Institute. In places where screening is widely practiced, the incidence of diagnosed prostate cancer goes up, and the number of men being treated increases, but the death rate from prostatic malignancy remains unchanged. If anything, prostate cancer mortality rates were slightly higher in the intensely screened areas. Also disturbing are findings published in the Journal of the National Cancer Institute that men aggressively treated for prostate cancer had a higher chance of dying of other cancers than men who did not receive any medical intervention. Although some prostate cancer probably should receive treatment, at this point it is not known exactly who would benefit from intervention. Most prostate cancers are very slow to develop, so much so that the man is likely to die before the malignancy triggers any health problems, if it ever would. In other cases, the cancer is so aggressive that by the time of diagnosis, treatment makes no difference. Since there is no reliable way of deciding when treatment works, what are people who survive their prostate cancer really surviving? Their treatment or their disease? In the case of prostate malignancy, medicine as it is commonly practiced simply does not apply the usual scientific standards. Public opinion is based on the common sense view that the sooner a condition is discovered, the more likely doctors will be able to cure it. Convinced that medical intervention saved their lives, celebrities like General Norman Schwarzkopf, the golfer Arnold Palmer, or the Canadian Federal Cabinet Minister Alan Rock, all diagnosed with prostate cancer after screening tests, act as persuasive advocates of early diagnosis. Men need to let science, not the latest public figure endorsing PSA testing, help them make a decision about prostate cancer screening and treatment, Dr. Otis Brawley told the Journal of the American Medical Association. Despite scientific confusion, bias toward treatment is powerful. Few doctors are willing to let nature take its course in the face of potential disease, even if the value of intervention is questionable. And men, even if well-informed, may choose to do something rather than tolerate the anxiety of inaction. But patients always deserve to be told what is known about prostate cancer, and, just as important, all that remains unknown. Prostate cancer was the first human malignancy to be linked with hormonal influences. Just as cancer of the breast may improve in women who have their ovaries removed, so castration leads to a shrinking of prostate tumors due to diminished levels of androgens, or male hormones. Orchidectomy, the surgical removal of the testicles, remains part of the treatment arsenal, as does the administration of powerful medications blocking the effects of the male hormones. Such chemical castration is the first-line treatment now offered men with metastatic prostate cancer. Given the strong connection between hormone levels and emotions, it is striking how completely medical research and medical practice have ignored psychological influences on the causation of prostate cancer and have eschewed more holistic approaches to its treatment. There has been virtually no investigation of personality or stress factors in prostate malignancy. Textbooks ignore the subject. The neglect of potential links between stress, emotions, and prostate cancer is all the less justifiable given what is already known. By their 30s, many men will have some cancerous cells in their prostate, and by their 80s, the majority are found to have them. By the age of 50, a man has a 42% chance of developing prostate cancer. Yet relatively few men at any age will progress to the point of overt clinical disease. In other words, the presence of cancerous prostate cells is not unusual even in younger men, and it becomes the norm as men get older. Only in a minority does it progress to the formation of a tumor that causes symptoms or threatens life. It is worth asking how stress may promote the development of malignant disease. What personality patterns or life circumstances may interfere with the body's defense mechanisms, allowing the already present cancer cells to proliferate? As I arrived to interview Ed, a wiry man with a body and face of someone years younger than his age of 44, he turned to his wife, Jean, who was just leaving to go shopping. "It's a pain in the ass," he said, "but I have to go look at so-and-so's truck for him. It's not starting." "Let me ask you something right away," I begin. "Sure." "You're saying that looking at this guy's truck is a pain in the ass. Now, that's an interesting metaphor anatomically, when used by somebody who has cancer of the prostate. How easy has it been in your life to say no to things that were actually more of a pain in the ass than a benefit to you?" "I really don't say no. I try to help people all the time." "Even if it's a pain?" "Yeah, even if it's not the greatest time for me or I should be doing other things that are more important for me. I like to help people out." "What happens if you don't?" "I feel bad about it. Guilty." Ed, leader of a country music band, used to do cocaine, mescaline, and marijuana. 2 or 3 joints a day my whole youth. A problem for me ever since my childhood has been alcohol. Ed tells me about his first adult relationship, which lasted 10 years. He lived with an older woman whose 2 children he helped to bring up, drinking daily to suppress his unhappiness. And that relationship came to an end when his partner had an affair. I threw in the towel. I said, I don't want to put up with this. I never screwed around, even though I felt like it. From that day on, I quit drinking for a year and a half, started jogging, and doing what I wanted to do. I had this free feeling like this huge weight was off my chest. I could do anything I wanted to, and I felt so good about myself. How much are you drinking these days? Maybe about 4 beers a day, every day. What does it do for you? Jean and I got hooked up, and her problems become my problems, and it just gets heavier and heavier and heavier, and then I start with alcohol again. So in some ways, you are not happy in this marriage. I guess the biggest thing is the control factor. I've allowed Jean to take control of this marriage because of her multiple sclerosis and because she came from such an abusive marriage. Jean has MS. For her story, see Chapter 18, The Power of Negative Thinking. She was dictated to, told what clothes to wear and all that kind of stuff. What in turn it's done is made me cower in this marriage. So you see yourself as being controlled. How do you feel about that? I'm resentful. And how do you deal with it? I hide it. You don't tell her that you don't like it? No, I don't. What does that remind you of? My childhood? Exactly. Although Ed had told me previously that he had had a very great upbringing, it soon became evident that he had felt controlled by his parents and full of guilt if he failed to meet their expectations. He recalled he had received what he called deserved spankings, which, on further inquiry, turned out to have been beatings with a belt administered by his father from about age 8 on. He believed that that was the best way of doing things. What do you believe? Well, now, I don't think that was the best thing he could do, but you really don't have much choice when you're a young child. I wanted to be a good person. When you're a child looking at your father, you don't know what he's supposed to be because you want your dad to be perfect, and you want to be a perfect child. One of the puzzling features of prostate malignancy is that while testosterone, the hormone people have been led to believe is responsible for male aggression, seems to promote its growth, this cancer is most typically a disease of older men. Yet the body's production of testosterone declines with aging. Nor have men with prostate cancer been shown to have higher than average blood levels of testosterone. As with estrogen receptors in breast cancer, it appears the sensitivity of tumor cells to normal concentrations of testosterone must have been altered. Like hormone secretion by the adrenal glands and the ovaries, the synthesis of testosterone by the testicles is under the complex feedback control of the hypothalamic pituitary system in the brain. That network, highly reactive to stress and emotions, sends a cascade of biological substances into circulation. Emotional factors can directly influence male sex hormone functioning for good or ill, just as the female hormone estrogen from the ovaries, or adrenaline, cortisol, and other hormones from the adrenal glands, are affected by psychic events. It so happens that in a small series of patients, surgical removal of the brain's pituitary gland did show positive results in the treatment of prostate cancer. Testosterone gets a bad rap. If one wishes to compliment a woman's self-confidence or assertiveness, one will assert that she has balls. A Canadian columnist wrote in praise of Margaret Thatcher, the iron-willed, or merciless, depending on one's vantage point, former British Prime Minister, that she had 10 times more testosterone than the men. Meanwhile, male destructiveness and hostile aggression are frequently blamed on testosterone. In actual fact, high levels of the hormone are more an effect than a cause. Victory or defeat was shown to alter not only the hormonal balance, but even the brain cells in a species of fish, the African cichlid. In defeat, the fish's hypothalamic cells shrink with consequent declines in reproductive hormones and shrinkage of the testes. If the situation is manipulated to permit defeated fish to become dominant, there is a dramatic growth of the cells in the hypothalamus that produce a gonadotropin-releasing hormone, GRH, which stimulates the pituitary to produce hormones that act on the testes. The testes, in turn, will now increase in size and the fish's sperm counts will improve. Most importantly, this research has clearly demonstrated that it is the behavioral changes, i.e. the attainment of dominant status, that lead to the subsequent physiologic changes. As highly evolved creatures, we may like to believe that our gonadal functioning is not as readily susceptible to life's ups and downs as that of the lowly African cichlid. In fact, human hormone levels, like those in our African fish, may follow rather than precede changes in dominance relationships. Professor James Dabbs, a social psychologist at Georgia State University in Atlanta, has researched the interaction of testosterone and behavior. According to a report in the New York Times, after reviewing his nearly 40 studies, he has concluded that while testosterone does increase libido, there is no proof it causes aggression. On the other hand, there is proof that emotional states can rapidly alter testosterone production. Dr. Dabbs tested fans before and immediately after the 1994 World Cup of Soccer final between Italy and Brazil. In what Dr. Dabbs considers proof of the axiom, basking in reflected glory, testosterone levels swelled among the victorious Brazilians and sank among the dejected Italians. Not surprisingly then, gonadal function is affected by psychological states in both men and women. In depressed men, the secretion of testosterone and other hormones connected with sexual functioning were found to be significantly diminished. A hormone-dependent malignancy like that of the prostate may be highly susceptible to biochemical influences related to stress and emotional states. Cancer of the prostate is the second commonest malignancy of men. Only cancer of the lung occurs more frequently. Calculations vary, but in the United States in 1996, as many as 317,000 new cases were estimated, and about 41,000 deaths. About 20,000 new cases are diagnosed in Canada each year. Japanese men migrating to Hawaii and the continental United States were found to have a higher incidence of the disease than those natives of the country who stayed in Japan, over 2.5 times as great. Yet on autopsies of men without clinical disease, similar rates of inactive malignant cells were found regardless of geography. The question then is, why do these inactive cells develop into cancerous tumors in one environment, but not in another? There are highly suggestive epidemiological findings to indicate that stress crucially influences who will and who will not suffer illness and death from prostate cancer. Family history increases the risk for prostate cancer, but it is not a major factor in most instances. No specific cancer-inducing environmental agents have been identified comparable to, say, cigarettes and lung cancer. Saturated fats may play a role. Given the wide geographic variation, so may genetic influences. The disease is most prevalent in the Scandinavian countries, least in Asia. The single racial ethnic group at highest risk in the world are African Americans, among whom prostate cancer is twice as common as among the U.S. white population. African American men have a poorer survival rate than whites for all stages of prostate cancer when the cancer is diagnosed at younger ages. One could ascribe this higher death rate to the reduced access to medical care generally available to lower middle class and working class people in the U.S. health system. However, the racial differences in prostate malignancy cut across class lines. In any case, greater access to medical care has not so far been shown to have any positive effect on survival. We could possibly attempt to explain the difference in death rates by referring to genetic factors, except that American blacks experience prostate cancer at a 6-fold rate compared with black men in Nigeria. Here too, the presence of clinically silent prostate cancer cells is the same in the two groups. Now, if environmental factors such as caloric intake were responsible for the development of the disease, one would not expect much difference in the death rate between American whites and blacks. As it stands, only about 10% of the black-white variation in cancer rate has been estimated to be due to the intake of saturated fats. If, on the other hand, genetic influences were decisive, disease rates between blacks in the U.S. and Nigeria ought to be much closer. The historical, social, and economic position of black people in U.S. society has undermined cohesion in black communities and black families, and has imposed greater psychological stress on African Americans than their Caucasian fellow citizens, or than blacks in Africa find themselves under. There is a parallel here in the higher occurrence of elevated blood pressure among American blacks. Hypertension is a condition clearly related to stress. In an analogous example, the rates of an autoimmune disease, rheumatoid arthritis, suffered by blacks in South Africa under apartheid, increased as they migrated to the city from their native villages, even if in strict financial terms they may have gained by the move. The major factor would seem to be the psychological pressures of living in an environment where official racism directly and overtly deprived people of autonomy and dignity, while it uprooted people from their traditional family and social supports. A finding consistent with what we have seen elsewhere in relationship to disease and emotional isolation is that men who are currently married, compared with men who are divorced or widowed, are less likely to be diagnosed with prostate cancer. While I was not able to find in the literature any other investigation specific to prostate cancer and psychological factors, one study did look at men who had greater dependency needs than a comparable group. That is, men who were less able to experience themselves as individuated, self-reliant adults. This study concluded that dependent men were more likely to develop a number of diseases, including prostate and other cancers. What would be the practical implications if a holistic perspective gained more research support and was incorporated into the medical view of prostate cancer? First, the promotion of anxiety-producing examinations and tests would cease, at least until we had definite proof of their usefulness. In June 1999, the U.S. Postal Service planned to issue a stamp urging annual checkups and tests for cancer of the prostate. The New England Journal of Medicine warned against such foolishness, pointing out that the message was inconsistent with current scientific evidence and thinking within the medical community. Second, we would not subject tens of thousands of men to invasive and potentially harmful surgery and other equally unproven interventions without fully informing them of the uncertainty that shrouds the treatment of prostate cancer. A holistic approach that places the person at the center, rather than the blood test or the pathology report, takes into account an individual life history. It encourages people to examine carefully each of the stresses they face, both those in their environment and those generated internally. In this scenario, the diagnosis of prostate cancer could serve as a wake-up call rather than simply a threat. In addition to whatever treatment they may choose to receive or not receive, men who are encouraged to respond reflectively, taking into account every aspect of their lives, probably increase their chances of survival. A transformation appears to have affected Rudy Giuliani, diagnosed with prostate cancer in April 2000, in the midst of his Senate race against Hillary Clinton. The former mayor of New York City has been described as a driven man, a robo-mayor immune to fatigue, fear, or self-doubt, who lived and breathed the work ethic. He completely identified with his role, slept only 4 hours a day, and worked most of the other 20. It was said of him that he could not abide being away from the center of the action. He had to have a hand in everything, needing to be in control, barking orders like a general. He had failed to show compassion to suffering individuals and groups, and had displayed emotional tightness to an extreme degree. After his diagnosis, he made a remarkable public confession. Referring to his cancer, he said, "It makes you figure out what you're all about and what's really important to you and what should be important to you. You know, where the core of you really exists. And I guess because I've been in public life for so long and politics, I used to think the core of me was in politics. It isn't. There is something good that comes out of this. A lot of good things come out of it. I think I understand myself a lot better. I think I understand what's important to me better. Maybe I'm not completely there yet, I would be foolish to think that I was in a few weeks, but I think I'm heading in that direction. In contrast to prostate cancer, another hormone-related cancer of the male genital tract, that of the testicle, has been a success story of medical and surgical oncology. Whereas this rare disease used to be the third leading cause of cancer death among young men, it is no longer even in the top 5. The cure rate with early diagnosis is now over 90%. As the remarkable story of the quadruple Tour de France champion Lance Armstrong demonstrates, even men with advanced metastatic disease have hope of full recovery with the judicious combination of surgery, radiation, or chemotherapy, and determination. When I was working in palliative care, an oncologist at the British Columbia Cancer Agency asked me to speak with Francis, a 36-year-old with cancer of the testicle, not because he needed palliation, but because he didn't. Although the tumor had spread to his abdomen by the time Francis was diagnosed, with appropriate treatment, he still had a better than 50-50 chance of a complete cure. The problem was that he was refusing all medical intervention. The oncologist hoped that my counseling skills might help to reverse his patient's negative attitude. The medical statistics promising cure, or at least prolonged life, did not interest Francis. He based his refusal on religious grounds, arguing that since God sent him this disease, it would be impious of him to resist it. He said he was not afraid of treatment, he simply felt it was wrong to even consider it. I tried to approach his obstinate denial of life from every angle that came to mind. Was it some childhood guilt that he felt merited punishment? It was evident that personally Francis was isolated in life, with no family or close ones. Was he depressed? Was this a form of medical suicide? I asked, non-believer as I was, whether perhaps it was blasphemous in him to claim to know God's will. If God indeed had sent him the cancer, could he not have intended it as a challenge for Francis to overcome and learn from? Further, if God was the source of the illness, was he not finally also the source of the medical knowledge that made a cure highly probable? I asked all these questions, but mostly I just listened to Francis. What I heard was the voice of a very confused and lonely man who was adamant in his refusal to save his life. He stuck firmly to what he felt were unshakable religious principles, despite the express disagreement about his ideas from the elders of his church. They told him that his interpretation of their denomination's teaching was wayward and unjustified. They offered to support him through treatment and convalescence, all to no avail. Francis is one of 3 or 4 men I have ever seen with cancer of the testicle. Although the incidence of this malignancy is rising, in the United States there are only about 6,000 new cases each year. In Canada, about 1/10 that number. There have been no studies of the emotional or personal histories of the men who develop it, only of the psychological consequences. There are remarkable similarities between what little I did learn of Francis's life, the published autobiography of Lance Armstrong, and the experiences of Roy, a young man I knew well, whom I interviewed for this chapter. Armstrong first noticed a slight swelling of his testicle in the winter of 1996 and began to feel uncharacteristically short of breath next spring. His nipples felt sore and he had to drop out of the 1997 Tour de France owing to a cough and low back pain. Athletes, especially cyclists, are in the business of denial, Lance Armstrong writes. It wasn't until September, when he coughed blood and his testicle became painfully enlarged, that he finally sought medical attention. By then, the cancer had spread to his lungs and brain. When it comes to cancer of the testicle, it is not only cyclists who are in the business of denial. 30-year-old Roy first felt the swelling in his left testicle in mid-2000, but put off going to his family doctor for another 8 months. In the meantime, he told no one. I was a little embarrassed, and secondly, I was afraid of getting bad news, he says. According to a British study, such reluctance to get help is not untypical with this disease. Delayed diagnosis is common, but is more often due to delay in seeking medical advice than to delay in the correct diagnosis being made by the physician. The maximum period of delay between symptoms and orchidectomy was 3 years, with a mean delay of 3.9 months. It may be that young men are simply loath to accept that there is anything wrong with them, particularly with their sexual organs. But logic would suggest the opposite. If masculinity were the issue, young men would likely run for help as soon as they noticed an abnormality with their testes, just as they do, for example, when they notice their hair thinning owing to familial baldness. Certainly, when we look at Roy's life and at the autobiography of Lance Armstrong, we see deeper motives for the denial of their disease. I have known Roy and his family since he was 8. I was their doctor for 20 years, until I left my practice in 2000. I discovered that Roy had been treated for testicular cancer when I dropped in for a quick visit to my old office a few months ago. By happenstance, it was the same afternoon Roy was there for a checkup. By then, I had already read Lance Armstrong's book, It's Not About the Bike, My Journey Back to Life. The parallels in the lives of Roy and Lance were eerie. Perhaps the similarities in their response to disease were more than coincidental. Long before his cancer, Armstrong had developed a pattern of emotional repression. One of his close friends described him as kind of like an iceberg. There's a peak, but there is so much more below the surface. Armstrong never knew his biological father, whom he contemptuously dismisses as his DNA donor. His mother, Lindy Mooneyham, the daughter of divorced parents, was 17 and abandoned when she gave birth to Lance, her first son. Linda's father, an alcoholic Vietnam veteran, gave up drinking to his credit the day his grandson was born. Linda was a spirited and independent-minded young woman, but given her circumstances, also a very needy one, hardly an adult. As Lance was to write, in a way, we grew up together. When Lance was 3, Linda remarried. The stepfather, Terry Armstrong, is described by Lance as a small man with a large mustache and a habit of acting more successful than he really was. He professed Christian principles, but, despite them, beat Lance regularly. The paddle was his preferred method of discipline. If I came home late, out would come the paddle. Whack. If I smarted off, I got the paddle. Whack. It didn't hurt just physically, but also emotionally. So I didn't like Terry Armstrong. I thought he was an angry testosterone geek, and as a result, my early impression of organized religion was that it was for hypocrites. As the adolescent Lance was to learn, his stepfather also engaged in extramarital affairs. I could have dealt with Terry Armstrong's paddle, but there was something else I couldn't deal with, writes Lance, referring to his stepfather's infidelities. The marriage broke up. Roy is also the firstborn, the child of an ill-tempered and violent man who used to beat his wife and his son. I remember one thing that my dad did. He tied my wrists and tied my ankles and put me out in the backyard. I don't remember how long he left me out there, but what really bothered me was that the guy who lived upstairs was looking out the window at me and laughing at me. How the fuck can you do that to a kid? Obviously, it bothers me to this day. Was your mom around? I think my mom was at work. Roy looked upon his mother as his ally. Very early, he took on the role of defending her against her husband's violence. Lance Armstrong's mother was also unable to protect her son from being beaten. It is inevitable that a child in that situation would have deep hurt around that failure, and anger not only at the abusive stepfather, but also at the mother who could not keep him safe. Lance seems unaware of any such feelings, and that is the source, I believe, of his propensity to deny and ignore his pain. If it was a sufferfest, Lance writes about his teenage attraction to endurance sports, I was good at it. As indicated in the passage quoted above, he had greater difficulty enduring his mother's betrayal by her husband than his own harsh treatment. The child of an unhappy mother will try to take care of her by suppressing his distress so as not to burden her further. His role is to be self-sufficient and not needy. Recall my reflexive suppression of a limp after minor knee surgery. When 25-year-old Lance was given his cancer diagnosis, he was quite unable to tell his mother directly. "I wasn't strong enough to break it to my mother that I was sick," he writes. He accepted the offer of a close friend to inform her on his behalf. Linda rose to the challenge with great strength, love, and courage, supporting Lance through the nightmare of a highly uncertain prognosis, the bewildering difficulties of making the appropriate treatment decisions, and the travails of brain surgery and chemotherapy. Her son's automatic reflex to protect her was rooted not in their adult realities, but in the childhood experiences that had programmed his coping style. The result of Roy's childhood relationship with his parents, he says, was that, "In the past I've always seemed to put other people's happiness before my own. My self-esteem was very low, so I thought socially that if I made others happy, then they would accept me. I'd try to satisfy them, doing what I thought they would want me to do." How would you do that? By not being honest with myself or others, always going along with what they wanted to do or not being honest with them if they said something that hurt. I would just let that go. A few years ago, I had a business with 2 partners. As far as I was concerned, we were all equal, but it seemed like the way they were running the show, it was all them. They were in charge. My opinion didn't matter. Things like that hurt. But I just suppressed it and kept it in and didn't say anything. I didn't know how to deal with it. The crucial difference, I believe, between Lance Armstrong and Roy on the one hand, and Francis on the other, is that the first 2 had enough love in their lives to hold on to the part of themselves that allowed for the development of a fighting spirit. Unlike Francis, they also both received powerful caring and support from family and friends when they were diagnosed. I strongly suspect that repression plays a role in the onset of testicular malignancy. It would be worthwhile for someone to undertake a study in which men with the disease were carefully interviewed about how they experienced their lives emotionally. One aspect deserving attention would be the patient's level of closeness to and identification with their mothers. There is, I don't believe coincidentally, an uncanny resemblance in looks between Lance's mother and his wife, Kik. In a photograph of the 3 of them in Armstrong's riveting memoir, one can hardly tell the 2 women apart. One of the lessons Roy spontaneously drew from his experience of cancer was to refuse to orient his behavior any longer to pleasing others without considering the cost to himself. "Whatever I do now, it is definitely not to please anyone else," he says. "What is going to make me happy? Is this what I want to do? I've tried it the other way in the past, and it didn't work out for me." Francis was admitted to palliative care in the end. The cancer eventually spread to his liver, causing a painful distension of that organ. He died quite soon, sooner than we doctors had anticipated. Chapter 9. Is there a cancer personality? It was late autumn of 1990 when Jimmy married Linda. The wedding took place in the chapel of Vancouver Hospital's palliative care unit, 5 days before he died of the skin cancer that had invaded his spine. The bride was 8 months pregnant. Except for his father, all Jimmy's family had gathered to witness the ceremony and to be with him in his final weeks. A month and a day after I pronounced Jimmy's death, I attended the birth of their daughter, Estelle, just as I had helped deliver Linda's 2 older children from her first marriage. Jimmy wasn't much for doctors. Although he and Linda had been together 5 years, I had met him only that summer when he visited the office with persistent back pain. It turned out to be the sign of spinal metastases from a skin cancer that had been excised from his leg some years before. The original condition, malignant melanoma, is a life-endangering tumor of melanocytes, the pigmented cells in the skin. A deadly disease with a ready tendency to spread to other organs, melanoma often strikes people in the prime of life. I did not get to know Jimmy very well, but from our first meeting, he impressed me as extraordinarily likable. He was 31 years old, polite and friendly, with sandy-colored light brown hair, blue eyes, a complexion sprinkled with freckles, and a broad, Irish, open-faced look about him. The exposure of fair-skinned individuals to ultraviolet radiation is the major physical risk factor for malignant melanoma. People of Celtic origin appear to be especially vulnerable, particularly if, like Jimmy, they have light-colored hair, freckles, and blue or gray eyes. Dark-skinned ethnic groups are at little risk for skin cancer. In Hawaii, skin cancer is 45 times less common among non-Caucasians than in Caucasians. Local dermatologists conduct a sunscreen patrol on the beaches of Vancouver in the summertime as a public service, warning sunbathers of the danger they are courting. It is unfortunate that repression is not as easily remediable a problem as inadequate sunscreen. Malignant melanoma has been the subject of some of the most persuasive research evidence linking repression and the development of cancer. Jimmy's condition deteriorated very quickly, and the chemotherapy and radiation made him feel worse. "I've had enough," he finally said. "This is crazy. I'm dying, and I don't need to be dying as sick as I am." Soon after that, his legs became paralyzed, triggering his admission to palliative care. Death followed within a few weeks. Until I left my practice 2 years ago, Linda and her children remained my patients. When I called her recently, she agreed to be interviewed for this book, as did Donna, Jimmy's older sister. I asked Linda to describe her late husband's personality. Jimmy was easygoing, laid back, and relaxed. He loved to be around people. I had to think when you asked me about what kind of stresses there were in his life. He wasn't a very stressed-out kind of person. Now, he was a drinker. He had to drink pretty much every day. That's why I wouldn't marry him all those years, because of the drinking. He had beer every day, at least 4 or more. Did it change him at all? Only if he had a lot more than that. Then he became this very big, lovable bear who wanted to tell everybody how much he loved them. When he drank, he just wanted to hug people. Guys, too, like they were his big brothers. He needed to say to a guy, "You're my buddy," and then he would cry. He wasn't a violent man. He wasn't angry or frustrated. He was sad. He had a lot of sadness in him, and I don't know why. There's only one thing I can think of, some secret that he had about his father that he didn't want to tell me. He couldn't talk about it. He did not talk about his emotions. He did not share anything, really. What kind of a childhood had he had? He grew up in Halifax. He always said he was a happy kid. His parents stayed together. Both his parents were alcoholics. The father, from what I understand, drank a lot for a long time. I think the mother started when Jimmy was a teenager. As I found out later from Jimmy's sister, Donna, his senior by 2 years, their father had been a heavy drinker throughout their childhood. Donna and I had 2 conversations. "I felt very comfortable with my childhood," she told me at first. "My younger siblings have a different perspective, but I believe we had a very good upbringing, very happy household. Jimmy was a real little boy, a happy kid. We'd play all the time. We'd go out into the backyard and have water fights. You know, those little spray guns. I just see him as a kid with a real happy face." "How do you recall your parents?" "My father was the nicest, friendliest man around. He was a very funny man. He was always joking around with us, play fighting with us, tickling. He used to talk like Donald Duck. People would come over and say, 'Get your father to talk like a duck.' He was a comical person, but you had to listen to him. We'd joke around with him, but when Dad spoke, the ground shook. When he was annoyed or angry, when enough was enough, that was it. If he told us to do something, you did it." "Why?" "Because if not, you'd be punished and yelled at." Donna married and moved to a different town when she was 19. Jimmy stayed with his parents until the age of 22. On what was to have been a brief trip to Vancouver, ostensibly to see a friend, he called to tell his parents he would not be back. He did not return, except for a rare visit. He just called and said he wasn't coming home. He left a letter in his top drawer explaining it. He escaped. He did. And the reason why, I remember him saying to my parents, "Hey, I couldn't tell you because I didn't want to hurt you." So Jimmy had the feeling that it would hurt his parents for him to be an independent person. All of us were made to feel that way. For our mother, her children were her world. They were her everything. She tried to do the best she could, but she was very attached to us. Even to my detriment, but especially to Jimmy's. In retrospect, I realized we were far too attached, to an unhealthy degree. I think at some point you have to let your children go. I think emotionally she didn't let go. I felt obligated, and many times Jimmy did too. Normally your parents would try to understand and accept your separateness as you got older. Jimmy's escape to the West Coast physically doesn't mean that he liberated himself internally. Of course he didn't. No, he felt terrible. He felt very, very bad. He did it, but he also had to live with the feelings. According to Donna, Jimmy found the burden of his parents' emotional pain unbearable, even at the end of his life. Just before the Labor Day weekend, my brother phoned me. He told me what was going on with the melanoma, but he said, "You know, Donna, I can't phone Mom and Dad because emotionally I can't handle it. Could you do it for me?" I said, "Sure, I'll do it." So he said, "Just make sure they don't call me all upset and crying and everything because I couldn't take it." I suggested to Donna that perhaps what she had recalled as Jimmy's childhood, real happy face might not have been a genuine face at all. At least in part, it could have been a coping mechanism Jimmy adopted in reaction to his parents' anxieties and anger. It was a way of avoiding the painful impact of their emotions on himself. Soothing his parents' feelings was accomplished by negating his own. Donna called me back a few days later. Our conversation had brought to the forefront many memories. She needed to talk. After you and I spoke, I just went on about my day. I went to bed at night. About 4 o'clock in the morning, I woke up. It was just incredible how many things came out and just kept going through my mind. You had mentioned Linda saying that Jimmy had a lot of sadness in him, maybe to do with his dad. I knew Jimmy really, really well, and yes, there was a lot of sadness. I can go way back to the beginning, remembering when he was little. The only time I can recall my dad doing anything with my brother was a little bit of roughhousing on the carpet in the living room, and I see a bunch of smiles and laughs. But other than that, there was never any participation in Jimmy's life. Never went to the hockey games, never played with him. The crazy thing is that our father always said that he loved us, but he could be so hurtful. I have a brother who is quite heavy, and he'd ridicule him in front of people. He'd say some terrible things to him. And to Jimmy, too. I was never angry with my father. I've always covered up for him, maybe knowingly, maybe in an unknowing way. That night, all of a sudden, I got so angry. I started to think of Jimmy and all the things that happened as he was growing up and throughout his life. I kept thinking of all the times my father raised his voice. If he was trying to fix something and he didn't have the right tools, or the screws fell on the floor, or if something didn't happen exactly the way it was supposed to happen, he would scream and yell. And we were scared. We just fled. All of a sudden, I remembered his voice and the screaming and the yelling, and I thought, this is not how you should live. This is not what we should have experienced. Even at the end, my father came out to see Jimmy. They drove from Halifax. Actually, my sister and her husband did all the driving. My father drank all the way. They arrived a couple of weeks before Jimmy had to go into palliative care. My father walked into the apartment and sat there sipping his beer, not wanting even to go into the bedroom to see his son, to see Jim. We were trying to cover up. We didn't want Jimmy to realize that his father couldn't face seeing him, was afraid to see what he was going to look like. Finally, Dad built up enough courage and went into the room and asked, "Jimmy, can I get you anything? Is there something that you want?" My father came out, went to the fridge, and all of a sudden he said, "How come there's no apple juice here? I don't believe this." And he started ranting and raving at all of us in the apartment. We were stunned. Got his coat on and stomped off to the store and came back with apple juice for Jimmy. Then my father went home and that was it. He never saw Jimmy in the hospital. He went back to Halifax and never saw him again. And the funny thing is, well, you know Linda was pregnant with Estelle and they got married 5 days before Jimmy died. He was semi-comatose that day. Yes, he was drowsy. We'd had to increase his pain medication rapidly. Well, one of the things I keep remembering is this. After the wedding, he was weak, but he held up his hand and said, Look, just like Dad's ring. And his wedding band was identical to my father's. It's funny, those were the words that came out of Jimmy's mouth. Just like Dad's ring. Jimmy's mode of emotional coping has been extensively documented among melanoma patients. An elegant study in 1984 measured the physiological responses to stressful stimuli of 3 groups: melanoma patients, people with heart disease, and a control cohort with no medical illness. Each person was connected to a dermograph, a device that recorded the body's electrical reactions in the skin as the subject looked at a series of slides designed to elicit psychological distress. The slides displayed statements of an insulting, unpleasant, or depressing nature, such as, "You're ugly," or "You have only yourself to blame." As their physiological responses were being registered, the participants were asked to record their subjective awareness of how calm or disturbed they felt on reading each statement. The researchers thus secured a printout of the actual level of distress experienced by the nervous system of each subject, and simultaneously a report of the subject's conscious perception of emotional stress. The physiological responses of the 3 groups were identical, but the melanoma group proved most likely to deny any awareness of being anxious or of being upset by the messages on the slides. This study found that patients with malignant melanoma displayed coping reactions and tendencies that could be described as indicating repressiveness. These reactions were significantly different from patients with cardiovascular disease, who could be said to manifest the opposite pattern of coping. The melanoma group was the most repressed among the 3 groups. The cardiac patients appeared to be the least inhibited. It is not, as it may seem, that the reactivity of the cardiac patients is healthy. In between repression and hyperreactiveness is a healthy median. This study demonstrated that people can experience emotional stresses with measurable physical effects on their systems while managing to sequester their feelings in a place completely beyond conscious awareness. It was in relationship to melanoma that the notion of a type C personality was first proposed, a combination of character traits more likely to be found in those who develop cancer than in people who remain free of it. Type A individuals are seen as angry, tense, fast, aggressive, in control, and are more prone to heart disease. Type B represents the balanced, moderate human being who can feel and express emotion without being driven and without losing himself in uncontrolled emotional outbreaks. Type C personalities have been described as extremely cooperative, patient, passive, lacking assertiveness, and accepting. The Type C individual may resemble Type B, since both may appear easygoing and pleasant. But while the Type B easily expresses anger, fear, sadness, and other emotions, the Type C individual, in our view, suppresses or represses negative emotions, particularly anger, while struggling to maintain a strong and happy facade. Could it be disease itself that changes someone's personality, affecting his coping style in a way that may not reflect how he had functioned in life before the onset of illness? Jimmy's story, related by his wife and sister, illustrates that repression, niceness, and lack of aggression are lifelong patterns, having their origins in early childhood. As the researchers who studied physiological stress responses in melanoma patients noted, when people are diagnosed with a disease, whether cancer or cardiovascular, they do not precipitously change their usual ways of coping with stress or suddenly develop new patterns. Under stress, people usually mobilize their existing resources and defenses. How do psychological stresses translate into malignant skin lesions? Hormonal factors likely account for the fact that the number of melanoma tumors is increasing in bodily sites not exposed to sunlight. Researchers have suggested that hormones may be overstimulating the pigment-producing cells. The type C personality traits associated with melanoma have been found in studies of many other cancers as well. In 1991, researchers in Melbourne, Australia, investigated whether any personality traits were a risk factor in cancer of the colon or the rectum. Over 600 people, newly diagnosed, were compared with a matched group of controls. Cancer patients, to a statistically significant degree, were more likely to demonstrate the following traits: the elements of denial and repression of anger and of other negative emotions, the external appearance of a nice or good person, a suppression of reactions which may offend others, and the avoidance of conflict. The risk of colorectal cancer with respect to this model was independent of the previously found risk factors of diet, beer intake, and family history. Self-reported childhood or adult unhappiness was also more common among the bowel cancer cases. We have already noted similar traits among patients with breast cancer, melanoma, prostate cancer, leukemias and lymphomas, and lung cancer. In 1946, researchers at Johns Hopkins University began a long-term prospective study to establish whether there are psychobiological characteristics in young people that could help predict susceptibility to future disease states. In the course of the subsequent 18 years, 1,130 white male students enrolled in medical school underwent psychological testing. They were questioned regarding their emotional coping styles and childhood relationships with parents. Biological data, pulse, blood pressure, weight, and cholesterol levels were also recorded, as were habits such as smoking, coffee drinking, and alcohol intake. At study's end, nearly all the subjects had graduated, and most were doctors, their ages ranging from 30 to over 60. At this point, their health status was reviewed. The majority were healthy, but in about equal numbers some had developed heart disease, high blood pressure, mental illness, cancer, or had committed suicide. When the researchers conceived of the project, they had not expected to find that cancer would be associated with any pre-existing psychological factors. However, their data showed just such a connection. There were striking similarities between those who had been diagnosed with cancer and the suicide group. Our results appear to agree with findings that cancer patients tend to deny and repress conflictual impulses and emotions to a higher degree than do other people. The researchers found that both for the healthy majority and for each disease category, there was a distinctive set of psychological traits. The lowest scores for depression, anxiety, and anger had been originally recorded for the medical students who later developed cancer. They had also reported being the most distant from their parents. Of all the groups, the cancer subjects were the least able to express emotion. Does that mean there is a cancer personality? The answer is neither a simple yes nor a no. Melanoma illustrates the futility of simplistic reductions to a single origin. Fair skin alone cannot be the cause of this cancer, since not everyone with fair skin will develop melanoma. Ultraviolet damage to the skin by itself cannot be sufficient, since only a minority of light-complexioned persons who suffer sunburns will end up with skin cancer. Emotional repression by itself also cannot account for all cases of malignant melanoma, since not all people who are emotionally repressed will develop either melanoma or any other cancer. A combination of these three circumstances is potentially lethal. While we cannot say that any personality type causes cancer, certain personality features definitely increase the risk because they are more likely to generate physiological stress. Repression, the inability to say no, and a lack of awareness of one's anger make it much more likely that a person will find herself in situations where her emotions are unexpressed, her needs are ignored, and her gentleness is exploited. Those situations are stress-inducing, whether or not the person is conscious of being stressed. Repeated and multiplied over the years, they have the potential of harming homeostasis and the immune system. It is stress, not personality per se, that undermines a body's physiological balance and immune defenses, predisposing to disease or reducing the resistance to it. Physiological stress, then, is the link between personality traits and disease. Certain traits, otherwise known as coping styles, magnify the risk for illness by increasing the likelihood of chronic stress. Common to them all is a diminished capacity for emotional communication. Emotional experiences are translated into potentially damaging biological events when human beings are prevented from learning how to express their feelings effectively. That learning occurs, or fails to occur, during childhood. The way people grow up shapes their relationship with their own bodies and psyches. The emotional contexts of childhood interact with inborn temperament to give rise to personality traits. Much of what we call personality is not a fixed set of traits, only coping mechanisms a person acquired in childhood. There is an important distinction between an inherent characteristic rooted in an individual without regard to his environment, and a response to the environment, a pattern of behaviors developed to ensure survival. What we see as indelible traits may be no more than habitual defensive techniques, unconsciously adopted. People often identify with these habituated patterns, believing them to be an indispensable part of the self. They may even harbor self-loathing for certain traits, for example, when a person describes herself as a control freak. In reality, there is no innate human inclination to be controlling. What there is in a controlling personality is deep anxiety. The infant and child who perceives that his needs are unmet may develop an obsessive coping style, anxious about each detail. When such a person fears that he is unable to control events, he experiences great stress. Unconsciously, he believes that only by controlling every aspect of his life and environment will he be able to ensure the satisfaction of his needs. As he grows older, others will resent him, and he will come to dislike himself for what was originally a desperate response to emotional deprivation. The drive to control is not an innate trait, but a coping style. Emotional repression is also a coping style rather than a personality trait set in stone. Not one of the many adults interviewed for this book could answer in the affirmative when asked the following. When, as a child, you felt sad, upset, or angry, was there anyone you could talk to, even when he or she was the one who had triggered your negative emotions? In a quarter-century of clinical practice, including a decade of palliative work, I have never heard anyone with cancer or with any chronic illness or condition say yes to that question. Many children are conditioned in this manner not because of any intended harm or abuse, but because the parents themselves are too threatened by the anxiety, anger, or sadness they sense in their child, or are simply too busy or too harassed themselves to pay attention. My father or mother needed me to be happy is the simple formula that trained many a child, later a stressed and depressed or physically ill adult, into lifelong patterns of repression. Jill, a Chicago filmmaker diagnosed with advanced ovarian cancer, admits to being a perfectionist. A friend of hers told me that she had felt concern during the year prior to the diagnosis as she watched Jill endure a stressful experience. I felt at the time that this was going to be more than psychologically damaging, the friend said. About 3 years ago, Jill got into a collaboration on a video. The production company didn't do a great job. It became a horrendous nightmare for her because her expectations were that she had to come through on a project. Once she's agreed to it, it has to be very high quality. She spent 3 or 5 times as much time as she was compensated for. That was, I believe, a big trigger for Jill's body to say, I can't stand this. My interview with Jill herself was illuminating for its combination of disarming honesty and psychological denial. Jill told revealing stories of stresses in her relationships with her parents and her spouse, without for a moment accepting that these may have contributed to the onset of her illness. She is 50, highly articulate, with a tendency to go into a labyrinth of details on every topic. I sensed that was her way of keeping anxiety at bay. She appeared uncomfortable with even brief silences in the conversation. At our first meeting, Jill was still wearing a wig, having lost her hair because of chemotherapy. She had adopted a mothering role in her marriage. When her husband, Chris, suffered an acute but debilitating illness, she cared for him with maternal concern and devotion, calling the doctors, nursing him at nights, ensuring that he was well looked after while she was at work. All this time, she was preparing a presentation she was about to give at a national conference and conducted an evening study group for aspiring filmmakers. She led such a group the night before she left for the conference, packing at 2 a.m. and catching an early flight. It was shortly after her stint of caring for her husband that she experienced the first symptoms of ovarian cancer. The contrast in caretaking by husband and wife was dramatic. Chris made no medical inquiries on her behalf over several months, seemingly oblivious to her pain and weight loss, despite the fact that she was living on Advils. Strangers in elevators would ask me if I was well, she says. As often happens with ovarian cancer, doctors took several months to arrive at the diagnosis. The first thing Jill said when informed she had ovarian cancer was, "My poor husband and my poor mother. I am a pillar of strength for them. I felt sorry for them because they would lose that support." The gynecological oncologist explained to the couple that the prognosis for survival past 5 years was poor, given the stage at which Jill's disease had been diagnosed. Chris was in denial. "He didn't seem to have heard that," Jill says. "I needed to talk about what I had just been told, but in the car on the way home, Chris just kept saying how we're going to fight and beat this." He actually didn't remember what the specialist had said about the prognosis, not even afterwards. It completely bypassed him. As she faced her surgery, Jill had to deal with her mother's decision to stay with her. She was not going to come. She's really used to being the center of attention, and she doesn't like flying. But everyone was saying to her, "Your daughter is going into hospital and you're not going to be there?" So in response to that, she had to be a mother and really come. Well, if that's how you saw it, how did you feel about her coming? At the very beginning, I was happy that she wasn't coming. I didn't want her. I knew she was using me to be a good mother, but I've always taken care of my mother since my dad died. He had asked me to. My guess is that you've taken care of her since you were born. Okay, since I was born. My dad used to say to me, leave her be. He was so very protective, exasperated with her, but he really loved her in some twisted way. He also had a great understanding of her limitations, and at his own expense, he accommodated her as much as he could. Once my father picked me up at the airport as I came back from a major work trip to Southeast Asia. I was exhausted. My mother was a teacher, and Dad wanted me to drive to her school. "So you can say hello to your mom. She's waiting there with all her pupils," he said. I said, "No, Dad, I don't want to go. I'm very tired. I've had an emotionally draining trip. I just want to go and be by myself." "Do this for your mom. You know she is really looking forward to this." He actually drove me there, and she was waiting with all the kids, and he made me put this rice paddy hat on that I'd bought so that I would entertain them. She was doted on like this all her life, and he knew that she needed to be honored that way. She could show the kids her daughter had been away, and now she was back to see her. I played that role to please my dad, and it happened all the time. Wouldn't you encourage your children to assert themselves, not be drawn into taking care of somebody in that sense? Jill, you've got this serious disease, this major operation coming up, and your mother not only comes, she stays with you a whole month? And she's very demanding. For a whole month I was catering to her. It's true. I'm very dutiful. I am really very dutiful. I take care of her. I went through it and talked about it with my friends, and a lot of them said not to let her come. It went through my head many times. If one of my kids were having surgery, and if they didn't want me to come, I would accept it. However, I would hope that they would feel comfortable that I would be there. With my mother, if I was going to feel guilty and miserable because I didn't provide for her also, that would have been a greater stress for me. Jill's recollection of her childhood is not that she was a compliant child, but that she was rebellious. I wasn't such a good kid as an adolescent. My father said that he would never wish that I would have a kid like me. I was quite a handful for them. As a teenager, I was considered very difficult. I did well at university, but I just didn't like school. Then I got married, somebody professional. So I turned out good for my parents after all. Jill's mother died last year, since our interview. Her daughter felt a need to look after her, even in death. The obituary she wrote eulogized her mother for having traveled a long distance to be with her and to nurse her after her surgery for ovarian cancer. Chapter 10. The 55% Solution. 14 years ago, when she was 39, Martha traveled from Phoenix, Arizona to the Mayo Clinic in Rochester, Minnesota for a second opinion. Her bowel specialist had recommended that the entire large intestine be removed as the only way of controlling her Crohn's disease. If they said I needed surgery, I was ready to accept that, she says, but I was reluctant. For more than a decade and a half, Martha suffered episodes of bleeding from the gut, anemia, fevers, fatigue, and abdominal pain. The symptoms began shortly after the birth of her third child. It was a very busy time in my life with a lot of confusion. Jerry, my husband, was in his last year of dental school in Montana. I was 23 with 3 kids. The children were 4, 2, and the baby was only 5 months old. The family had no income yet, so Martha was doing babysitting and whatever other work she could get. After Jerry's graduation, the couple moved to Phoenix, where he set up his dental practice. I just wasn't feeling well. Third baby, very tired and drained emotionally. I was completely alone in Phoenix. I had never wanted to come here in the first place. I wanted to live in Montana. And the truth is, he had an affair one night. That's what pushed me over the top. I began to have abdominal pains. A few months later, the couple returned to Montana for Jerry's graduation ceremony. By then, I was hemorrhaging from the bowel. I was hospitalized immediately because my mother-in-law worked in a medical clinic and she saw I wasn't well. That was when I was diagnosed with Crohn's disease. Crohn's is one of the 2 major forms of inflammatory bowel disease, or IBD. Ulcerative colitis is the other. Both are characterized by inflammation of the bowel, but in different patterns. In ulcerative colitis, the more common of the 2, the inflammation begins in the rectum and spreads upward. The entire colon may become involved. The inflammation is continuous, but confines itself to the mucosa, the superficial layer that lines the gut. In Crohn's disease, the inflammation extends through the entire bowel wall. Most often the ileum, which is the third and final part of the small intestine, and the colon are affected, but Crohn's may appear in any part of the digestive tract, from esophagus to large intestine. Unlike ulcerative colitis, Crohn's will skip areas of the alimentary canal so that normal tissue alternates with diseased segments. IBD may be associated with inflammation in the joints, the eyes, and the skin. The symptoms of IBD depend on the site of involvement. Diarrhea is common in both diseases, along with abdominal pain. Patients may need to defecate many times during the day, or even find themselves incontinent. When the colon is affected, there will be bloody stools or, as in Martha's case, frank hemorrhaging. Especially with Crohn's, patients may experience fever and weight loss. There may be other complications, such as fistulas created by inflammation, tunnels from the intestines to other organs, such as the skin or, say, the vagina. IBD is usually a disease of young people. Although it may occur at any age, most commonly, onset happens between the years from 15 to 35. Martha's symptoms settled quickly in hospital with a course of cortisone. Soon after being discharged, she bled again and had to be readmitted. I got a blood transfusion, but when it was time for discharge, I hemorrhaged again. That time I went into shock. I was in intensive care. Then I got back out and tried to pull my life together. I realized that I was probably not wanting to come back to the marriage and the home. I couldn't figure out why else I kept hemorrhaging whenever it was time for me to leave the hospital. Why didn't I just leave my husband? I think I may have just been incredibly young. The truth is that when I did come home, he ended up having another affair. I said, I'm going, this is it. I should have left then, but I stayed. The next 3 or 4 years, I was a sick puppy. I was tired a lot. My older one, who would then have been 5, was having to help with the other 2 because I just wanted to sleep most of the time. What was your husband doing all the while? What was your relationship like? I've always compromised for him. He has been an angry person, so I was intimidated by him. He physically intimidated me. He never hit me, but he yelled and threatened and was very aggressive. He was also drinking a lot. One time he really humbled me in front of the kids, which was not good at all. He stood right in my face and yelled at me. I was a silent sufferer, and he is an incredible manipulator. Everything was always turned on me. I was always made to feel insecure. At times I couldn't believe how he could twist things to have it be all my fault. Did anyone suggest to you that there might be any connection between your stresses and your disease? No. No medical person ever suggested that. But at the Mayo, they had an interesting questionnaire. They asked, has anything significant happened or is happening in this past year? I remember reading it and thinking, oh gee, for the first time somebody's actually caring about what's going on in my life. It was significant for me. Medical science considers IBD to be idiopathic, of unknown causation. Heredity plays a role, but not a major one. About 10 to 15% of patients have a family history of IBD. The risk is estimated to be from 2 to 10% if a first-degree relative has been diagnosed. Patients often intuitively feel there is a connection between their IBD and life stresses, as Martha did with her hemorrhaging. In fact, research shows that most people with inflammatory bowel disease believe that stress is a major contributor to illness. For Martha, the immediate stressor in the year before her visit to the Mayo had been the departure of her 2 teenage daughters, who both left home to attend universities in California. She had relied on them for emotional support. Her husband continued to be emotionally abusive, and by then he had exchanged his drinking for a gambling habit. Once her daughters were gone, surgery became unavoidable. She realized later, through counseling, how emotionally underdeveloped and dependent she had been. Tim, 52, with ulcerative colitis, acknowledges his obsessive need to please. I spend a lot of time trying to appease and trying to impress others, rather than looking inwardly. He has 2 older brothers. Neither has settled down to a recognized career. One of them got married only recently in his 50s. His mother has been critical of his siblings, judgment Tim has been anxious to avoid. I feel like I'm the perfect son who got married, has a house with a picket fence and 3 kids. Maybe, in some way, I've been trying to please my mom without really knowing it. A 1955 survey of ulcerative colitis patients found that colitis patients' mothers were controlling and had a propensity to assume the role of martyr. No one sets out consciously to be a martyr to her children or to be controlling. A less judgmental way to put this would be that the child perceived himself to be responsible for his mother's emotional suffering. Tim is a stickler for detail. He overorganizes everything, his wife Nancy says. He drives me crazy, always asking me, when is your timeline for this? Don't forget to do this. The 1955 study, which looked at over 700 people with ulcerative colitis, concluded that a high proportion of these patients had obsessive-compulsive character traits, which included neatness, punctuality, and conscientiousness. Along with these character traits, guarding of affectivity, emotional expression, over-intellectualization, rigid attitudes toward morality and standards of behavior. Similar personality traits have also been used to describe patients with Crohn's. Tim says he is very critical of others and of himself, one more trait for which he ends up judging himself. I am a perfectionist, so I don't think I have that natural human sympathy. I'm more cold. In 15 years, I've never missed work, even when I was running to the toilet 12 or 15 times a day with bleeding. An employee yesterday took the day off. His dog died the night before. I was like, what are you saying? He's not here because his dog died? It was just a dog. Why can't he come to work? Some of the staff said, haven't you ever owned a dog? Are you heartless or what? I just couldn't relate. Dr. Douglas Drossman is an internationally known gastroenterologist and a professor of medicine and psychiatry at the University of North Carolina at Chapel Hill. He is an associate editor of Gastroenterology, the official journal of the American Gastroenterology Association. Dr. Drossman has been a leading advocate of seeing intestinal diseases as expressions not only of disturbed physiology, but also of stressed lives. He wrote a seminal article on the subject in 1998. On the basis of clinical reports, on appraisal of the existing research literature and clinical experience, I believe there is at least indirect evidence that psychosocial factors do affect disease susceptibility and activity. The most likely mechanism for this to occur would be through psychoimmunological pathways. The inflammation of IBD is the result of disordered immune activity in the gut. Beyond their functions of digestion and absorption, the intestines are also one of the body's major barriers to invasion. Whatever is in the gut is simply passing through and still belongs to the external world. Only after penetrating the bowel lining do substances and organisms enter the body proper. Since this protective function of the gut tissue is critical to well-being, it is generously supplied with its own local immune system, one that works in coordination with the body's general immune defenses. Inflammation is an ingenious process invoked by the body to isolate and destroy hostile organisms or noxious particles. It does so by tissue swelling and the influx of a host of immune cells and antibodies. To facilitate its defensive function, the lining or mucosa of the bowel is in a state of perpetually controlled or orchestrated inflammation. That is its normal state in healthy people. The powerful destructive forces of the immune apparatus must be minutely regulated and kept in such a balance that they are able to carry out their policing duties without harming the delicate body tissues they are charged with defending. Some substances promote inflammation, others inhibit it. If the balance is upset, disease can result. A diminished capacity by the gut to mount an inflammatory response would invite life-threatening infections. On the other hand, an inability to dampen inflammation exposes the gut tissue to self-injury. The central abnormality in inflammatory bowel disease would appear to be just such an imbalance of what one journal article calls the pro-inflammatory and anti-inflammatory molecules in the bowel lining. Emotional influences, acting through the nerve and immune pathways of the PNI supersystem, could tip the balance in favor of inflammation. As Canadian researchers have pointed out, many, if not all, aspects of gut physiology may be regulated by neuroimmune factors. The nervous system is deeply influenced by emotions. In turn, the nervous system is intimately involved in the regulation of immune responses and of inflammation. Neuropeptides, protein molecules secreted by nerve cells, serve to promote inflammation or to inhibit it. Such molecules are found in heavy concentration in the intestines, in the areas most vulnerable to IBD. They are implicated both in the regulation of local inflammation and in the body's stress response. For example, a neuropeptide called substance P is a powerful stimulator of inflammation because it induces certain immune cells to release inflammatory chemicals such as histamine and prostaglandins, among many others. In the gut, immune cells are closely associated with nerve cells. Chronically stressful emotional patterns could induce inflammatory disease in the gut through the mediation of the PNI supersystem and the activation of pro-inflammatory molecules by stress. The gut, or intestinal tract, is much more than an organ of digestion. It is a sensory apparatus with a nervous system of its own, intimately connected to the brain's emotional centers. Everyone intuitively understands the meaning of the phrase gut-wrenching as a description of emotionally upsetting events. Many of us can recall experiencing the sore tummy of the anxious child. Gut feelings, pleasant or unpleasant, are part of the body's normal response to the world. They help us to interpret what is happening around us and inform us whether we are safe or in danger. Nausea and pain, or a warm, comforting feeling in the tummy, are sensations that orient us to the meaning of events. The gut secretes its own neurotransmitters and is influenced by the body's general hormonal system. The gut also forms an important part of the body's barrier against noxious substances and plays a major role in immune defense. Its functioning is inseparable from the psychological processing that each moment gauges and reacts to the stimuli presented to us by the environment. The ability of gut tissue to maintain its integrity is heavily influenced by psychological factors, and its resistance to inflammation and even to malignant change is also vulnerable to emotional stress. A species of New World monkey, the cotton-topped tamarin, develops ulcerative colitis and cancer of the colon when captured and caged. A 1999 Italian study showed that in ulcerative colitis, long-term perceived stress increases the risk of exacerbation over a period of months to years. In 1997, Dr. Noel Hirschfield, the Calgary gastroenterologist whose timely letter to the editor sparked my own interest in psychoneuroimmunology some years ago, published an article in the Canadian Journal of Gastroenterology. He pointed out that in clinical trials of medications for inflammatory bowel disease, there have been instances of placebo response in the range of 60%, and that in others comparing narcotics with placebo drugs for pain control, the number of patients who obtained the placebo effect was consistent at 55% of the response. The 55% figure has been seen in trials of antidepressant drugs as well. It has been called the 55% rule. Most people think of placebo as a simple matter of imagination, a case of mind over matter. Although induced by thought or emotion, the placebo effect is entirely physiological. It is the activation of neurological and chemical processes in the body that serve to reduce symptoms or to promote healing. Dr. Hirschfield proposes that it could be useful to study what is different about the people who improve on placebos. What kind of people are they? What kind of environment do they live in? Is there something from their past experience that produces their response? What kind of lives do they lead? Are they content with their existences, upbringings, marriages, and relationships with society? These are questions that few doctors ever ask their patients, either those who recover or those who do poorly. When such questions are posed, the answers are uniformly revealing. Dr. Hirschfield's article concluded with a sensible suggestion, radical though it may seem in today's medical climate. Perhaps we should include instruction to our colleagues and fellows in the psychosocial aspects of illness, the psychodynamics of recovery, and the biochemistry of healing, and teach them that all ills of humanity cannot be solved by yet another endoscopy, another biopsy, and another high-tech procedure that only confirms but does not heal. A friend of mine, Tibor, suffered an episode of ulcerative colitis, the first and only significant episode he would have, during a time when he was experiencing a frantic feeling of hopelessness, fear, and apprehension. In his early 20s, shortly after the death of his father, he was unexpectedly confronted with the responsibility of having to support his mother and care for his younger sister. His mother, who was in poor health, had been dismissed from her job and appeared to have little prospect of finding another. I didn't know how I might ever have a life of my own, Tibor recalls. He was rushed to hospital with high fever and bleeding from the colon. They gave me a steroid. I was in the hospital for 3 weeks, but as soon as they started the treatment, I began to feel better and enjoy the nurses around me. This was before hospital cutbacks, when nurses had time for patients. The doctors made all kinds of dire predictions of what can happen in the long term, illness, cancer, whatever. I said, well, I'm not going to have that happen to me. I read up on the subject and saw that there were suggestions that ulcerative colitis was psychologically induced and stress-related. I got a book on relaxation techniques. I'd lie down and follow the instructions. You know, just relax your toes, relax your legs, relax your whole body. I wasn't on medication for long, only in the hospital. They were telling me to follow this diet or that. I thought, I'm not going to live my life that way. For whatever it was worth, I decided I was going to take control of this situation. I also decided that I would not let external stresses get to me, and consciously did what I could to minimize stress in my life. In the 30 years since, I have been fortunate to have no more than the occasional minor episode of diarrhea or bleeding. None have required medications or medical care. This is not to suggest that the cure for IBD is to lie down and relax one's toes. But significant in my friend's experience was his immediate decision to take charge. As Dr. Hirschfield implies, not the latest technology or miracle drug, but encouraging the patient's capacity to heal may provide the ultimate answer to inflammatory bowel disease, the 55% solution. Chapter 11. It's all in her head. Patricia's anger seems freshly roused. I'm furious at the doctors. I've been condescended to. I've been patronized. I've been told to my face that I'm faking. I've been told that I have to stop going for second opinions. I've been told that I'm not feeling pain. The gallbladder of the sales clerk was removed in 1991 when she was 28, but she continued to have abdominal pain. I had what I called phantom gallbladder attacks. I had more of that you've been pumped full of air pain. It would expand and then I'd throw up and then I'd feel better for a bit. I'd go to emergency. They would ignore me or say, "You've got no gallbladder, so you can't be having these symptoms." Then I started to develop sensitivities to certain foods, and I had diarrhea more often. After many doctor's visits and tests, Patricia was diagnosed with irritable bowel syndrome, IBS. Medical terminology calls IBS a functional disorder. Functional refers to a condition in which the symptoms are not explainable by any anatomical, pathological, or biochemical abnormality or by infection. Doctors are accustomed to rolling their eyes when faced with a patient who has functional symptoms, since functional is medical code for all in the head. There is truth in that. The patient's experience is in part in her brain, but as we will see, not in the pejorative and dismissive sense that the phrase all in the head implies. Fiona's medical history and her experience of emergency wards are remarkably similar to Patricia's. In 1989, in her early 20s, she also had gallbladder surgery with no resolution of her abdominal distress. Ever since then, I've had these pains. It's just a mind-boggling, sharp spasm, a pain that they've done every test in the book for and have come up with nothing. So they've diagnosed this IBS. There are no problems with diarrhea or constipation, just pain. The pain is way up here. That's not IBS, strictly speaking, I note. That's what I've said all along. The diagnosis was made back when they called it spastic colon, and then it's been called IBS. It was a doctor in Toronto who diagnosed it. I've had the stomach scopes, the barium x-ray, and they've given me all the medications. They've tried me on 3 or 4 of the different meds for it. The pills have never done anything for me. I've gone months without having any of these attacks, and then there may be days where I'll have them. Sometimes they last 2 minutes, and other times they are debilitating and last for hours. They are sharp, absolute, spasm-type pains. It takes my breath away, a really intense pain. These days they're pretty bad. I may have an attack that lasts an hour, but it feels like a year. When I was in Toronto, they didn't know what was wrong with me. They'd put me in the hospital and connect me to a Demerol drip, so every time I had an attack I could medicate myself. I had nurses tell me I was just there for the attention, and so that I could get more narcotics, that I was hooked on them. My response was, then stop giving it to me. All it does is make me sleep. That's the only way it helps with the pain. I hate the stuff. Although abdominal pain is a prominent feature of irritable bowel syndrome, by the current definition of the disorder, pain itself is not sufficient for the diagnosis. A person is considered to have IBS if, in the absence of other pathology, she experiences abdominal pains along with disturbances of bowel function such as diarrhea or constipation. The symptoms may vary from person to person or even for the same individual from time to time. Patricia's disturbed bowel habits, for example, do not follow any single pattern. It swings between constipation and diarrhea. There's not much in between. I can go days without going to the bathroom, and when I do go, it's diarrhea. Sometimes it's several times a day, and sometimes I could be in the bathroom for 3 hours at once. The only consistent thing is that there is no consistency. It is sometimes explosive, sometimes not. Although they are not essential for the diagnosis, there are other symptoms commonly noted. It is not unusual for IBS patients to describe stool that is lumpy or small and pellet-like, or, on the other hand, loose and watery. They may find themselves having to strain and feel that they have not completely evacuated their bowels. They frequently describe passing mucus with their stool. A sensation of bloating or abdominal distension is also common. Irritable bowel syndrome is said to affect up to 17% of the population in the industrialized world and is the most frequent reason for which patients are referred to gastroenterologists. Interestingly, most people with symptoms that would qualify them for the diagnosis do not consult physicians. The medical profession's reflexive discomfort with uncertainty immensely complicates life for patients like Patricia and Fiona. We expect people to present us with diseases that fit neatly into symptom categories and bear unequivocal pathological findings. As the gastroenterologist Douglas Drossman points out, 40 years ago, Renee Fox, a medical sociologist, noted that one of the most difficult transitions for medical students is to accept the uncertainty that is intrinsic to medical practice. But the biomedical model creates uncertainty for these common conditions that are not explained by underlying disease. That uncertainty follows from our innate distrust of the patient's story when we cannot match it with the hard data of physical examination techniques or scans, x-rays, blood tests, scopes, biopsies, or electrodiagnostic tools. In such cases, the complainant finds her symptoms dismissed by doctors. Worse, she may be accused of drug-seeking behavior, of being neurotic, manipulative, of just looking for attention. IBS patients, as well as people with chronic fatigue syndrome and fibromyalgia, often find themselves in that situation. Magda, a physician herself, knew better than to go to the emergency wards with her debilitating abdominal pains. She too was diagnosed with irritable bowel syndrome. Mostly I had pain and distension. Nobody could find anything wrong with me, so we called it IBS. I had a colonoscopy and everything done. There was just nothing else to find. I guess you could call it a diagnosis of exclusion. There was hardly a day that I didn't have a bellyache. Sometimes I was lying on the floor of my office with heating pads, wondering how I would get through the afternoon and how I would drive myself home. It was extremely severe pain and frequent. I had abdominal pain 80 or 90% of the time. There was not a day that by mid-afternoon I didn't have abdominal pain for years. I'm sure I would have been in emergency many times too with the severity of my pain. It's just that I stay away from places like that because I know what happens there. I didn't think anything helpful would happen. I didn't go, but not because of the lack of severity. When not seen as the patient's neurotic imaginings, the pain of IBS, and of undiagnosed abdominal pain in general, has been, until recently, thought to be caused purely by uncoordinated contractions of the intestines, hence phrases like spastic colon. Now it has been confirmed that dysfunction in these disorders does not lie solely in the gut itself. A key issue is the way that the nervous system senses, evaluates, and interprets pain. Several observations have led to this new understanding of abdominal problems. Of particular interest are new findings on electrical and scan studies of the brain. When parts of the intestine are artificially distended, the response pattern in the brains of persons with functional abdominal pain characteristically varies from the brain activity of subjects who have no complaints of pain. Pain from distension of the colon or other parts of the intestine can also be studied by inserting an endoscope into the bowel and then inflating a balloon attached to the scope. In such studies, the functional patient groups repeatedly exhibit a hypersensitivity to distension. They report that the pain from this procedure is similar to the pain they usually experience. One study compared the effects of balloon inflation in IBS sufferers and controls. Balloon inflation to 60 milliliters caused pain in 6% of control subjects and 55% of IBS patients. Estimated gut wall tension at different volumes was similar in the two groups. However, the incidence of pain in relation to wall tension was increased by nearly tenfold in the IBS group. Parallel observations have been made elsewhere in the digestive tract. from the esophagus to the small intestine. It appears then that in functional abdominal pain, physiological messages from the gut are transmitted by the nervous system and received by the brain in an altered fashion. There is a new area of investigation for patients with these disorders, Dr. Drossman writes. After decades of studying how IBS patients are distinguished from normals with regard to their gastrointestinal physiology, we are beginning to see differences in brain physiology. A type of scan known as positron emission tomography, or PET, measures the activity of brain regions by recording variations in blood flow. When study subjects experience distension of their rectums, a PET scan will indicate which part of the brain registers a response. With rectal distension, or even the anticipation of rectal distension, IBS patients activated the prefrontal cortex, an area not activated in normals. The prefrontal cortex is where the brain stores emotional memories. It interprets present stimuli, whether physical or psychological, in light of past experiences, which can date as far back as infancy. Activation in this part of the brain means that some event of emotional significance is occurring. In people who have experienced chronic stress, the prefrontal cortex and related structures remain in a state of hypervigilance, on the lookout for danger. Prefrontal activation is not a conscious decision by the individual. Rather, it is the result of the automatic triggering of nerve pathways programmed long ago. In another investigation, the electrical amplitudes of brain waves evoked by sound stimuli were greater in IBS patients than in controls, again indicating a physiological hypervigilance. What accounts for these altered nervous system responses? The answer emerges when we look not only at human organs, but at human lives. There is a high incidence of abuse in the histories of patients with intestinal diseases, and especially in those patients with IBS and other functional disorders. In a 1990 study of women patients conducted at the Gastroenterology Clinic of the North Carolina School of Medicine, 44% of the women reported some type of sexual and/or physical abuse. Those with abuse history had a 4-fold greater risk of pelvic pain, 2 to 3 times more non-abdominal symptoms, for example, headaches, backaches, fatigue, as well as more lifetime surgeries. In a more recent investigation at the same center, fully 2/3 of the women interviewed had experienced abuse of a physical or sexual nature, or both. Again, abused patients were more likely to undergo various surgeries, such as gallbladder operations, hysterectomies, and laparotomies. They also had more pain, non-gastrointestinal somatic symptoms, bed disability days, psychological distress, and functional disability compared to those without sexual abuse. It is self-evident that direct physical trauma, a severe brain contusion or the cutting or bruising of a nerve, could physiologically disrupt the nervous system. But how does psychological trauma exert its effect on the perception of pain? The nervous system of the gut contains about 100 million nerve cells. We have as many in the small intestine alone as there are in our entire spine. These nerves do more than coordinate the digestion and absorption of food and the elimination of waste. They also form part of our sensory apparatus. The gut responds to emotional stimuli by muscle contractions, blood flow changes, and the secretion of a multitude of biologically active substances. Such brain-gut integration is essential for survival. Large volumes of blood, for example, may need to be diverted from the intestines to the heart and to the muscles of the limbs at a moment's notice. In turn, the gut is abundantly supplied with sensory nerves that carry information to the brain. Quite to the contrary of what was believed until recently, nerve fibers ascending from the intestines to the brain greatly outnumber ones descending from brain to gut. The brain relays to the gut data from sensory organs such as the eyes, the skin, or the ears. Or, more correctly, relayed to the gut is the interpretation of such data by the brain's emotional centers. The resulting physiological events in the gut then reinforce that emotional interpretation. The signals sent back to the brain give rise to gut feelings that we can apprehend consciously. If we lose touch with gut feelings, the world becomes less safe. Obviously, life would not be livable if we felt every micro-event in our bodies. Digestion, breathing, blood flow to organs or limbs, and myriad other functions must take place without intruding on consciousness. There has to be a threshold below which the brain does not register sensation, below which stimuli are accepted as unremarkable, but above which the brain will be alerted to potential danger from within or without. There needs to be, in other words, a well-calibrated thermostat for pain and other sensations. When there are too many gut-wrenching experiences, the neurological apparatus can become oversensitized. Thus, in the spinal cord, the conduction of pain from gut to brain is adjusted as a result of psychological trauma. The nerves involved are set off by weaker stimuli. The greater the trauma, the lower becomes the sensory threshold. A normal amount of gas in the intestinal lumen and a normal level of tension in the intestinal wall will trigger pain in the sensitized person. At the same time, the prefrontal areas of the cortex will be in a heightened state of vigilance, responding with distress to normal physiological processes. Along with increased pain, IBS patients report higher levels of anxiety, arousal, and fatigue during rectal distension than do healthy people. During emotional stress, activity of the cortical regions amplifies the perception of distress. Dr. Lin Chang is Associate Professor at the UCLA Medical School and co-director of the UCLA Cure Neuroenteric Disease Program. He has summarized the current understanding of irritable bowel syndrome this way. Both external and internal stressors contribute to the development of IBS. External stressors include abuse during childhood and other pathological stresses, which alter stress responsiveness and make a predisposed individual more vulnerable to developing IBS. Later in life, infections, surgery, antibiotics, and psychosocial stressors can all contribute to IBS onset and exacerbation. Stress can definitely induce contractions of the intestines. Women who have been sexually abused, for example, are prone to constipation when the muscles in their pelvic floor are chronically tight, incapable of relaxing with defecation. Alternatively, as people who have been terribly frightened have experienced, stress can set off uncontrollable movements in the colon. That was graphically illustrated in a young doctor-to-be who became an unwitting guinea pig in an experiment. The investigators produced an elaborate hoax by suggesting to a fourth-year medical student undergoing a voluntary sigmoidoscopic examination that they were seeing a cancer. This led to increased contractility or spasm of the bowel, which persisted until the hoax was explained. These types of studies confirmed that stress affects colonic function in normal persons and patients. What has been discovered about IBS applies to other diseases of the gut. Patricia, in addition to her IBS, suffers heartburn that has seemed to defy medical explanation. She speaks of it with bitterness. I have this mysterious gastrointestinal problem that has never been diagnosed. I get acid from eating things that are completely bland. I've had to cut out anything with any flavor from my diet. I keep having tests, and they keep telling me I'm fine. Or, I should say, one test did show a tiny bit of upset, but they tell me it's totally out of proportion to what I actually feel. They put that thing up your nose and down into your esophagus, and they measure the amount of acid. There was, they said, a tiny bit of acid, but not enough to cause the degree of pain I'm having. I've been on Pantaloc for about 3 or 4 years. It's supposed to wipe out acid completely, and I was only supposed to take it for 6 weeks. I also take Diavol or Gaviscon every day. I still have symptoms of acid, but they can't find anything. The medical name for the distressing chronic experience of stomach acid flowing upward into the esophagus is gastroesophageal reflux disease, GERD. Researchers in 1992 studied the relationship of reflux symptoms to stress in subjects diagnosed with GERD. While the perception of reflux-associated heartburn by these patients was markedly increased during the stressful stimuli, the objective measures of acid levels were unchanged from one stimulus to another. Stress, in other words, lowered the pain threshold. An intestinal specialist unfamiliar with the neurophysiology or psychology of pain, who looked at Patricia's lower esophagus through an endoscope, could, in good conscience, tell her that the acid reflux he observed was inadequate to explain the degree of her pain. And Patricia, in equally good conscience, would be incensed by what she perceived as the callous dismissal of a symptom that is a source of intense daily discomfort in her life. This is not to say that people with GERD do not experience more frequent reflux than other people. They probably do, and, once more, it is a brain-gut problem. Investigators comparing healthy controls with reflux patients found that the resting pressure of the esophageal sphincter was more frequently low in the GERD subjects. The decreased efficiency of the sphincter muscles permitted more episodes of reflux. How can the mind and the brain contribute to reflux? It happens by means of the vagus nerve, which is responsible for the tone of the muscles of the lower esophageal sphincter. In turn, the activity of the vagus is influenced by the hypothalamus. The hypothalamus, as we have seen, receives input from the emotional centers in the cortex that are susceptible to stress. Thus, in GERD, a lower pain threshold is combined with excessive relaxation of the sphincter, both phenomena that can be related to stress. The 3 women interviewed for this chapter described similar pain experiences, although it is only Patricia whose constellation of symptoms meet the full diagnostic criteria for IBS. Unlike the majority of patients in the North Carolina studies, none of these women suffered sexual or physical abuse, either as children or as adults. How then can we explain their lowered pain thresholds? The downward calibration of the nervous system's pain thermostat does not require abuse. Chronic emotional stress is sufficient to diminish the pain threshold and to induce hypervigilance in the brain. While abuse would be a major source of such stress, there are other potential stresses on the developing child that are subtle, less visible, but harmful nonetheless. Such strains are present in many families, with parents who love their children and who would be horrified by any thought of hurting them. Experiences that affect the physiology of pain perception and of intestinal functioning may happen to children who were not abused in any sense of that word, and who even felt loved and protected. The immediate stressors for Magda's severe abdominal pains were related to her job. At the time, she was working in a New York hospital. The director of her laboratory had recently resigned, and Magda was not on good terms with his replacement. The new boss had it in for me from the beginning. In retrospect, I think she was looking for ways to get rid of me from the day she arrived. It was an extremely unpleasant, tense, miserable situation where I loved my work, but I hated the environment. I worked incredible hours. I was in at 7 a.m. I usually left on time at 4, on principle, unless there was some kind of meeting, which happened quite often. I never stopped for lunch. I never took a break. I took work home. I'd work on weekends. I never added it up, but a lot of hours nonstop with tremendous pressure and dirty politics and a terrible fear. There were no jobs to go to in my field, which was a dying specialty. I never wanted to do general practice, and I didn't want to go back and do another residency. Even with all the pain, I appeared at 7 on Monday morning and never dropped the ball. Ever. I was never sick. I wasn't going to give them a way to get rid of me. They were never going to find anything wrong. I didn't know what I was going to do with my life. I desperately wanted to leave, but I didn't know what I was going to do. Magda was born in an East European refugee camp after the war. As the daughter of Holocaust survivors from Poland, she became secondarily traumatized by their experience. She has always carried a heavy burden of guilt and responsibility for the sufferings of her parents and for difficulties they continued to face. Her decision to enter the medical field did not arise from her own inclinations. It was motivated by her perception of the needs and expectations of her parents and by her concern to ease their anxieties for her future security. If you look at my natural skills, I'm very good at languages, and I'm very good at explaining things. I would never have gone into medicine if I had been free to choose. In fact, I hated a lot about medicine, but I had to deny it to myself. I hated much of the course material. I came within a millimeter of failing anatomy. It was an absolute nightmare. I couldn't do calculus. I couldn't do physics. I don't have that kind of mind. I was never good at clinical work. I don't know if I ever heard a diastolic murmur in my life. I just don't have that kind of skill. I don't think I ever felt a spleen. I just pretended. Those were just not things I was good at or inclined to do. I thought that being a doctor was what I wanted. My parents never said I should do it or that I shouldn't do something else. They just mentioned enough times that it was so good to be able to help other people, and how even the Nazis needed the doctors. Yes, I used to hear that too, and the security that you always carry your knowledge with you in a bag. That's right, and nobody can take that away. No matter what kind of times, no matter what happens, doctors are always needed. You can be your own boss, and how nice that is. My parents brainwashed me from a very young age. Then I became a laboratory researcher, and I wasn't a regular doctor the way my parents imagined. My mother never really understood what I did and never really was satisfied. What I do is kind of second-rate. I don't put the stethoscope on the patient, and I don't write prescriptions, and I don't do all those things real doctors do. I just look at specimens and slides. She doesn't say it to my face, but to some extent, she is always disappointed. As she realized that conventional medical treatment had little to offer her, Magda began psychotherapy. Repressed since childhood, her deep anger toward her parents began to emerge. I was short-circuiting my visceral experience of anger at my dad because he yelled and screamed and frightened me so much as a child. The much bigger problem was my relationship with my mother. I thought it was wonderful, and we were best buddies. She was my friend and my supporter and ally, and the one who listened to me for hours when I came home from school, and the one that I felt close to and understood by, and all the rest. It took many, many sessions to uncover the fact that this was actually a very poor quality relationship. With all her protection of me, she undermined me. She left me feeling quite inept socially and within myself, and she didn't help me grow up and become my own person. She kept me, with good intentions, very immature. Other things, too. She told me stories of the Holocaust. Other kids were told fairy tales, and I was told stories of the Holocaust. Many inappropriate things. Do you feel it was inappropriate for you to find out about that? It was inappropriate at age 3 and 4 when she started telling me. And I don't know what age it was, but I cannot remember a time when I didn't hear the accounts of how the whole family nearly got killed because of me when we crossed the border to escape Poland, about how I cried with everybody except with my mother, but I was heavy and she tripped and fell and dropped me in the river, and in order to save me from drowning, they almost all got shot yelling for help. Then she dislocated her shoulder, and it's never been right since. My parents never said life would have been easier without a child. They wanted a child. They loved me. But I still took on this sense that I was the problem. Given the trauma her parents had endured, and the circumstances surrounding her developing years, Magda's choice to ignore her own inclinations was almost inevitable. That choice also left her perilously vulnerable to stress. Believing herself to be trapped in a job where she felt rejected by her new laboratory chief was a natural trigger for the excruciating abdominal pains she experienced. In this situation, she could no more assert herself than she could have as a child in her family home. The origin of her pain, as she came to realize, was connected with her unconscious repression of anger. We have noted that gut feelings are an important part of the body's sensory apparatus, helping us to evaluate the environment and assess whether a situation is safe. Gut feelings magnify perceptions that the emotional centers of the brain find important and relay through the hypothalamus. Pain in the gut is one signal the body uses to send messages that are difficult for us to ignore. Thus, pain is also a mode of perception. Physiologically, the pain pathways channel information that we have blocked from reaching us by more direct routes. Pain is a powerful secondary mode of perception to alert us when our primary modes have shut down. It provides us with data that we ignore at our peril. Fiona, whose abdominal pains were ascribed first to a spastic colon and finally to IBS, had a childhood less dramatically charged than Magda's. However, there is a strong emotional resonance in her chronic fear that she was not accepted for who she was. I honestly believe now that I'm an adult, and I know my dad as an adult, that he never intentionally judged me for anything I did, but he was always critiquing and evaluating. I said to a girlfriend of mine in Calgary when I was 17 that I hadn't even had a real job yet, and I already felt like my resume didn't measure up to my sisters and brothers. With Dad, it always feels like you're building a resume instead of just doing what you like to do. As a child, did you ever tell your parents when you felt bad? I inquire. Physically, yes. Never emotionally. I've never been good about talking about that. I don't know why. I think it's just too personal and private. I'm better at it now. I would never have talked to you 5 years ago. At the time of our interview, the immediate stresses in Fiona's life stemmed from her marriage. She had been in the relationship 8 years, and there were 2 children. My husband suffers from depression and panic attacks. He gets these really anxious moments. He's been like that as long as I've known him. He's a great guy and I love him dearly. He's a kind-hearted person, but it has been so exhausting to look after him. I've been his mother. I have 3 children, a 39-year-old, a 6-year-old, and a 2-year-old. These are problems you are aware of. Is it possible that the pains you get reflect something else you haven't been paying attention to? Rather than seeing the pains as a problem, perhaps they really are gut feelings that are telling you something. When you don't pay attention to emotional signals, your body says, okay, here are some physical signals for you. If you don't pay attention to them either, you really are in deep trouble. A week after that conversation, Fiona called me back. Her husband, she revealed, had a serious drug addiction problem that she had been ignoring for a long time. She had suppressed her anxiety and anger, wanting to hold on to a childlike hope that he would quit. In consequence of our interview, she began to rethink her situation. Patricia, who suffered from irritable bowel syndrome and esophageal reflux, had the most emotionally difficult childhood of the 3 women introduced in this chapter. She grew up with a perception not only of being unacceptable as she was, but of being unwanted in the first place. I know I wasn't wanted. I'm not sure when I first realized it, whether as a teenager or as an adult. I've thought about things that my mom has said to me, and I realized the signs were there since I was a child. I didn't recognize them then. I just knew I felt uncomfortable. She always said, "You know, I don't think you belong in this family. I think they gave us the wrong baby." And she'd say it with a smile on her face, but of course people often pretend to joke when they say something serious. Irritable bowel patients are more likely than others to have symptoms elsewhere in the body. Susceptibility to pain, migraines for example, is a problem many IBS patients are prone to, a fact we can readily understand if we grasp the concept of nervous system sensitization by stressful experience. Heightened perception of pain can be generalized, as Patricia's medical history illustrates. In addition to IBS and esophageal reflux, Patricia suffers from other conditions, including interstitial cystitis and fibromyalgia. In the North Carolina study that found a majority of women with IBS to have suffered abuse, it was also learned that in only 17% of the abuse cases was the patient's physician aware of the traumatic history. The practical exclusion of people's life histories from the medical approach to illness deprives doctors of powerful healing tools. It also leaves them vulnerable to grasping at the latest pharmacological miracle. A case in point is the sobering example of a recent wonder drug for irritable bowel syndrome. On October 24, 2000, the Medical Post, a weekly publication read by many Canadian physicians, carried an enthusiastic headline, "New Drug Relieves IBS Symptoms in Women." The article reported that a new medication, allosetron, has been proven in clinical trials to be safe and well tolerated, and to rapidly and significantly relieve pain and bowel function in patients with IBS, particularly in women with diarrhea-prominent IBS. A leading Canadian authority was quoted endorsing the drug and hoping for others like it to follow. Physicians are going to potentially have therapies for IBS that are useful. IBS patients have a sense of frustration that we really don't understand what is causing the symptoms. Some of the patients don't get a lot of relief. Another expert, the head of the Department of Medicine at a Canadian university, echoed that positive assessment of the newly available medication. It's a very exciting breakthrough. There is nothing else for them out there. None of the other drugs work. This is it. 4 months earlier, the Medical Letter, a respected weekly bulletin on medications, had already reported that there was no evidence alosetron offered any advantages over standard treatment. For those patients who did experience improvement with the medication, the benefits disappeared after 1 week of stopping the drug. The Medical Letter also noted that some women taking it had developed ischemic colitis, a potentially catastrophic condition in which bowel tissue is damaged by a lack of oxygen caused by the constriction of blood supply. In the United States, too, alosetron had been greeted with much fanfare. It was approved by the Food and Drug Administration in February 2000. At the end of November, only a month after the publication of the enthusiastic article in the Medical Post, the FDA forced the manufacturer to withdraw the drug. More women had been hospitalized with ischemic colitis, several of whom required surgery. It was reported that in at least one case, the patient's entire colon had to be removed. There were also reports of deaths. If medications are prescribed in a chronic condition like IBS, they usually have to be taken for months or years. It is always risky to commit to a new drug whose long-term safety cannot have been demonstrated by the time it first appears on pharmacy shelves. Doctors and patients do not have to reach for the pharmacopoeia when the impact of psychological factors on a disease has so abundantly been demonstrated. There is encouraging research evidence that even minimal psychological intervention can be of benefit. In one controlled study of cognitive behavioral treatment for patients with irritable bowel syndrome, 8 2-hour group treatment sessions over a 3-month period led to an increase in the number of effective cognitive and behavioral strategies and concurrent reduction in abdominal complaints. Furthermore, improvement continued at 2-year follow-up examinations. Magda, the New York physician, has dealt with her debilitating abdominal pains by working out her repressed rage through psychotherapy. She has also entered a profession more suited to her inclinations and personality. Being in pain 80% of the time disappeared a long time ago, she says. In the past 2 or 3 months, there has been even further improvement. Recently, I cleaned out the fridge in my office where I have a bottle of Bentalol, a medication to relieve spasms of the intestines. I honestly can't remember when I took the last one. It would be quite a few months ago. Fiona decided to take the warnings of her abdominal pain to heart. She left her husband when it became clear that he was unwilling to give up his drug addiction. With her 2 children, she has moved to a new town and filed for divorce. She is no longer experiencing pain. Chapter 12. I shall die first from the top. Alzheimer's disease is becoming the baby boomers' nightmare. Affluence and advanced medical care will ensure that the cohort now entering ripe middle age will live longer than any comparable group in history and will see more of its members slide into dementia than any previous generation. The number of elderly Canadians is predicted to increase by 50% in the next half-century. About 100,000 people die of Alzheimer's annually in the United States, where in 1999 there were estimated to be 4 million people with the disease. That latter statistic is expected to reach 15 million in 2050 if present trends continue. Conditions that lead people to be demented, literally out of mind, become more common as we get older. 3% of 70-year-olds suffer from Alzheimer's or some other form of dementia. By age 77, the figure rises to 13%. The financial costs are enormous, as is the physical and emotional burden on caregivers. And how can those of sound mind imagine the suffering experienced by someone who helplessly witnesses his memory, his intellect, his very self dissolve into infantile chaos. Gradually comes the loss of control over emotional expression, speech, and bodily functions until, if the disease runs its natural course, immobility and death follow. This is the worst thing that can happen to a thinking person, a person with Alzheimer's said. You can feel yourself, your whole inside and outside, break down. The patient was talking to David Schenk, author of The Forgetting, an illuminating book on the history of Alzheimer's disease. Schenk also quotes Jonathan Swift. The 17th century Irish writer, satirist, and wit was an intellectual giant, reduced in his last years to being a mental Lilliputian, his memory failing, his thoughts disordered. I neither read nor write, nor remember nor converse, Swift lamented in a letter composed during the early phases of his dementia. In another, he said that he could hardly write 10 lines without blunders, as you will see by the numbers of scratchings and blots before this letter is done. Into the bargain, I have not one rag of memory. One of the first structures to deteriorate in Alzheimer's is the hippocampus, a center of gray matter in the temporal lobe of the brain, located on either side next to the ears. The hippocampus is active in memory formation and has an important function in stress regulation. It is well known that chronically high levels of the stress hormone cortisol can shrink the hippocampus. Could early life experience, emotional repression, and lifelong stress predispose to Alzheimer's? Scientific research indicates so, as does a close look at the lives of people with Alzheimer's, whether common folk or the famous, like Swift or the former U.S. President Ronald Reagan. An interesting clue that early relationships may be crucial in the later development of dementia comes from animal experimentation. Rats who receive gentle handling in infancy suffer virtually no loss of hippocampal cells in advanced age. Their capacity to remember remains intact.
They never find it. There's no addiction gene. It's total nonsense. What there are genes for sensitivity. And the more sensitive, there's some people, a lot of stuff can happen and they'll somehow get through it because they're genetically not so sensitive. But it's not the disease. The disease is a result of an adaptation. But the more sensitive you are, we know, for example, that people with the same gene, this is a study from New Zealand, people with the same gene can be either less violent than the average person or more violent than the average person. The same gene. And the people that don't have the gene are sort of in the middle. Now, what do you think the gene is for? It's not for violence, is it? It's for sensitivity. The people who are less violent, they were brought up in nurturing homes. They're sensitive to that. So they become even more peaceful, And the people who are more violent, they were abused or stressed. So they become more violent. But the gene was not for violence. So it's utter nonsense. The whole genetic argument is, I could go on for a whole day about that, but there's so many things wrong with it.